Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. And thank you for joining us for South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. Let me just make sure audio is okay. Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. All right. Seems to be all right. Thank you, Rachel B., OnlyFan, Shirley Roth, Lily Wayne. Good to see you guys. Cajun Bayou Queen, Crystal H., Child TV Live, Julie. Thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate it. So we are going to start off by playing motions. They had a motions hearing yesterday. And there is a cast of characters, as with every trial, right? Oh, Ronnie MBM. Nice. Thank you for joining us. All right. So here's our cast of characters. So the victim is Christina Parcell. She was a veterinarian technician. And the defendant is Zachary Hughes. And John Mello, who you see on the right, and Christina got together and they had a daughter. Now that daughter is 9 years old right now. Now John Mello and Zachary Hughes were friends, right? And then Bradley Post was the fiancé to Christina, right? Now, if you notice, those two on either side of flanking Christina, they have been arrested, right? So John Mello and Christina Parcell were in a very bitter custody battle. And actually, I think Mello took the 9-year-old daughter, I think maybe to Italy. I'm not 100% sure about that. So they've been in this custody battle. Then while they're investigating this trial, this murder, they run across Bradley Post, and he ends up having a bunch of child porn on his devices. So then he's arrested, right? So I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to read the description that we have so far. So Zachary David Hughes, 29, faces charges in connection with the deletion of Christina Parcell, a technician at Foothills Veterinary Hospital in Greenville, South Carolina. Parcell was discovered brutally stabbed in her Greer home October 13th, 2021. I believe she was stabbed 30 times, right? Now, originally from California, Hughes boasts a distinguished background as a concert pianist and is a graduate of the Juilliard School in New York City. And for those that don't know, Juilliard is like very top-notch. Despite his prestigious credentials, Hughes was denied bond as he awaits trial. So he's not out. He is currently in custody. Now, according to prosecutors, Parcell was engaged in a child custody dispute with a friend of Hughes prior to her passing. Now, that friend is John Mello. Her body was found by her fiancé, Bradley Post, around 11 a.m. in the front living room of a suburban home owned by her sister. Bradley Post, who became concerned after Parcell failed to answer multiple calls, drove to the residence where he discovered her body. Now, Christina was the mother of a young daughter, 9 years old, and was well known at Foothills Veterinary Hospital for her dedication. On the day of her murder, Hughes was allegedly recorded on a doorbell camera. Now Hughes is Zachary Hughes, entering her home. Prosecutors further claim that Hughes's DNA was found under her fingernails. Right? So how is he going to get away with that one? The sheriff's office dispatched deputies to the home on Canebrake Drive in Greer at approximately 11 a.m. Autopsy conducted by the coroner confirmed her passing was a homicide caused by multiple sharp force injuries. A warrant was then issued for Hughes' arrest in early November 2021, after which he voluntarily surrendered. Now, Hughes' defense team contends that the state has not produced conclusive expert reports on the DNA evidence, has failed to establish a motive for Hughes to harm Parcell, and has not demonstrated a clear connection between Hughes, Parcell, and Post. They highlighted that Bradley Post, who reportedly, who they highlighted that post, who reportedly found, I got to fix that, found Parcell's body, was arrested just days later on October 19th of 2021 and charged with 5 counts of first-degree exploitation of a minor. According to Lieutenant Ryan Flood of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, post-arrest stemmed from an unrelated investigation into the production of child essay material. Right? And then also, let's see, apparently Mello and Hughes were trying to like blackmail Christina by posting a bunch of sexual stuff on her to like places where she went to, frequent like bars and stuff like that. So it's just really, really convoluted and complicated. Incident reports reveal that in the years preceding her passing, Parcell had been involved in a protracted custody battle with the father of her child, John Mello. These records detail allegations that Mello orchestrated a sustained campaign of stalking and harassment against her, enlisting others to assist in the intimidation. So that's where Zachary Hughes comes in. And let me just pull this up and let's see. So in 2023, investigators found text messages between Hughes and Parcell's ex-husband, Mello, who is 65, right? She's 41. What is she hanging out with? Whatever. Who sent nude or graphic images of Parcell to local individuals and businesses. According to court documents, between June 30th and July 17th, the men sent photos of Parcell to her job, her neighbors, and a bar she frequented. According to the documents, Mello told Hughes via WhatsApp to harass the expletive out of her. Right? So, crazy, right? The defense also noted that Parcell was found lying in the living room floor where cocaine was allegedly discovered nearby. They accused law enforcement of overlooking what they described as Post's nervous demeanor when he contacted 911. Rose petals were sprinkled around her body. A source familiar with the crime scene reported she was dragged. There were visible drag marks. The scene was staged. Hughes' personal website highlights his academic and music achievements, noting that he was homeschooled and held a lifelong admiration for Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings series. He remains in custody without bond on charges of deletion and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. Right? So this is absolutely pretty bonkers. Right? So oh, Christy G, you actually live here. Nice. Oh, Christy, if you actually go, please, please, please. Yeah. If you go, let us know. We had Hey Mona call in yesterday. We're covering the Monica Sementili trial as well, and we had somebody went there, Mona went there, and she called in. So Christy, if you go, please let us know. Yeah, Irish Amy, this case is wild. It's like 4 cases in one. All right, let's get to it. We watched a little bit of this last night, and the audio was a little wonky with the judge. He starts out okay, but it did get a little wonky there. So hopefully it'll be somewhat decent. We can only hope. All right, so Bellatrix. Oh, Bellatrix, we might get to meet one another. Oh, Bellatrix, yeah, you guys, if you are going, absolutely, let me know. All right, cool. Yeah, Christy G, most certainly let you know, for sure. Fantastic. All right, cool. All right, let us get over to, again, the audio yesterday when we were listening wasn't the best with the judge, so let's, the audio wasn't the best with the judge, so let's hope it's okay. Nope, don't want that one, want this one. Okay. So this is a pretrial motion. Hold on, let me just do something real quick. Pretrial motion, I believe it's they want to separate post. They don't want him to come in. I believe that's what this is about, because it would be too like prejudicial, if you will. Because if they see that he was involved in this custody battle, I'm sorry, if he was the fiancé, and if he had all this really bad stuff on kids, that would be too prejudicial. All right, so let's go check it out.
Session, the judge, Patrick G. Please take a seat. Thank you so much. Okay, I want to make sure that we go through a couple things before we get into the motions. First, I know that we are going to have, obviously, a media presence, and we welcome you. Our courts are open to the media. I do want to make sure that everyone in the media has received a copy of my order. When we were initially going to trial, I had an order, then I did an amended order, and then, of course, I just did an order for this trial that we're in now. But please make sure that you have that. And again, I welcome you to our courtroom. I do want to just say a couple of things, though. And I think that you all are probably fully aware of this, and this is really for your protection. But you are not to use the name of a minor in any reporting. And also, I have gotten a couple questions, recurring questions about my order. There is going to be a 30-minute delay, and again, I just ask that you abide by that order. I also ask that there not be any reporting on anything for a 30-minute delay consistent with my order. And if anyone does not understand that, just please contact my office or the clerk. Okay? All right. Solicitor?
Just one housekeeping matter or matter that we wanted to raise. From the defense perspective, Your Honor, we have no objections to the manner of selection and the composition of the jury, Your Honor. Wanted to raise that with you, but we have no objections.
Yeah, and I appreciate you doing that. That was on my checklist of whether or not y'all had any objections to the selection of the jury. Thank you, Mr. Mormon.
And the state does not have any objection either.
Okay.
To the selection of the jury.
So no motions pertaining to the selection of the jury in this matter. Thank y'all. All right. Let me double check. The state had initially filed a motion in limine. Later, the state filed an amended motion in limine. And I think that we will hear that one first.
Yes, Your Honor. The state filed a motion for a gag order specifically regarding the accusations that were alleged by the defense counsel against the victim in this case, Christina Parcell. And it was in conjunction with our motion to exclude evidence relating to the case against Brad Post, who is going to be a witness in this case. Your Honor's familiar with. He's been charged by the state of South Carolina as being prosecuted by the Attorney General's office for sexual exploitation of a minor. That case occurred about 2 weeks. Those charges were brought against Brad Post about 2 weeks after the murder of Christina Parcell, and about the same time that the defendant in this case was charged. And so we filed a motion for a gag order for the purpose of keeping those statements out of the record and out of the press and from reporting on it, because the state felt that it was prejudicial. And it was in conjunction with our motion to exclude evidence of child pornography that is allegedly found on Brad Post. And I say allegedly because Brad Post has not been convicted. He's been charged with sexploitation of a minor first and third, and I believe buggery, based on lots of videos and photographs that were located on his phone and thumb drives and computers. He just happened to be the fiancé of Christina Parcell. And so we've asked this judge, your Justice Honor, one, to keep the defense from putting those in their motions. Put those things in their motions so that that information, which has been unsubstantiated at this point in the trial, at this point in our procedure, and if it was necessary for a filing, to redact it so we could keep it out of the hands of the press and a potential jury. In addition, the state was attempting to comply with the Victims' Rights Act as well, which a victim, in this case Christina Parcell, has a right not to be shamed and ridiculed in the case against the defendant who's allegedly committed this murder. So that's sort of gone on, and that we filed that back in October, Your Honor. And at this point, the state withdraws that motion for a gag order, as we've now picked a jury, and so it's basically moot at this particular time. And then we'd like to move on to hear the exclusion of the child pornography evidence or anything related to the Brad Post case in there for the purposes of this trial. I'd like Your Honor to hear that. I know we've done motions, and I know you have something to say about the gag order.
Yeah, and just for the record, I mean, you've withdrawn it now, but I would be denying that. And just for the record, I have reviewed Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart, N. Ray Murphy Brown, LLC, State, Rec Co. versus State, State versus Price. And again, I would be denying that motion if it was not withdrawn. I also would note the case of Ex parte capital U Drive It, in which it stated, quote, judicial proceedings and court records are presumptively open to the public under the law and First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and the State Constitution, Article 1, Section 9. I do want to note for the record that at no time has there been any order by any circuit court, any judge here, that has ever sealed any of the filings that have been made. It's my understanding, for the record, that the state specifically asked the clerk's office to hold certain filings, and so I just want to make sure that the record's clear, and that the clerk will be instructed to make public any filings other than, I guess the gag order does not need to be filed. Okay. All right, we will move on with your motion, which is your motion in limine, amended motion in limine.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
When you're ready to proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, so the state filed an amended motion in limine to exclude any reference to any evidence of the child pornography. And I say the alleged child pornography. Again, has not been substantiated in any court, as Brad Post has pled not guilty to those cases, to his particular case. All of the items were found on devices in his possession or under his control. And so our first argument, Your Honor, was that in this particular case, in the case of who killed Christina Parcell, Zach Hughes has been charged with that crime. that particular crime that may or may not have been committed by Brad Post has absolutely no relevance to this particular case. And so that's of course our first argument of that. And we highlighted in our motion, Your Honor, the highly prejudicial effect of putting in the fact that child pornography may have been on some of his devices there. And I cite State v. Cooper as well. Evidence which can have no other effect to cast a bare suspicion upon another or raise a conjectural inference that the crime was committed by another is not admissible. But not only is there conjecture, Your Honor, there is absolutely zero relevance to any and all child pornography to this murder case, and there's no nexus, and the defense cannot provide a nexus at this stage in the process. And so, Your Honor, we would ask you to exclude any and all reference to child pornography, which goes to also Brad Post's testimony as well. We've also asked this court to limit the testimony of Brad Post. And for the record, Your Honor, his attorneys asserted a blanket Fifth Amendment protection on his behalf in relation to that. It's my understanding
State v. Lawrence.
State v. Lawrence is the main case on that as well. And the key to that is that he's not an inculpatory witness. He's at the bottom of the chain when it comes to evidence against Zach Hughes. His testimony will be, I've never even met Zach Hughes. I don't know Zach Hughes or anybody that from in the public. And so Zach Hughes, the name of Zach Hughes will not come out of his mouth other than I don't know who he is. So by allowing impeachment evidence, pursuant to Rule 608 and 609, diving into his current charges, because they're not convictions yet, of a non-inculpatory witness is what State v. Lawrence and others stand for. And so when you have a non-inculpatory witness, your ability to go into their potential impeachment sort of diminishes and it lessens as you go forward. All the other cases that we cited, Your Honor, are folks who were eyewitnesses to crime or they were in the car before a murder happened. In this case, Brad Post is merely just going to talk about how he arrived at her house at around 11 o'clock on the 13th and found her deceased body inside his house, her house, and the house where she lived with her sister and her daughter. So we would ask this court to restrict that any mention of that evidence on those grounds in relation to Brad Post, as well as the impeachment. We would ask this court to limit the impeachment or the conversation about his pending charges to have you been charged with a crime, would be the extent you can go into his pending crime now that he's defending against. Otherwise, Your Honor, at the end of the day, going into his particular crime would serve this jury absolutely no purpose as to whether Zach Hughes committed this crime or not. Again, at this stage in the proceedings. So we would ask, Your Honor, that. And we would also ask you to restrict the defense's ability to cross-examine him on that particular area. As, again, it's not relevant and it's extremely prejudicial. And I remind, Your Honor, if this jury hears about any child pornography related to the victim in this particular case, you cannot unring that bell. You cannot unring that bell, and it is highly, highly prejudicial to the victim in this case. It is a violation of the Victims' Rights Act unless there is a mechanism and relevance and a path to that evidence at some point in time. And, Your Honor, the state believes there is no path to that evidence. There's certainly no path to that evidence at this stage in the game, and before the state has even permitted any or presented any evidence to this jury. And so we certainly would ask, Your Honor, to restrict that. And if you do restrict all of those things, we would ask that we don't need an in-camera proffer of Brad Post. As far as the state's questions, we have gone over those. I've submitted those to the court. I've submitted those to defense. Brad Post has responded to those. He did not assert his Fifth Amendment right on any of the questions that the state begins to ask. And so by allowing the defense counsel to get up here and ask him questions they know he's going to take the fifth on, or in that square box of child pornography related questions, it would really just allow them gratuitous information into the world that has no bearing on this particular case. And so we would ask Your Honor there's no reason to have an in-camera hearing and restrict their cross-examination and of course our direct examination to non-child pornography related testimony regarding the defendant and the victim in this case.
Anything else from the state?
Not at this moment.
All right, Mr. Mormon.
Your Honor, may it please the court. First, a timeline I think would be useful. The state moved to exclude this evidence in September of 2024. In November, we had a bond hearing for our client. After the bond hearing, the state instituted the motion for gag order, and sometime around in there amended the motion in limine. So, Your Honor, I would argue that that timeline, I don't think necessarily they were in conjunction with each other. Your Honor, this I just have to deal with this from the get-go. The state has told Your Honor once again that these allegations related to the child pornography are, quote, wholly unsubstantiated. This is a refrain that we've seen repeatedly in the pleadings from the state. We have made it very clear in our pleadings in response to theirs that we in no way want to discuss this topic irresponsibly, discuss it gratuitously, but over and over again, when the state alleges that it's wholly unsubstantiated, we just have to address that, Your Honor. It is highly substantiated. We have evidence to show that. And as an officer of the court, I've represented that in pleadings. Mr. Moyer has represented that in pleadings. And that evidence exists, and we're prepared to introduce that evidence. But I want to set that straight. That evidence exists. We're prepared to show it and prove it. As it relates to what the ask is in the motion, extraordinary relief they are seeking. 16,000 or more images of child pornography. We have photographs. We have videos. They want Your Honor, without having seen any of it, without having it introduced at trial, any exhibits whatsoever, to categorically exclude 16,000 or more pieces of evidence that we may or may not seek to introduce. So they want Your Honor, again, to, from the bench, without any evidence introduced of any kind, without opening statements, with nothing, they want Your Honor to exclude that evidence.
Mr. Mormon, assuming that that is the case, their point still is, I don't care if you have 45,000 videos, it's still not relevant is what they're saying, if I understand correctly. So and relevant being makes a fact and issue more probable than not. It is highly relevant. We've also, there are cases that discuss relevance in the context of Rule 402. Relevance relates to evidence that helps the jury get at the truth. All right, and I would actually cite State versus Sweat for that proposition, and I can give you a cite on that. But relevance is evidence that assists the trier of fact, in this case, the jury, to get at the heart of the matter, to get at the truth of the case. All right, and the truth of the case, the bases for the relevance in this case are enormous and will become much more clear after the trial starts. And that's one of the reasons why Your Honor should, at a minimum, decline to rule on this issue until the trial starts and Your Honor can see some of the evidence and what the cross-examinations are. But Your Honor, to again, in a vacuum, to exclude this evidence before Your Honor's had a chance to review it, before it's even offered as evidence, I'm not even sure how you do the 403 analysis, right? Because it's such a fact-intensive analysis. The other thing is when the state argues that it talks about prejudicial evidence. Absolutely, every piece of evidence the state seeks to offer against Mr. Hughes they believe is prejudicial to Mr. Hughes. Every piece of evidence, should we decide to do that, we offer is going to be prejudicial to the state. But it's not unfairly prejudicial. This evidence is not unfairly prejudicial, Your Honor, because this evidence came to pass based on, in no small part, the actions
instituted by Brad Post, who was engaged in this illegal conduct with Christina Parcell. So, Your Honor, it's highly relevant. Your Honor, at this time, there was a discussion about the impeachment and the nature of the charges. Oh, I also want to clean up one fact, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Moyer. The state indicated that in the timeline that Ms. Parcell passed, and then a couple weeks later, Mr. Post was charged with violations of South Carolina law. The timeline is this, that Ms. Parcell passed on October the 13th, that there was one warrant for for sexual exploitation of a minor, 3rd degree, obtained by the Greenville County Sheriff's Office on October the 19th. So 6 days. 6 days after law enforcement obtained an arrest warrant for Mr. Post. And they continually obtained warrants after October the 19th, culminating, I believe, on November the 23rd, wherein they obtained an arrest warrant for Mr. Post for criminal sexual conduct with a minor in the 3rd degree. But I just wanted Your Honor to be aware of the fact that 6 days afterwards, the Greenville County Sheriff's Office obtained a warrant for Brad Post. Now I would defer to Mr. Moyer to talk about cross-examination related to Mr. Post's pending charges and applicable sentences or potential sentences.
May it please the Court, Your Honor. So there are really two issues that are associated with this. Is one, should we have an in-camera hearing for Mr. Post? And the second is, what can we ask Mr. Post about his pending charges? So beginning with that first issue, I think we clearly need to have the hearing, Your Honor. The state expressed concern that we don't want Mr. Post just being asked a lot of questions that he's going to plead the fifth to. Well, that's exactly why we need to do this outside the presence of the jury, so we know what he's going to plead the fifth to and what he's not, so we're not just stopping every few questions, having to send the jury out and then hash it over. So, we're prepared to ask him the questions. We're prepared to hear what his answers are, and if he's pleading the fifth, and if he's doing so properly, then we can let that lie. But Your Honor needs to be able to vet him, to make sure that he's not pleading the fifth irresponsibly, that it is a question that he should answer, then he needs to answer it. So we would ask that we have that hearing tomorrow morning. We think the hearing should last 30 minutes or so. So I think that would be a wise use of the court's time and would save a lot of problems throughout the trial. The second issue, Your Honor, is whether or not the the defense is allowed to cross-examine Mr. Post about his pending charges and about the penalties. And if it please the court, I did prepare we did prepare a brief memorandum that talks about some of the cases that I'm going to mention now. And Your Honor, just to give you a little background, Bradley Post faces 9 different charges. So he has one charge of criminal sexual conduct with a minor 3rd degree. That charge is violent. It carries up to 15 years in prison, and it carries an automatic sex offender registry. He has 5 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor 1st degree. Those charges are violent. They carry sentences that range from minimum of 3 years with no parole to 20 years, and sex offender registry is discretionary. He has 2 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor 3rd degree. Those carry up to 10 years in prison and discretionary sex offender registry. And then he has a charge of buggery that carries prison for up to, that carries a 5-year straight prison sentence with mandatory sex offender registry. Now, Your Honor, the law in South Carolina is crystal clear that the defendant's Sixth Amendment rights are violated if he is not allowed to question a state's witness about pending charges and the penalties. I'm not aware of a single case in South Carolina where the defense was prohibited from cross-examining a state's witness, and on appellate review, it was not ruled to be error. And that goes not only to naming the charges, but to bringing out the penalties. And I'll go over 4 cases very quickly in a minute. But before I do, I think what is especially telling on this point is the fact that the case that the state uses, State v. Smith, is a case in which the Supreme Court ruled that it was error for the defendant not to be able to cross-examine a witness about the charge that was pending against him. In that case, they just mentioned that he had pending charges. The defense was not allowed to go into what the exact charges were, and the Supreme Court said that was error. Now, in that particular case, they found it harmless error, but it was error nonetheless. And there are multiple.
Mr. Moore,
yes, sir.
And I know I'm interrupting you.
That's quite all right.
As we go along to ask questions. In that case, the witness, was it someone who was a co-defendant?
Your Honor, in that case, no, it was not. It was someone who testified. He was a victim in the robbery case. He testified about identification of the robber, who was the defendant in that case. That person had pending carjacking charges. And actually, in that case, what happened is the state actually dismissed that charge that morning in an attempt to try to keep the defendant from being able to ask about it. This was actually a PCR case, and the Supreme Court ruled that it was deficient of the defense attorney for not pressing that issue and striving to have that charge named. Again, in that particular case, it was found to be harmless. There are a few cases where the courts have found it harmless error. There are many where the courts have overturned convictions, murder convictions. And so basically what you're being asked, it appears, Your Honor, is to just go along with the erroneous ruling, and let's just hope that the Court of Appeals finds it harmless. So so that's State v. Smith. Now there are other cases, Smalls v. State. That is a case where the Supreme Court overturned the conviction because the defense attorney was found deficient for not attempting to impeach the witness with the charge and potential penalty. There's a State v. Gilliam. There, it's a burglary case. There was a co-defendant in that case, and the defendant was prohibited from questioning the co-defendant about the penalty for burglary first degree, which was 15 years to life. And the Court of Appeals found that to be error and overturned that conviction. State v. Mizell. In that case, the defendant was denied permission to question a witness about pending charges and was denied being allowed to ask about potential sentences, and the court overturned that conviction as a violation of the Sixth Amendment. And then State v. Sims, Your Honor. In that case, there was a state's witness testified, had numerous pending charges unrelated to the murder case that was before the court. He had drug charges, grand larceny, robbery charges, and the court ruled that the specific charges could, the trial court said that the specific charges could not be mentioned, only that he had pending charges, and that was found to be error. So, Your Honor, in this case, I think the law in South Carolina is crystal clear that when a state's witness is cross-examined and he has pending charges, he can be asked about what those charges are and what the penalties are. And so, Your Honor, we would seek to do that.
Does it matter to you that it's the AG's office as opposed to the solicitor?
It's the same party, Your Honor. It's all the state. So that does not make a distinction. It's in the 13th Circuit. It just happens that and I don't think it matters. I think the charges could be in Richland County. It could be in North Carolina. What matters is there are pending charges. And the implication is that somebody testifying with pending charges, even if they don't have a deal, in fact, it's even more relevant when they don't have a deal, because the courts have ruled that that person is going to be going out of his or her way to try to ingratiate himself to the prosecution so that down the road, when he or she comes before a court for sentencing, that person can say, Judge, I cooperated with the state. You need to take that into consideration. I testified. And so whether this is a deal or not, whether it's in 13th Circuit or not, whether it's being prosecuted by Mr. Wilkins' office or not, they're pending charges and they need to be asked about.
So that's your argument for 608C bias?
Yes, sir. Not this time. Thank you.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Briefly, now I'm going to have Mr. Hofer respond to the Smith case, but Your Honor, this is a simple issue. The defense cannot establish any relevance whatsoever to the case against Brad Post that, number one, I can't give Brad Post any deals because I'm not prosecuting him. So it is very relevant, that issue. But what is on Brad Post's phone has nothing to do with this case, and they still can't establish a nexus to it. They can't establish any relevance to any of that. And until they can do that, there's no reason this jury needs to hear anything about what's going on with Brad Post and his separate crime. Because, Your Honor, whether they like it or not, Brad Post is not on trial here. Zach Hughes is on trial here. And so the fact that Brad Post may have child pornography on his phone really has no place in this courtroom here today. Mr. Hofer is going to respond to the State v. Smith, and I think it's related to the fact that Mr. Post is not an inculpatory witness, and that's what they keep not wanting to talk about. All the cases that Mr. Moyer is talking about have an eyewitness to a crime, somebody that's very inculpatory to the defendant. Mr. Post is not going to inculpate Mr. Hughes one iota, and therefore your ability to go down a rabbit hole into some pending charges that he's not pled guilty to is limited in that respect.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'll be as brief as possible, but it's important to start with the foundation here where we're talking about the testimony of Brad Post specifically and the nuance with this case with the backdrop of South Carolina law. I cited Smith and Mitchell in the state's brief because they are the most pointed to the circumstances related to this case, but really the circumstances related to Brad Post's testimony go a step further to warrant the exclusion of such cross-examination as to the sentencing he might potentially be facing or even the naming of the specific charges. I'll note that the two cases that Mr. Moorman went into great detail on, Gilliam and Mizell, both of those instances are where the witness is charged with the same crimes that the defendant is facing. So obviously that would be probative upon cross-examination to even if there's not a deal in place to pry as to the potential bias of that specific witness. But starting with your ability to tailor this to the specifics of the case, and that comes from the United States versus, I'm going to mispronounce it, but Frederick, F-R-E-I, right, Frederick. It really needs to be a case-by-case analysis. And in Smith and Mitchell, those two witnesses were eyewitnesses, inculpatory witnesses to the crime itself, and then charged with collateral, offenses. In both of those cases, the Supreme Court or the court held that the only essential information that was excluded from cross-examination was defense counsel's latitude in being able to name the specific charges with which that witness was charged with. Not to get into sentencing, not to get into what they were potentially facing, only what the specific charges were. Now, this does also go in conjunction, like most all things in this case, going back to the state's motion and why we filed it with such advance to exclude such mention of child pornography in this case, because we are necessarily eliciting on direct examination that Mr. Post is charged with a crime. Yes, that he is currently in jail. Yes. But as soon as the cross-examination comes out and the question is asked, well, you're charged with criminal sexual exploitation of a minor, that opens Pandora's box in the present case. And, of course, looking back to exactly what he's testifying to, he doesn't know who the defendant is. He did not know at the time of the crime, on October 13th, 2021, who the defendant is. He is testifying necessarily because he found the body of Christina Parcell, because he received envelopes going toward the harassment charge of Zachary Hughes. And mind you, he didn't even know who sent those harassment envelopes. And he's testifying to the blanket, to the bare minimum that he was in a relationship with Christina Parcell to explain why he would show up at the house on the morning of the 13th. This is not an individual who says this is Zachary Hughes who committed the murder, who provides any evidence towards attributing Zachary Hughes to committing this murder. So it is completely within your discretion to curtail the cross-examination, to not elicit the charges, but certainly not the sentencing that he faces in opening that door.
And Your Honor, I refer you to 610B. It says cross-examine on any matter relevant to the issue in the case, including credibility. So even the rule contemplates relevancy.
May it please the court? And the relevancy, Your Honor, is bias. And that is a hugely relevant point in any cross-examination. I'd like to read just a little bit from State v. Gilliam. It says, the fact the witness has yet to reach a plea bargain or been found guilty should not prevent the admission of such evidence. The lack of a negotiated plea, if anything, creates a situation where the witness is more likely to engage in biased testimony in order to obtain a future recommendation for leniency. Accordingly, we conclude the Court of Appeals erred in holding the trial judge properly excluded testimony concerning Steele's potential sentence if convicted of the same crime as defendant. Included in the Confrontation Clause protection is the right to cross-examine any state's witness as the possible sentence faced when there exists a substantial possibility the witness would give biased testimony in an effort to have the solicitor highlight a future court how the witness cooperated. So there's no distinction about whether the person is testifying about something that's inculpatory or not, about what the nature of what the person is testifying is about. And if the state can find any case where it makes that distinction, we would love to see it because it's not there. And because oftentimes we don't know when a person testifies, sometimes it does not become clear how significant that testimony is or what implications there are to that testimony until down the road and we start hearing from other witnesses. It just comes down to the fact that if it's a bright line rule, if he has pending charges and he testifies for the state, then it can be asked about. And just one other point, Your Honor.
On that case, the witness, it was Page in State versus Gilliam?
Let me look at my notes, Your Honor.
Was it a co-defendant? Was it somehow tied in with the crime?
I think Page was a co-defendant in that case.
Mark, you had something else?
And just I think with the Gillian case, it was a murder case. He was tried for murder. The murder burglaries. Well, but the murder weapon was obtained in a burglary previously that Page, the cooperating witness, participated in. But I would just reiterate what the import of their argument is. Judge, if the witness is really testifying about something that hurts the defendant, then he can be cross-examined on this. But if it's really not that big of a deal, if it's not too inculpatory, then his credibility is not a big deal. There's just not distinctions out there on that. If they put this witness on the stand, this witness has a motivation to curry favor, to get help on his pending charges, then that's open season. That's what the Confrontation Clause allows. And what Mr. Moyer has said is so true, that case after case after case, trial courts have been reversed when they've sought to limit cross-examination on pending charges and on possible sentences. There's no distinction that we've been able to find in that, period.
You're going to have a witness up here just asserting the fifth over and over and over, and of course that gets to why you feel like you need to have the in-camera hearing.
Charges.
And Your Honor,
When the Fifth Amendment and the Sixth Amendment
But, Your Honor, there's no conflict here because by saying what he's charged with, that's a matter of public record. By talking about what the possible penalties are, in doing that, he in no way, that's not inculpatory. He says, I know I've been charged with this. I mean, it's like when he's arraigned and they ask him, do you know the nature of your charges and the possible penalties? He says yes. So I would argue there's no conflict here between the Fifth and Sixth Amendment as it relates.
The Fifth trumps
Right.
the Confrontation Clause.
If there's a conflict. But if he's asked, what are you charged with and what are the penalties, I just don't see how he can take the Fifth to that.
And Your Honor, we're not getting into where at this point, as we discussed in chambers, at this point, we're not getting into, where this sexual exploitation of a minor came from. I'm not going to be talking about it coming off of his phone or who the victim is or anything like that. Just that he has those pending charges. And as far as the jury knows, these could have been pending from 10 years earlier. There'd be no connection at this point between him and Parcell. It goes to bias. So there's no reason for him to.
But there's no question, it's my understanding, and y'all correct me on this if I'm wrong. Okay, 9/11 will corroborate that he was the one there, correct? The 9/11 call.
If they, I don't know if they plan to play that or not, but.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so to that point, I mean, attacking him on bias when he's telling something that's clearly a fact that even y'all would probably agree to. And then I guess the other things that they plan on getting in with him.
There are multiple things. They're going into these mailings that were sent, having to do the harassment charge. They've already called Bradley Post a victim. So if he's a victim of these mailings, then this gets into implications of our client. So and once again, there's no distinction in any of the cases about what the witness is testifying about, like how damaging it is to our client. It's just the fact that he is testifying, and he has these pending charges.
All right, anything else, Mr. Porter?
Not this time, Your Honor.
This is going to end.
Okay.
I'll be very brief. I'll just note that where Mr. Moorman is claiming that there's no differentiation, I suppose that ignores the factual analysis that the court goes through on each individual case in describing the pretense to the witness testifying, where the court always makes light of the importance of the witness's testimony, and that's noted in Delaware versus Van Arstal when they are reviewing this for harmless error analysis. And the importance of that particular witness's testimony is, I believe, the first factor that they analyze. And the hypothetical that the state put in its brief, or not the hypothetical, but the reality of when we're talking about what is the impact or the bias value of asking that question from the defense's perspective, given what Mr. Post is testifying to. So you elicit the question, aren't you charged with criminal sexual exploitation of a minor? Does that make the fact that he found her body that morning less likely? Does it make the fact that he received envelopes less likely? Does it make the fact that they were in a relationship less likely? Or what doubt does that cast on those bare factual bases that he's going to provide? And that is the distinction when the courts are analyzing this as to the importance of the witness's testimony to the state's case. He is not sitting there saying Zachary Hughes sent those envelopes. Zachary Hughes committed this murder. Then, of course, where you would get into that same line of cross-examination, of course that would project bias on the weight of his accusation towards the defendant, but we don't have that here. So that distinction is critical for the courts to take note of, and that's why it is within the trial court's discretion to tailor the scope of cross-examination on a case-by-case basis, depending on what that witness is going to testify to.
And just very briefly, what Mr. Hoforth was talking about right there, it goes into the analysis of whether it's harmless error or not whether it's error. So it is clearly error not to allow these questions to be asked of the witness. And courts are not supposed to analyze and try to drill down on what exactly the import of this particular evidence is. I mean, otherwise we would have every witness who's testifying for the state who happens to have pending charges. We'd have to have in-camera hearings. How important is this evidence? Is it going to, how damaging is it to the defendant's case? We don't do those analysis. It comes down to a bright line test again. Is it the state's witness, and does that person have pending charges? And I'll.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to take a little while. I'll get y'all a ruling this afternoon. Hopefully I will not take too long. I mean, y'all have done an excellent job on the briefing. So to a certain degree, I've had a heads up on what I need to rule on. So, okay. We will take a break. Can't tell you how long. Hopefully it won't be more than 15, 25 minutes, and then we'll be back.
All right, that seems to be it for what they aired yesterday. Now, the judge said he was going to make a ruling later this afternoon, which would have, this is yesterday. All right, so, yeah, he did not rule yet. So let's just briefly, because court is live, so I just want to briefly touch base or go over what we heard before we actually start the trial. So here again, these are the players in this. These are the actors in this play, I should say. So the first was a motion for a gag order, and the judge, he said he was going to deny it. They actually withdrew this. So it was basically exclude evidence against Brad Post, who will be a witness. So remember, Brad Post was the fiancé to Christina Parcell, and they found over 16,000 photos, videos of child aggression. So Bradley Post does not sound like a very good guy. So they want to keep the statements out of the press in conjunction with evidence to exclude the aggressions against children on Post devices. The victim has a right not to be shamed, and the state withdrew that motion because the jury had already been set or seated, and the judge said he was going to deny it anyway. So the next one was a motion in limine. So the state said all items were found in Post control. It was highly prejudicial, asking to exclude all references and limit the testimony. Post has a blanket Fifth Amendment, and Post will say, I don't know who Zachary Hughes is. Yes, the judge is Patrick Fant, is the judge. Post will say he only arrived and he found Christina. They want to restrict any mention of evidence as well as impeachment. Let's see. They want to limit it to, have you been charged with a crime? That's all the state wants to have come in. They also want to restrict the defense's ability to cross-examine Bradley Post. So then the defense gets up, and it's Andrew Mormon and Mark Moyer. And I think this was Andrew Mormon who started to talk first, where he's like, I have to deal with this from the get-go. He's like, we have repeatedly seen this from the state. We in no way want to discuss this topic irresponsibly or gratuitously. That evidence exists, and we are prepared to present it. There's over 16,000 plus videos and photos of aggressions against children. State wants the court to rule before you've even seen the evidence. He says, will this be prejudicial? Absolutely. Every bit of evidence the state says is going to be prejudicial. Yes, I got that. Cool. So he says, it's not unfairly, though. He said, should we have an in-camera hearing? And what... Thank you. Got that as well. Should we have so he's suggesting having an in-camera hearing, and we can ask, what exactly are you going to take the fifth on? So they're going to do that now. I think that's what's happening right now. So we're going to jump back over to there. But Post he's got third-degree contact with a minor, 5 counts of first-degree contact, 2 counts of exploitation, and then a buggery count. All right. So let's get to. Let's get to day one, which I think they're going to start off with. They got to still deal with these motions, so I think that's what we're dealing with. So, and guys, if anybody in the chat is going, I know there's at least 3 people. Dippity Bix, break time. If you guys are there and you want to go and then call in, because we had Mona yesterday in the Monica Sementili. She went to the court and she called in afterwards. So if you guys want to do that. Father says, old guy was new fiancé. Yep, Brad Post is the fiancé. Here, Aaron found this. Hold on, check this out. Aaron found this great thing. Let me read this to you guys. Okay, John Mello. He's born August 8th, 1960 in Cambridge, Massachusetts. He's currently 64 years old. He's a music producer. John Mello. He and Christina got together and they had a daughter who's now 9 years old. He's involved in a custody battle with Christina, with whom he had a daughter in 2009. In October of 2021, Mello was arrested for custodial interference after taking his daughter to Italy in violation of a court order. In September 2023, he and Zachary Hughes were charged with harassment and conspiracy for allegedly disseminating explicit images of Parcell. Now, they were sending it to like a bar that she would go to, her friends, her work. So apparently they got pictures of poor Christina. Now, Bradley Post, he was born in 56. He's currently 68. He was Christina's fiancé at the time of her passing. Now, following that, he was arrested on charges related to exploitation after investigators discovered explicit material involving minors on his devices. Now, Christina is only 41. What is she doing running around with these guys who are like 20 years older than her? I don't know, but that's her. That was her deal. Following her deletion, Post was arrested. Okay, I read that already. So Zach was born in 92. He's currently 32. He's a classically trained pianist who has been charged with... All right, I just wanted to show... I hope I can do this. He's a really good pianist. All right, Father, I just clicked when Squeegee mentioned it. I thought it was her, but no, their daughter. Yeah, they had a daughter. See, biological dad to daughter underneath his name. Perhaps, yep. And therapists, John Mello is the original old guy. He's the father of Christina's child. Brad Post is new old guy. Yep, that's it. That's pretty much... so Trial Junkies United. He's known in the music world. I have never run across his name, but that doesn't mean anything, so... Shaquille Oatmeal. This case is a mess. I know, which is why we're covering it. All right, let's get to the live. Let's see where they are. Okay, they're live now. Let me copy that. Get us over here. Just give me a moment. Yeah, and again, if anybody in the area is going, please let us know. Okay, they're live, but they're not actually doing anything. They're showing the fire alarm. Okay, they're not doing anything yet. They're just showing a fire alarm. Here, I'll show you what they're showing. That's what they're showing. Fire alarm. A little bit of action here, but lawyer's just kind of getting ready. You can see Zachary Hughes is not there yet. And then they show the fire alarm. So we'll go live. So this is they either show a clock, a fan, or a fire alarm. The only there you go. Hey Brad, how you doing? The video, yeah, that's awesome. Yes. Let me put that above here. The video is only fire alarm. What's that smear on it? Is that a smear? Is that like to break it? Is that the thing to break it, I guess? Nanar, I thought the same thing, Fala. I had to answer my phone, so I'm catching up. Taylor, South Carolina is just different. I have a relative by marriage that's a reporter out there. Some of the stories he covers make me afraid of his safety. Police, political corruption is everywhere. Wow. Drunky the Bear, maybe Christina was reliant on the finances of the older men? Maybe. I mean, she was working at a vet. She was a vet tech. She was working at a veterinarian's office, so it's not like she didn't have money, I think. Oh, they've gone to the seal. I just noticed they went to the seal. Skylar Banks. I was with someone that was 30 years older than me. I was 19. He was 49. Oh, they're here. Okay, they're here. Sorry to cut you off. Okay, we've got action.
I don't know. Are you going to rule on our motions?
I'm going to rule on the motion, but I just didn't know. I know y'all said that counsel was going to be there.
I saw Mr. Marchant going through security this morning.
Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. you get organized up here. Hope everybody had a good evening. One of the first things I wanted to just cover before we start getting into my ruling pertains to the media. And I did look at things, and again, like yesterday, I told you that I wanted to make sure that everybody in the media had looked at my order and that they were abide by it. One of the issues that or questions that I keep getting is, can we report contemporaneously, or does the 30-minute delay that is in my order, does that pertain to that? And I thought about it, and I will allow you to report. I don't think I can prevent you from reporting on that. Everything else in the order does stand. I don't think I specifically really addressed that point, but I just wanted to clarify that because I think there's been a lot of questions about that. I am concerned, though, I do not want people coming in and out flurry. I don't need distractions for the jury. Okay? I think that will be the last time that we address anything pertaining to the media. But again, I'm thankful that you're here, and our courts are open to the media. All right. I've spent a considerable amount of time looking at case law, these excellent briefs that have been presented to me, your oral arguments, and I am going to grant the state's motion, amended motion in limine, and I'm going to exclude any reference to child pornography involving the victim, her juvenile daughter, I think it's A&P, or Bradley Post. So I'm going to be excluding that, and that also includes the cross-examination of Mr. Post. I will get into that in a moment. I know that we've talked with counsel as far as your ability to do a proffer, and he's going to be coming in for in-camera hearings shortly. I find that it is not relevant under Rule 401 or 2. This evidence has no tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to this murder more or less likely. It will not assist the jury at arriving at the truth of this murder. The question is, did the defendant commit this murder? And that's the only issue. The child pornography is not relevant, and even if so, I would exclude it under Rule 403 because the probative value is significantly outweighed by, and I know normally we jump to unfair prejudice, and that is part of it, but I would focus on confusion of the issues and misleading the jury. If at some point it does become relevant, then that certainly could be revisited. And again, even if it were found to be relevant, which I don't think it is, it's not come in pertaining to Post under 608C for bias. I know that y'all, that was your argument. Certainly you're going to be protected in proffering. But Mr. Post, he's going to stand, or he's going to have his day in court, and he's going to have to, but he is not. He's not pled, and he's not been tried yet. He's not a co-defendant. He's not an eyewitness to the actual crime. He basically found the body of his girlfriend, fiancé, and he's going to be here testifying under subpoena. And it's my understanding he's testifying to finding the body, reporting the murder, which is corroborated by the 911 phone call. And the investigator, the victim was his girlfriend, and he is a victim of harassment. He does have serious charges against him, but these are pending again, and he's innocent until he's proven guilty, and he will have a trial. Also, the Attorney General's office will handle this trial, not the Greenville Solicitor's office. He's not a cooperating witness. He's not providing any type of inculpatory, evidence linking the defendant to the crime. So they're not offering him in any way to I said, to inculpate the defendant and of any type of wrongdoing or indication of guilt. I also looked at the State v. Smith, State v. Mitchell, State v. and I can't pronounce this, Beesbury or whatever, Pradubsri. And I don't find that the bias issues that were in those cases are in play here. I also reviewed, I think it's Delaware versus something. I think it's Van something, but thank you. Defense can ask Mr. Post if he has any pending charges, but not go into the specific charges. Certainly on the proffer, there will be a certain allowance, but I do have the right to impose a limit on the scope of defense counsel's cross-examination and not violate the confrontation clause. And that would be under the another wonderful hard pronunciation, but the Friedrich, F-R-E-I-T-E-K-H case. Also, it would be consistent with Rule 611A. Okay. And I don't think I have anything else to add to that. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. So your wish now is to allow Brad Post to offer his testimony? And for the record, Your Honor, what is the purpose of his proffering? So to allow the defense a cross-examination?
Yeah, and you're going to...
You just made?
You're going to ask the questions that you're going to ask. Even though I know that you've indicated that you did not feel that was necessary, but I think that allows them to have cross-examination on that. Counsel for Mr. Post will be here. I will have to, I guess, rule if he does assert the Fifth Amendment, then I'll have to rule at that time under whether or not it's just facially prejudicial to him, or if somehow in a chain of events it could, be something improper to be used. Okay, but they still have the right in proffer to ask it to protect the record. Limited. Thanks.
And that's in conjunction with your ruling, Your Honor? Their cross-examination under this proffer still needs to be in conjunction with your ruling?
Well, the proffer, I'm going to allow them to at least ask what he has been arrested for, but that will not be asked to the jury. They can ask him, obviously, that he's here under arrest. When they do the in-camera, or when we do the in-camera, I'm going to have counsel for Mr. Post. I'm just going to ask them to sit over here. Mr. Marchant, you're here.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you got your other cohorts?
I'm ready to go.
Okay. Anybody else coming?
Mr. Ariel should be here shortly.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we just need to wait until he's here. Anything else, Solicitor?
No. Thank you, Your Honor, for that clarification.
Anything from defense? Did y'all?
Not right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think Mr. Marchant said we can proceed without Mr. Ariel, if that's okay with Your Honor.
No, that's perfectly fine. I just wanted to be sure.
Looking at the timeline of the jury will be here at 10, and if we can get through this, hopefully start this trial.
That'd be nice.
All right. You can bring up
Mr. Post.
Yes, sir. Do you have
All right, so they're going to bring in Brad Post. That's who they're going to bring in right now to see what he's going to testify about. and then the jury's coming in at 10. Now remember, they're on a 30-minute delay. So I think this started at like 9:15 East Coast time. So they're on a 30-minute delay. So they say bringing the jury at 10, that's actually going to be 10:30 our time, East Coast time.
Mr. Post.
Good morning.
Appreciate you being here. We're going to.
I need to swear him in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was waiting for Cheryl to get the
I'm
exhibits.
sorry.
Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning again. We're here. There's no jury here. So the purpose of these proceedings is to present your testimony so the judge can hear it, and the defense counsels will have an opportunity to cross-examine you. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, not quite sure what's going on. Brad Post is there. They just swore him in. We may not be able to hear his testimony. That'll stink. Okay, so I guess maybe we're not going to be able to hear his, yeah. Joanne, I don't think we're going to hear it. Yeah. So Brad Post just came in. He was in chains, and they're not going to show it, it sounds like. All right, well, in the meantime, let's pull up some stuff here. What's your mic turn on?
Sorry.
Thanks.
That's not that song.
All right, so Aaron found some really great stuff about John Mello. So he's a music producer, lyricist, and songwriter, vocalist based in Greenville, South Carolina. His LinkedIn profile claims he worked with Elton John, The Stones, Jimmy Page, Christy McVie, Neil Young, Little Richard, and Jimmy Cliff. He co-owned a music venue in the late 80s called Dow Hut in California with his then-wife, Linda Jemison. The establishment became notable musicians hang out during that period. All right, the Dow Hut. You know I got to look this up. Dow Hut. Let's see what this is about. Doll Hut, the world famous Doll Hut. Storied no frills institution offering live music plus beer and wine and wood paneled surroundings. They're on Instagram, Facebook. Dola, the Doll Hut. All right, I'm not quite sure if that's what that is. Historic roadhouse and live music venue with a long history dating back to the early 1900s. Early 1900s? What? Legendary alternative music venue that was hosted iconic bands such as Bad Religion and The Offspring. It's a 100-year-old wooden bar room that sits in the warehouse district of Anaheim. Huh. Los Angeles Times. How did the Doll Hut become an OC music scene focal point? A new documentary zeroes in. Wow, everybody was climbing on the stage and bar. People were, right in your face. There was always mayhem in the parking lot. It was a happening pad. That sums up the Doll Hut. Huh. So some are referring it to as the West Coast CBGBs. Here we go. The small venue gained a following in the 1990s and part of its former owner, Linda Jemison, who created a new hangout for musicians and friends when old stomping grounds like the Commonwealth Pub in Fullerton were no longer around. Inside the slightly dimmed club, wood paneling is covered with band stickers and punk rock photographs decorate the wall above the bar. A pungent odor of beer and sweat only intensifies as more and more patrons enter the living room living room size space, which is capped at about 89 people. Wow. The Adolescents, the Ziggins, and the Offspring played here. For a little over a decade, Jemison's Doll Hut became the go-to spot, but things began to change and dedicated patrons stopped showing up. After Jemison decided to step down in 2001 to move on to other ventures, many thought it was the end of the club. There's a documentary on it. Man, sounds like my kind of place, right? His then wife graduated high school and college, which then led to their divorce. Joking, kidding. Yeah, this is definitely my kind of vibe. I would hang out there for sure. And I have hung out in places like that. When I saw Black Flag, there was literally probably maybe 50 or 60 people in the size of like somebody's, 10 by 10 living room. One of the best shows ever. The Doll Hut, officially known as the world famous Doll Hut, is a renowned music venue located in Anaheim. Established in 1957 as a truck stop diner, it was transformed into a punk rock club in the 80s. Over the years, the Doll Hut has become a significant landmark in the Southern California music scene, hosting numerous punk and alternative bands. In the late 80s, John Mello co-owned the Doll Hut with his then-wife Linda Jemison. Under their management, the venue gained prominence as a hub for punk rock music, contributing to its legendary status. The club's intimate setting and vibrant atmosphere made it a favorite spot for both emerging and established artists. Good one for that one, Aaron. Thank you for finding that. All right. So he's so now Brad Post is being interviewed right now, if you will, by the defense and the state. We're talking about John Mello, who is the whole Doll Hut guy with his ex-wife or his then wife. Man, this trial just keeps getting more and more interesting. I know you guys want to, follow Megan Boswell, and trust me, I want to get back on that too, but I'm more interested in following a current trial. Not that Megan isn't current, but we're like 2 days behind, so I'd rather jump on this. And then Monica Cementili, we have today, and then she's going to be off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday. So we're definitely going to be all ears on this. They call you Mellow Yellow. Exactly. Joanne, Jedi Platypus. First time I saw NXS was a creepy bar of about 20 people. Those are the best, man. Those are the best, I think. Once you get into like 1,000-seat theaters, it's still good. I mean, I saw tons of bands when there was like maybe 600, 700,000 people, but anything above that it just gets to be too much. Brad Post, aka Grandpa Munster, that's funny. Stacy Farrow, hey, how you doing? Good to see you in our chat. Thank you for being here with us. Yeah, I've seen so many bands in the 80s when I was out and about doing my thing as a youngster. Saw the Gun Club in a small venue. Because that was the time where you could literally get like within, you could reach out, and they were right there. And I was hanging on to this post because I don't know why people were doing it, but they were moshing to Gun Club. And I was hanging on to the pole because I wasn't into that. When I went to go see a band, I wanted to see the band. I didn't want to like just flop around and smash into people. So I would like I was hanging on to this pole, and my buddies were floating around, and I was hanging onto this pole. I was like literally, arms length away from Jeffrey Lee. That was a great show. Hellcat, that's when music was music. Yep. Joanne says, I agree, Chris. AC/DC was at local dance halls with under 50 peeps. Yeah. Irish Amy, I should have been alive in the 70s. I would have lived. Yeah. I was okay coming of age, quote unquote, in the 80s and 90s. I was okay with that. There was a lot of great music, then too. And I think, I have this conversation all the time because I play music, and I still follow the scene, if you will. Even at the height of what many people consider the epicenter of rock and roll of 68 to 72, there was a lot of schlock that was being played on the radio. It was AM that was playing Hendrix and the Stones and, Zeppelin. It wasn't FM. That wasn't until, the mid 70s, early to mid 70s. But if you go back and you look at the Billboard, for, 67, 68, 69, there was a lot of schlock that was being pumped out to people. So, I agree that's when music was music, but there's a lot of great music happening right now. You just got to dig for it. And there's a lot of great bands that are playing those, 50-seat bars. You're going to see a lot of really great bands that are still, there are not being pumped out by A&R. So it's still a good scene. You gotta hunt for it, just like I did. There was a lot of, look at what was being played. I mean, I grew up, and I'm not disparaging any of these artists, but I grew up with Michael Jackson, Madonna, Bruce Springsteen, and it was just like and Toto. Come on. I was going more for Black Flag and Dead Kennedys and the Clash. So you just had to, not that you had to dig for the Clash; they were pretty big, but. You had to dig a little bit. REM, when they had just started out, nobody knew who they were. Now they can't. They could fill 100,000 seat stadiums. Tedeschi trucks, yeah, they're pretty cool. I like them. I'm not as familiar with them as I should be, but let me see, Tedeschi. What is that? Yes. Oh, they're out of Jacksonville. I didn't know that. Yeah, Derek Trucks. Yeah. They're actually playing St. Augustine, which is just south of Jacksonville. Yeah, even seeing like John Lee Hooker, and that was only like maybe 300 people. That was fun. And it's John Lee Hooker. You would think that he would be able to fill a stadium, but at that time, I saw the Black Crowes, on their second Southern Companion Harmony, whatever the name of that album is. I saw them on that tour, and that was like about it's about 3,000 seat venue, if you will. Saw Keith Richards at that same theater. right before I saw the Stones. So I see Keith Richards, and I'm like 5 rows back, and like, there's like 3,000 or 4,000 people, and then I see the Stones at Giant Stadium, and I'm like, they're like this big. They're like this big, bouncing around. I ended up, I was way. I was like literally on like the second row from the back, but at least I saw the Stones. I think that was '89. Yeah, I was on their Steel Wheels tour. So I had to do it. I had to say at least I saw the Stones, but I did see Keith Richards at a much smaller venue with his expensive winos. Only Flying Black Crows Are Your Jam. Yeah, that was a great tour. Yeah, it was a Southern Companion Harmony. That was like hands down my favorite album by them. And then I saw them on Amorica too. I saw them on that tour as well. Gordon, first band I saw was the Beatles, 63 in Blackpool. Okay, now you got me jealous. That must have been a show. Of course, when you were seeing it, you were like, yeah, they're good and I like them, but now as things have aged. So Blackpool, is that in Liverpool, or is that, it's got to be Liverpool, right? Certainly not Germany. Only Fan, that is a masterpiece album. Anyone into Sonic Youth? Absolutely. Tracy Chapman, Genesis. Yeah, I didn't see, I never saw Sonic Youth, even though I was there when they were there in New York. I never had a chance to see them. So this trial has some really interesting stuff. You got a concert pianist, Juilliard trained. He's got a YouTube channel. I was going to play some of his stuff, but I'm not sure if we'll get in trouble or not. But yeah, if you guys want to go check him out, he's very talented. He memorized apparently all 32 sonnets of was it Bach or Beethoven? Shoot, I forget now. I think it was Beethoven. So he memorized, like, the guy's got an incredible memory. Seaside Resort, Northwest England. Gotcha. Is it Beethoven? Okay, yeah. So he memorized his 32 pieces of Beethoven, and he played them. So if you guys want to check out Zachary Hughes, he's got a YouTube channel. Drunky the Bear. My first ever concert was Kiss in '79, Judas Priest opening. That would have been fun. I saw the Cult open up for Metallica, and I was really into the Cult at the time. I think this was '88. Yeah, it must have been '88, and it was a pretty big theater. It was like 20,000 seat stadium, if you will. And I think it was like probably basketball or hockey was played there. So the Cult was opening up for Metallica, and I was there to see the Cult. I like Metallica, but I like the Cult a little bit better. And the Cult got booed off stage. I felt so sorry for them. I'm like, oh man. Everybody was there to see Metallica, so they booed off the Cult. I think they played like 2 songs, they got booed off. Skylar Banks, just curious how Zachary and Mello ended up in Greer, South Carolina, of all places. Small little hick town for a piano prodigy and music director. No exposure for careers, more like a lay-low situation. Well, Aaron found some stuff about, he relocated. Okay, let me find it. Aaron found some stuff on that. Is it here? So Milestone Sound is a culmination of decades of experience in the music industry and work divided between my 2 home bases, Greenville, South Carolina, and European home base of Castelnuovo in Tuscany. So he lives in Tuscany as well as Greenville. Prior to Milestone 1, I was owner-operator of Torn and Frayed Productions. I spent decade independent touring and recording backup singer. Wow. He worked at MCA, Rocket Music. He's co-owner of Kosher Pizza Songs Limited Music Publishing. So how did he end up in Greenville, right? He goes from Tuscany to Greenville. Hey, Joni, how are you? Joanne says, my first official concert other than dive bar intimate settings was Queen. I was blown away. Very good. I'm trying to think, what was my first big, like, concert? I was supposed to go see The Who with my sister when I was in 9th grade, but my mom's like, nope, you're just going to go and smoke pot. Like, Mom, I'm not. I'm in 9th grade. Come on. So I did not go to that concert. But she brought me back a shirt, which I don't think I still have. I think somebody co-opted it in one of my unfortunate relationships back in the day. That'd be fun to have. I kept all my concert T-shirts though. I like to do that. Let's see who. I guess Iggy Pop maybe, but it was a smaller venue. He was like in one of those 2,000-3,000 seat venues. Let's see. Eurocat. Let's see. Okay. John Mellows, Trial Junkies United has sent us an email. Songwriter, producer, vocalist, Alice Cooper, Keith Richards, Elton John, Neil Young, Stones. All right, so he is legit. There he is with Alice Cooper. There he is with Ronnie Wood, with the Stones. All right. Now, that's Keith and Ronnie, but that's not, I don't know if that's, I guess maybe he took it. So these are just pictures of the Stones. All right, there's a picture of him hanging out with Cooper. Decades of friendship and about to work together with Cooper. Oh, there he is with Hughes. There's a photo of him with Hughes. All right, so that's the connection. So that is the connection. All right, thank you, Trials Junkie United. Awesome stuff. His second wife was involved in this case. All right. Frames are dropping. All right, guys, we're having some issues with our connectivity right now, so just be aware. We're having some issues with our connectivity, of course. So hang with us. Yep, Comcast is, well, we're having some connectivity issues right now, guys. Just bear with us. Joni Ludlow, best concert for you was Bob Seger. That's cool. Of course, it couldn't happen when they were here yesterday, right? Comcast was here troubleshooting, and they're like, oh, nothing's wrong. It's coming in strong from us. So... yeah, I agree, Joanne. Hopefully it will only be a little bit. Thank you, Irish Amy. I appreciate that. So far we've heard day one. Judge was saying a 30-minute delay for the media. He will allow media to report, but everything else in the order stands. He granted the rules. Granted the state's motion. He's going to exclude evidence and cross for Bradley Post. Post will be coming in for in-camera hearing, which we're obviously not going to see. Did this defendant commit this? That's basically what this is all about. So it's not, they're not he's just going to testify to finding the body and calling in, and that's it. He said these are serious charges that Post is facing, but they are pending, and he is considered innocent until proven guilty. And he's not a cooperating witness here, so that's pretty much what they're talking about. And if you guys get booted, just come back in. Sorry. Nope. Yep, I just got booted. We're down to 0 frames. Sorry, guys. Just hang tough. Come back if you get kicked out. Just come back. I know. I wish this had happened yesterday when Comcast was here. Unfortunately, this did not happen yesterday when Comcast was here. So they're like, "Oh, everything's fine. The feed is coming in strong from Comcast. It must be you guys." So, yep. Just come back in. If you guys get kicked out, just come back. We'll get through this. Let's see. Kerrville, yes. Whitey Bulger. Kerrville, Brennan was the defense for Whitey Bulger. He didn't prosecute him. He defended him. He was the defense for Whitey Bulger. Yeah, only fan. Yep, he defended him. The irony. Lily Wayne, I'm back. Booted 3 times. They want you to watch Jen Soto. No thanks. I know. Hopefully we'll get through this. Hopefully we will get through this. Followers just tell me to watch one of your streams. Yeah, we did, but they don't care. They came here, they did their diagnostics, they say everything's fine on their end. So they're basically saying it's us. So we got to sort it out. Because when he was here, there was a couple little blips here or there, but he's like, "Oh, it all looks fine on my diagnostics, my instruments." So not much we can do about it. Irish Amy, Comcast boot will not defeat me. I will keep coming back in. Thank you, Irish Amy. Appreciate it. At least the audio is okay. Seems like audio is fine. It's just the video that's issues. Therapist, is that what they said? I thought they said it was something with the router. Yes, they did, and we are addressing that, but they're saying everything coming in was okay, at least from what he saw yesterday. We were streaming for about a half an hour. There was two little blips, but like little blips, nothing like what we're experiencing right now, of course. All right, Irish Amy, the audio is great, cool, good. So just view it as a podcast. At least you can hear. And the video isn't the best, but at least the audio is okay. All right, we might be coming back. Struggling, but we're getting there. So let's see. The judge is Judge Patrick Fant. Defenses Andrew Mormon and Mark Moyer. Prosecution is the 13th Circuit Solicitor Walter Wilkins and Deputy Solicitor Jacob Hoferth. So those are the players on that side of things. Let's see. Joanne says, I'm watching on both phone and TV. Phone feed not working, but TV is strange. That is odd. Yes, so Aaron wants me to remind you guys that this is original content. This doesn't happen to anybody else. Irish Amy says, haha, my cat Sassy clearly doesn't like Comcast. She just started making that noise like a machine gun. They may get birds when they started talking about them. That's nice. Lily Wayne, have the openings happened yet? No, they have not. They're doing this, they're dealing with Brad Post right now and what he's going to say and what he's not going to say, because he will be a witness. So right now they're just, they're not interviewing him. I guess they're direct crossing him, basically finding out what he's going to say before he comes, before the jury gets in. So nothing yet. All right, I'm going to take a quick comfort break. I will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, voir dire. Yeah, something basically that. Do what now? The machine gun sound? That's when the cats go meow, meow. They like their teeth go like that. Maybe a Proffer. Yeah. All right, I'll be back in a minute. So again, if anybody is in the area, I know there's at least 3 of you guys that are in the area. If you get a chance to go, please let us know, and we'll have you guys call in and or come on live. But calling in would be cool. Therapist, you've never heard of such a thing? They chatter like when seeing a bird outside. I call it talking to aliens. Yeah, it's funny. Irish Amy, Sassy always sounds furious when she does it, though, like they had the audacity to sit in her garden. That is insane sounding. Therapist, Oh, there's definitely videos on it. I think Erin found one. She's going to send it to you. It's that, yeah, Irish Amy, it's that meh, meh, meh sound. They sound super annoyed. It's usually at a bird. Yeah, I'm sure if you just look up cats chattering at a bird, you'll find it. It's pretty funny. So yeah, so guys, if you're in the area and you want to go and you are going to go, let's plan on being with us. Irish Amy, love the roving reporters. We need to name them. All right, Irish Amy, loving the roving reporters. We need to name them like the traveling butt dings or something. Not everybody's going to get that. I guess if you were in the chat, then that would be funny. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. Every trial has like a band name, right? So until we get the band name for this trial, so the Butt Dings was Megan Boswell. Power Outage in the Media Room is Monica Cementili so far. We also Megan Boswell. We also have Bond Boy and the Toe stenographers. So we got those guys. What does Brat say? Brat says, our cats used to do that when they watched birds out the windows when we lived in Washington. Yes, they are hilarious. Irish Amy, YouTube, take note. This channel is hella creative. We've got cat noises, music discussions, people on the ground reporting back. Exactly. I like that. I shall take a screenshot of that. Thank you, Irish Amy. Appreciate that. I don't want to jinx anything, but I do feel pretty good about what we've been doing the last 2 months, 3 months. So hopefully YouTube will appreciate it as well. Yes, just tell the truth, Amy. That is true. That's all we can do. All right, Zachary Hughes. Are we starting a new Zachary Hughes? I think I spelled his name wrong. How the heck do you spell Hughes? You think I would know? Oh, yes. And today's date is the 11th. All right. I got my little notes going. I'm ready. Day one. Let's bring it. Bring it on. Huggies. Hughes is Huggies. Aw, thank you, Joanne. This channel is unique as we are. That is true. And we are only as unique as our chat. Our chat is we have a great chat. Let's see. Plus Super Bowl, Paulie, and Rafa. Yes, that's true. We have our little fur babies making us as unique as we can. So let's see. What are we going to? We want to pick up on Monica Cementili. We're going to finish her today, and then she goes. They go on a hiatus for the rest of the week. So then we'll come back to Zach here, Zachary, Wednesday evening on Shoot the Shit with Squeegee, therapist will be joining me. And she's going to be talking about some experiences that she has and is having with, not quite sure how to put it, so I'll let her explain it. But that's going to be a fun show. Maya Kowalski, Wednesday, they're having a J Hatch is trying to have that case trial redone, thrown out. They want to have a new trial. So Jules is going to be going there, and then she's going to be joining us, and we'll do a recap with her. So that's going to be Wednesday. We have a lot going on Wednesday. Yeah, we've got trials. We've got, 2 trials, 2 call-ins, or 2 shows outside of those trials. And then Thursday's going to be calm. We're just going to cover trial Thursday and Friday, right? Yep. So Thursday and Friday is just going to be trial coverage. So we have lots going on this week, that is for sure. Hola. Let's see. They denied her request. Okay. Karen Reed was denied her request to have the 2 settled charges dropped. Of course, right? What 2 settled charges? Oh, now you're going to have to watch her next trial. Oh, the charges the jurors didn't agree on. So she's going to be charged with everything. Yes, Ola, you are going to have to watch that, and you can watch it with us. We will be covering it. Leaving the scene of a crime, not guilty. So they're going to put those back in. So these were the ones that they found her not guilty on. All right. Let's see, they agreed on 2 as guilty. Agreed on 2 as not guilty. Yeah, I forget right now. Yeah, she's coming up in April. That's going to come real quick. Yeah, her trial is going to come up real quick. There was only manslaughter that they didn't agree on. Yep, Kerrville, Bev mishandled it entirely. So in case anybody's new joining us, we are waiting for day one to start opening statements in South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. Right now they're voir diring Brad Post, who was engaged to the victim, Christina Parcell. He is involved in some child aggressions. 16,000 plus photos and videos were found on his phone, his laptop, his computer. So he's going to be basically, he's not a cooperating witness. So he's going to come in and, kind of plead the fifth. So they're kind of figuring out what exactly is he going to be testifying and how much can they cross him. So he's there in the courtroom. We saw him come in, but they're not showing it. Gordon, I think so. I think it's April 1st. I don't know right now. That sounds about right. Kerrville, she should have handled it like they did for the David Swift trial, where he asked what verdicts they did reach so he could eliminate those from the retrial. Of course. Of course. Irish Amy must be so draining for her. Absolutely. It's draining for me, and I'm free, and I mean, she's free too, but I don't have to go into court like she does and pay. Irish Amy, so they're alleging the ex hired Hughes, or Hughes just acted alone. I think because, let's see. Well, so Mello, right? We've discovered that Mello and Hughes were friends, right? Because Mello is a producer, music producer. Hughes is a piano player, right? So Mello was talking to Hughes about, we have all these images. We're going to send it to her family, her friends, her work, a bar that she goes to. So I think they're trying to intimate that Mello and Hughes were acting together because Mello was involved in this custody battle of their 9-year-old daughter. But then there's Post, who's got his own nastiness going on, but he did discover Christina's body. So it doesn't sound like he really is involved with it. Per se, it sounds like it's more Mello. Seems like it's more Mello and Hughes might be in cahoots. So I think they're saying that he acted alone. To answer your question in a roundabout way, Irish Amy, I think the state is saying he acted alone. He did not act in accordance with anybody else. But Mello is having his issues with custody battle. Post is having his issues with the child aggression. Here it's oh, really? Let me pull that up. Oh, that's right. Okay, it got changed. All right, so John Mello is having his issues with custody battle. Bradley Post is having his issues with the child stuff. Zachary's having his issues. And there you can see their ages or when they were born and everything. And Christine is like smack dab in the middle. Pull that up a little bit more there. So that's where we stand with that, just to kind of give you guys it's everybody's messed up trial, yes, and you're welcome, Irish Amy. This poor lady, she got stalker X and potential, yeah, agreed, yeah. Poor Christina, she knew how to pick them, huh? Yeesh. Therapist, yet she was allegedly in on the CSAM of her kiddo, yes. I guess, I don't know, to be quite honest. I haven't seen or heard that yet. I know you guys are kind of talking about that, so I'm not 100% sure yet. Cat 8 Canary. Cool. Found my old notes. I wrote Brad Post paid for Christina vet tech school tuition and her custody case against Mello. Zach's parents adopted 5 Russian kids. Zach had to babysit a lot. Oh, you're right. I knew that. I did know that. I heard that. And they were like in California, and then they had to move to South Carolina. I think I do remember reading that. I do remember that. Yep. So thank you for that, Kat. Yeah, I think they were in California, then they moved to South Carolina where he had to help raise his kids, or his parents' kids, or whatever. I do remember that. Cat 8 Canary. Zach met John Mello in 2020, did domestic work for him. Okay, we were just talking about the music connection too. There's a picture that Trial Junkies United sent us of him. Let me see if I can. Well, I'm not going to download that because it might cause problems. But yeah, they definitely connected on music. Therapist asked, Cat 8 Canary, domestic work like housework? OnlyFans says, can I say the 2 magic words? Probably not if you're going to say what I think you're going to say. Skylar Banks. Could it be that Zachary was a victim of child aggression at a young age and took it upon himself to do this crime? Maybe it was rumored that she was aware and a part of the acts and pictures, just a rumor. Could be. Yeah, anything's possible at this point. He just looks like such a sweet guy, you know, Zachary Hughes. He just doesn't look like he would hurt a fly, you know. Cat 8 Canary, yes, like housework. Wink, wink, right? Yeah, if you guys have any other information that you want to throw in the chat, let me know. I'll pull it up. There's a lot of background information that's been going on with news reporters and other channels. I'm going to get you back here just in case they pop on. Sorry, don't mean to do that. What is that? Okay. So he cleaned his house, Aaron says. Yeah, there's a picture. Child Junkies United sent a picture of Mello hanging out with Zach Hughes, a couple other people. Yeah, Irish Amy, that's the DNA is always the one that gets you, right? Weird that his DNA was allegedly under his fingernails. That seems to be the only real link so far. I can't imagine why Hughes would do it. I agree. Stacey Farrow, I'm sure this has been asked, but since we have time to kill, pun intended, why is it called the Rose Petal M trial? Because there was allegedly rose petals found sprinkled about her body. I believe we have that in our description. Let me just double. Yeah, Stacy, in the description towards the bottom before you get to the hashtags. They accused law enforcement, meaning defense, accused law enforcement of overlooking what they described as Brad Post's nervous demeanor when he contacted 911. Rose petals were sprinkled around her body, a source familiar with the crime scene reported. She was dragged. There were visible drag marks. The scene was staged. They also apparently found coke. So she looks like such a sweet person, and yet here she's like being embroiled with drugs and child stuff. Like, what the heck? Yeah, you're welcome, Stacy. And Skylar, yes, it was staged with rose petals. Allegedly, there's a ring video. Yeah, that's part of it, that they think that they are saying there's a ring video that is attributing Zachary going into the home. I know, right? That is creepy, Stacy. I agree. At Curville, were the actual rose petals so we don't confuse like we did with the spade? That's true. I'm just going with what has been reported. I don't know if they're faux or real. Faux or real. Skylar says, rose petals and a piano prodigy. So romantic till you get to the unaliving. I know, right? OnlyFan. It does point to his artistic side, though. Why would you unalive somebody and then sprinkle rose petals all around them? Like, right? That just seems so bizarre. That just seems so bizarre to me. Why on earth would you sprinkle rose petals around somebody's? I don't know. And she was stabbed 30 times. So it's not like it was, 3 or 4. It was a very personal, as we know, anything over, as therapist and I were talking. This one person was stabbed like 80 times. Therapist, was saying you were getting tired after 5? You couldn't do more than 3 or 4. 30 stabs definitely points to it's very personal, I should say. OnlyFan, blood red roses. It makes for a scene, I must say. Yeah, that's why it was very, incredible. Oh, yeah. Therapist, after 8 stabs. You're done after 8 stabs. Stabbing air, to be clear. Right, you didn't even have the knife, which would have added extra weight. Irish Amy, I wonder if the custody battle was linked at all to Post interests. Like, did Mello want the daughter away from him? Yeah, I would think so, for sure. Yes, widespread panic. We have a jury. That's why we are sitting here waiting. They are voir direing Brad Post right now. And they're on a 30-minute delay, don't forget. Trial Junkies United, try to set up some kind of serial scene. Yeah. Like a scene from Dexter or something. Let me get back to this, though. Irish Amy, if the custody battle was linked to Post's interests, like did Mello want the daughter away from him? Yeah, and then if Christina was involved with this at all, that's why it was embroiled in a rough custody battle. Was she doing something to the daughter? Again, she looks like such a sweet person. Curviel says, yeah, you would think you would get tired quick watching the interrogation raw for the one where the mom was stabbed 176 times with a bread knife. It even bent during the attack from hitting the bones. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Wasn't that the husband did that to her? Therapist, to stab someone numerous times and sprinkle rose petals around, it sure seems like a personal connection was there. Yeah. Rachel B., not the stabbing air. Yes, we're back on the stabbing air. How many stabs does it take for you to get tired? JM, hello. Welcome. Rachel B., the custody battle. I really need to find a new job. I highly recommend Interrogation Raw on Hulu. Rachel B., 7 on one arm in air. Well, you could always switch. I think, wasn't that the conversation we had over the weekend? Brenda Meyer, looks can be deceiving. That is true. I mean, there she is. She's taking care of dogs. She's smiling. She just seems like such a nice person, right? She seems like such a nice person. How could she be involved with anything like disgusting? Widespread panic. From what I understand, the daughter was a victim of SA, but it's been a while, so I'm not sure. I'll do some research once I'm coffeeed up. I think you're right. I think that's what they're kind of intimating. And now we're kind of thinking, was Mello trying to get the daughter away from Christina because Brad was involved? Oh, here's a public service announcement from Therapist Canned tuna recalled, sold at Costco, Walmart's, Trader Joe's. Other might be contaminated with fatal form of food poisoning. Gulp. All right, guys, throw your tuna away. Irish Amy, I guess maybe Christina didn't know. Well, apparently they also, we don't know that, but apparently Mello had photos and videos of her, and that's what he and Hughes were sending around to her family and friends and work, that they had some compromising photos of her. Rachel B., Therapist brain, stabbing air, contaminated tuna. That's funny. Cat 8 Canary, my notes. When the dollhouse business was being fought over by Mello and wife, it was so ugly there was a Facebook page, Operation Melodrama, listing if Mello or wife there each night. Mello disliked, Operation Melodrama. That's funny. Trial Junkies United. People can be evil. Looks have nothing to do with what is in a person's heart. That is true. That is true. Yeah, the melodrama. That's a good one. I'm going to note that already. That could be our first band name, Melodrama. And will that be our? Will that be the people that go to the court? Our court watchers are the melodramas. What do you guys think about that? Our court watchers, those that are going to go to court, melodramas. We're just playing, we're spitballing here, throwing stuff against the wall right now. Irish Amy, oh man, I was going to have tuna for lunch. Hopefully it's okay here. Does anyone else wonder why it's tuna fish but we don't say chicken bird. That's really funny. Or how about meat cow? I'm going to have some, well, we do say pork. I'm going to have some meat cow burgers today. Can I have a cow burger? Stacy Farrow. So is the state's theory that Mello got his friend Hughes to do his dirty work? I guess we're not quite sure because we haven't heard the openings yet. But we're not quite sure. OnlyFan says, no to you, Stacy. Mello is currently not complicit. That is true. He's involved in his own custody battle shenanigans. But why on earth would Hughes do this? What's the motive? We've got to hear about the motive, right? He just showed up one day and decided to stab her 30 times and throw a bunch of rose petals around her body? I mean, that doesn't make sense either. So we're waiting to hear opening. Cat 8 Canary. Christina was in the CSAM material posing with, child and child friend, according to the complaint against Post. Oof. Yikes. Oof. That's rough. Rachel B. My daughter asked one year when she was 4 years old, is the ham of the turkey at Thanksgiving? Oh, is this the ham of the turkey? That's funny. Rachel B. Like, ham is a general term for meat. Trial Junkies United. Objection to that name because they have tried to say that Mello and Zach were chatting on WhatsApp during the time. Oh, melodrama? You don't like melodrama? Is that what you're objecting to? Irish Amy, do we know who has the daughter now? I do not. I do not know. And OnlyFan, Mello's got harassment charges. So are we putting on the shelf melodrama? I said it was just a work in progress. We're just spitballing here. Yeah. Yep. All right. So that's one no from Trial Junkies United for melodrama. All right. Well, we need to find another name for our court watchers, our court reporters. It'll come. We don't have to force it. It'll come. Maybe it'll come day 1 or 2, but it'll present itself. It's like a piece of clay. It will present itself. The photos that Mello and Zach were sending to family, friends, etc. were with her in the photos. So she apparently was in these photos. Oh man, that is just terrible. The depravity of people. Yeah, who has this poor 9-year-old? Maybe she's with foster or grandparents. I don't know. Therapist, opening statements haven't started. We have so much time. That is true. We're going to jump over to Monica Cementili, to be quite honest, you guys. I mean, not immediately, but I definitely want to get her in today. Irish Amy, I wonder if maybe Christina put the Petals out for a romantic evening or something and then was unalive there and it looked staged. Just got my Jonathan Creek mindset on. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning when she was discovered. Could have been the night before, I suppose. We're going to have to find out when Zachary Hughes went into, because they have ring footage of him going into the house. So we're going to have to find out what that is, or when that was, I should say. Child Junkies United. So far, the only redeeming person is this poor little girl that was surrounded a lot of not good people. Seems like it. Widespread panic. Okay, my research shows that Parcell was allegedly creating the CSAM with her fiancé, including pictures of her own daughter. So that's why Mello wanted the daughter away. I can see that. So then Hughes goes over and he takes her out. Therapist, is Mello in jail or no? That I'm not sure about. Cat 8 Canary, filing says Christina graphically posed with the rose petals. Eesh, Jesus. Irish Amy, okay, that would be a pretty strange romantic evening then. Yeah. And she was found on the floor, too. I mean, who presents themselves on the floor? I guess, I don't know. Cat 8 Canary, Mello is not in jail. And yes, thank you, Cat 8 Canary. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Irish Amy says, that is just horrific if it turns out to be true. And Therapist, says, thank you to Cat 8 Canary. Yeah, whatever you guys can find, let us know. Cat 8 Canary, charges custodial interference dropped on Mello. Okay. Custodial interference. Wow, it could be that situation where that judge got deleted, got shot by the sheriff, and now that we're finding out more and more, maybe these people that do get deleted aren't really the nicest. Not that they deserve to be, but people are taking justice into their own hands, Maybe Hughes. Well, Hughes and Mello were definitely kind of blackmailing, I guess, Christina by sending these graphic pictures around. But then why would they want her deleted? And why would they want her taken care of? Boy, this is a long proffer. Cat 8 Canary, I am behind on Judge Shot case. Do they have a motive why Judge shot? As far as I know, or from what we've sort of heard, is that the judge was culling favors from women who were in the prison. I'm sorry, in the jail. So they were waiting to be sentenced or go on trial, and he was like, hey, do me this favor and I'll do you this favor. I think that's kind of where that lies, I think. Child Junkies United, it is dark and pouring now. Yeah, all those people in the Midwest, you guys are supposed to be getting slammed, right, with the storm? It's kind of gloomy here, but not raining at least. So Irish Amy says, if they were both involved in the CSA, then I don't condone harassment at all, but it makes more sense why Mello would be so aggressive in trying to get custody. Yeah, because he's going to get caught, busted, as well. So why would he go that route? I don't understand why he would harass her, but. Widespread panic. This is where the case really gets me. If Hughes were angry enough to delete Parcell, I understand that he was protecting children, but he ended somebody, and that's not cool. Yeah. Yeah, just call the authorities and get them involved and have them deal with it. Cat 8 Canary Mello had full custody. Christina only had visitation. Huh. So then did Hughes, lose it or something? We got some movement. Judge just popped up. Boink. And he's gone. Judge popped up. And then he's gone. Come back, Judge, come back. Therapist, said, if it were my child and Hughes deleted someone assaulting my kid, I wouldn't even be a little mad. Right? Cat A Canary, you dislike the victim. I know, right? That's always tough. When somebody gets stabbed 30 times, you're like, ooh. How do you feel about that? Irish Amy, that was hilarious with the judge doing a little pop-up. I know, right? Boink. Excuse me. Judge did a little pop-up. He was like a mole, whack-a-judge. Whack-a-judge. Christina Blair, stabbing 30 times sounds like overkill, which means high emotions. Agreed. And then apparently there was rose petals sprinkled all around her body. She was dragged. There's drag marks. Highly emotional. Absolutely, Christine. Agreed. I think anything probably over 4 or 5 is going to be. Whack-a-judge. Right? That's funny. Cat 8 Canary, court filing says that when the order to bring child back from Italy was made, the judge was misled about custody. Mello is suing law enforcement for harassment. Huh. So he has a suit against him for harassing Christina, and then now he's suing law enforcement for harassment. Wow, this is so tangled. You know? The tangled web that we weave. Yes, Hellcat, they are a little older. So Post was born in 56, Mello was born in 60, and Christina was born in 80. So, yes, they are a little bit older. 20 years and 24 years. So they are definitely a little bit older. Rachel B says it's hard to know what is what and who is actually at fault in custody filings. Yeah, it gets real messy when kids are involved, that's for sure. Cat 8 Canary, yes, harassment all around. Cat 8 Canary, it is all online, sickening to read all the charges and probable cause information. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Widespread widespread panic. I almost said widespread ginger. I didn't realize Hughes was a ginger. That's it. Not guilty. I'm just a little biased. That's funny. Christine Blair, Sir Walter Scott's poem, Marmion. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Thank you for educating us and bringing some class and culture to the chat. Trial Junkies United, even if they needed deletion as the defense, even if they needed deletion as the defense, then you have to pay the consequences. JD Delay has a t-shirt that says, touch my kids, I will be smiling in the courtroom. Widespread ginger. You can pretty much put anything after widespread, right? Cat 8 Canary, X says court is back. Judge talking to jury. We are a 30-minute timeout period. Right, well, it's a delay, right? We're in a 30-minute delay, so. And now we wait for the judge to come back. Okay, I think we're going to get through openings, and then I want to go back to Monica Sementili because this is the last day of her for like 6 days. all this week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Monday we're going to be out. So I want to tie her up in a nice little bow. So I want to at least get through openings, and then we'll bounce over to Monica. Hopefully their openings won't be 5 hours long. Widespread panic. Being a ginger has always made me feel special, though my sister teased me enough when I was a kid. Aw. We're leaving after openings. Arg. Yeah, well, what if in Monica it's Austin? What if Austin comes on and the medical examiner? You see my pain. Yeah, my head is going to explode too. What happens if we miss Austin? Cat 8 Canary, what time is it in South Carolina? It is 11. It's 10:08 where you are. They're East Coast time. They're 1 hour ahead of you. Right? I mean, what if we I don't know what to do. You guys, should we stay here? You guys want to stay here and not go to Monica? We could play Monica, I guess, on Saturday. I guess we could do that. Irish Amy, I get that, Squeegee. What's the betting? If we stay here, it will be Austin, and if we go to Monica, it will be more numbers. I know. I want both too. Well, before we had to be on screen, we would be dual streaming right now. Follow your heart. I know, it's a tough decision. Well, we know we have to hear Monica can be Zoom. Yeah. It's tough because we still have to hear from the medical examiner as well as the Austin. You know, those are the two that I want to hear. I suppose we could wait. If you guys are okay with that, I'll stay here. I mean, I don't mind. I'll stay here for sure. We have about, I guess we could do that. Hold on, I got to do something real quick for something. Sorry, don't mean to make noises. That's annoying. Split screens. That would be interesting. Only fan, but we'll go by your lead. Yeah, Monica's the perfect trial for Zoom. All right. Carol wants Monica. Irish Amy, we will see both at some point though, right? Yep, so whichever you prefer. Yeah, we're definitely going to do both. Then we also have Megan. We got Megan Boswell. I still want to finish. I don't want to just let her fall off the cliff either. Widespread panic. If YouTube says there's not enough original content in your videos now, I'm going to throw water balloons at somebody. Oh, all right. We got a judge. We might have some action here, peeps. All right, I'm gonna go silent. Let's see what happens. Yes.
Nothing from the state.
Nothing from the defense.
Counsel, as I have previously, in the words of Judge Pyle, these are opening statements, not arguments, counsel. Okay. Bring them in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for promptly being here. I appreciate it. I had legal matters that I had to take up with the attorneys in this matter. And again, I just want to thank you for your patience and thank you for your service. Can you please swear the jury?
Please stand and raise your right hand. The correct response to the oath is I will. You shall well and truly try the case 2022 GS 232194, the state versus Zachary David Hughes, indicted for murder and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, 2024 GS 235425A for burglary first degree, 5412 for harassment, and 5413 for conspiracy, and a true verdict rendered according to the law and the evidence, so help you God. I will. I will. Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now the jury in this case, and I'll take a few minutes to tell you something about your duties as jurors and give you some instructions. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on the law, and those instructions will control your deliberations. The criminal case has been brought by the state of South Carolina, and I will sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. The state is represented in this trial by Solicitor Walter Wilkins and Jake Hofert. The defendant is represented by his attorneys, Mark Moyer and Andrew Moorman. The defendant has been charged by the state with murder possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, burglary first degree, harassment, and conspiracy. The charges against Zachary David Hughes are contained in the respective indictments. The indictment is simply the description of the charges against Zachary David Hughes. It is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to these charges and denies committing the crime. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless all of you unanimously find that the state has proven his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. South Carolina law makes the jury the finder of facts. You 12 alone are the finders of facts, and it will be your duty to decide from the evidence what the facts are. You will hear the evidence, decide what the facts are, and then apply those facts to the law I give you at the close of this case. That is how you will reach your verdict. In doing so, you must follow that law, whether you agree with it or not. The evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other items received into evidence as exhibits, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or stipulate. The same law that makes you 12 the finder of the facts makes me the judge of the law, and our rules of evidence control what can be received into evidence. When a lawyer asks a question or offers an exhibit into evidence and a lawyer on the other side thinks it's not permitted by the rules of evidence, that lawyer may object, and that simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of evidence. South Carolina law forbids a trial judge from making a comment to a jury about a fact in a case. Therefore, because it may be necessary for me to comment on a fact in applying our rules of evidence, it may be necessary for me to talk with the lawyers out of your hearing by having a bench conference while you are present in the courtroom or by excusing you from the courtroom. The purposes of these conferences is to decide how certain evidence is to be treated under the rules of evidence and to avoid confusion and error. I ask you, be patient during these breaks. Certain things are not in evidence. Statements, arguments, questions, and comments by lawyers representing the parties in the case are not evidence. Objections are not evidence. Lawyers have a duty to their clients to object when they believe something is improper under the rules of evidence. You should not be influenced by the objection. If I sustain an objection, you must ignore the question or exhibit and must not try to guess what the answer might have been or the exhibit might have contained. If I overrule the objection, the evidence will be admitted, but do not give it special attention because of the objection. Testimony that I strike from the record or tell you to disregard is not evidence and must not be considered. Anything you see or hear about this case outside this courtroom is not evidence unless I specifically tell you otherwise during the trial. Finally, some of you may have heard the terms direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, that is, it is proof of one or more facts from which one can find or infer another fact. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. In deciding what the facts are, you may have to decide what testimony you believe and what testimony you do not believe. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it. In deciding what to believe, you may consider a number of factors, including the following: the witness's ability to see or hear or know the things the witness testifies to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness has an interest in the outcome of the case or any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness is contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial or by other evidence, and lastly, how reasonable the witness's testimony is when considered in light of other evidence which you believe. It is my responsibility to rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible. But once the testimony is admitted, whether or not you believe it is solely for you to determine. To ensure fairness, you as jurors must not talk among yourselves about this case or about anyone involved with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide your verdict. Do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the trial is ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you're a juror, but do not tell them anything about the case or discuss it until after you have been discharged as a juror. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. If someone should try to talk to you, please report it to me immediately. During the trial, do not talk with or speak to any of the parties, lawyers, or witnesses involved in this case. You should not even pass the time of day with any of them. It is important not only that you do justice in this case, but that you also give the appearance of doing justice. If a person from one side of the case sees you talking to a person from the other side, even if it is simply to pass the time of day, an unwarranted and unnecessary suspicion about your fairness might be aroused. If any lawyer, party, or witness does not speak to you when you pass in the hall, ride, the elevator, or the like, it is because they are not supposed to talk to you or visit with you pursuant to my instructions. Do not read any news stories or articles, watch TV about this case or about anyone involved with it, or listen to any radio or television reports, podcasts, anything of the like about this case, any social media, or about anyone involved with it. Do not do any research on the internet about anything in the case or consult blogs or dictionaries or other reference materials, and do not make any investigation about this case on your own. This is your duty as the jurors in this case. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you have gone to the jury room to discuss this case with your fellow jurors. Keep an open mind until then. I'm often asked about note-taking. You are not able to take notes during the trial of this case, and the reason is that I want you to pay close attention to each witness as he or she testifies and not be fixated on taking copious notes. The first step in the trial will be the opening statements. The state in its opening statement will tell you about the evidence that it intends to put before you so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is going to be. Just as the indictment is not evidence, neither is the opening statement evidence. Its purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will try to prove, and after the state's opening statements, defendant's attorney may, if he chooses, make an opening statement, and at this point in the trial, no evidence has been offered by either side. Next, the state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The state's evidence in this case will consist of the testimony of witnesses and may include documents and other exhibits. I remind you that the defendant is presumed innocent, and the state must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant does not have to prove his innocence. After you have heard all the evidence on both sides, the state and the defense will each be given time for their final arguments. I just told you that the opening statement by the lawyers are not evidence, and the same applies to the closing arguments. They are not evidence. In their closing arguments, the lawyers for each side will attempt to summarize and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you're to use in reaching your verdict. After hearing my instructions, you will leave the courtroom together to make your decisions. I will inform you when you can begin deliberating. It is your added duty, Ms. Foreperson, to preside in the jury room and be the jury spokesperson here in court. It will also be your duty to write the verdict, but I will give you further instructions about that at the conclusion of the case. We will now begin the trial. State.
Your Honor, may it please the court.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walt Wilkins, and myself, along with Jake Hoferth, we are the prosecutors in this case. This is Detective Jared Sparkman and Master Deputy Blake Wolf. They're the co-lead investigators in this case. I want to thank you for your service and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this case to you. The state has the obligation to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard that you're going to hear from the judge. You're going to hear throughout your deliberations and throughout this trial. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's a lot of folks in this courtroom right here that you see. And so we are the prosecution. We represent the state. We have the honor of representing the state in this particular case. The defendant sits over there. That is Zachary Hughes along with his attorneys, and they represent him in this particular case. But there's many more other individuals in this case. We have the court reporter. She's very important. She is taking down everything that we're saying, recorded, so we can have a record of this entire case at its conclusion. And so that's what she'll be doing, and she'll also be marking exhibits. So if you see her over there writing on things, that's what she's doing. She's marking the exhibits in which we will identify things that we will be presenting to you for your review. This is Madam Clerk. She's involved with a lot of paperwork and handles all the evidence that we submit into the court. So she'll be handling all the exhibits that you will get to review upon your deliberation. And of course, we have the judge up here. And if you'll notice, the judge is a pretty important person. He's got a black robe. He gets to sit a little higher than the rest of us. And there's a reason for that, because he is the referee in this case. And he's going to be calling balls and strikes. He's going to be telling us what the law is. And when one of the parties has an objection, he's going to say whether you're right or whether you're wrong. And because there are rules in this courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, the rules are officiated by the judge to make sure that we maintain the rules and decorum in this courtroom and the evidence is presented to you in the proper way. But the most important people in this room, ladies and gentlemen, are you. As the judge said, you're the triers of fact. You decide what the facts are. And the great thing about serving as a juror is that you don't leave your common sense at the door. You get to bring it with you in here. And you get to listen to the testimony that'll come right from this chair right here. And you get to look at the evidence that's presented in your deliberations. And you can see it along the way of how this case progresses. You'll hear different kinds of evidence. So the judge said, you hear direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. They're both very powerful pieces of evidence. They can be used in any way in which you accept them. Direct evidence is simple. It's something that somebody can see, taste, or smell, something that they see. If you see somebody commit a violent crime, that's direct evidence that they saw that person there. Circumstantial evidence could be just as powerful. For example, if you look outside before you go to bed and you see your lawn nice and green, and you wake up and it's covered in snow and there are footprints walking through the snow, well, you know that somebody walked through your yard from the time you went to bed and the time you woke up. You don't know who it is, but you know somebody did because you can see footprints. You can derive information from that to form a logical conclusion. Another good example of circumstantial evidence is DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time. Even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there, but the DNA shows that he was or she was there at a particular time. It's very powerful circumstantial evidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the murder of Christina Parcell. And the state intends to prove that Zachary Hughes did in fact murder Christina Parcell. And you have a number of charges that you're going to be deliberating on. You have harassment charges, you have a burglary first degree charge, and you have a murder charge. Harassment is basically doing something that would intrude into the personal life of somebody, causing mental anguish. Burglary first degree means you went into somebody's home for the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is an angry heart. We have to show that Zach Hughes had an angry heart. He was mad. And you can derive that information from any of the testimony, any of the evidence that we have that we present to you. So in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about a number of characters. The main character is Christina Parcell. She was murdered on October 13th, 2021. And she was living in the Canebrake neighborhood with her sister, Tina Parcell, and Christina's daughter, Aida Mello. They were living in that neighborhood in a house in Canebrake. And Christina Parcell had been going through a very tremendous child custody dispute with John Mello since Aida was 3 years old. At the time, Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they had been battling custody over Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020 when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy, and Christina fought to get her back. And in April of 2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood. So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case? Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello. And they began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, an effort to show that she's a bad mother. And as the custody dispute it elevated into a situation where custody might not go in John Mello's favor. And at that point, Zach Hughes made the ultimate decision. Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the indictments from the grand jury charging Zach Hughes with harassment and burglary first and murder. And the grand jury, true bill of these cases, they came out, and these are the charging documents. And while the defendant at this point in this case is certainly clothed in innocence, once you hear the evidence from that chair, you hear the evidence that's presented to you, you're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. And he committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, the defense is going to defer opening until our case. Thank you.
Which is your right.
Stay.
All right, Your Honor. The state calls Sarah Young.
Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Sarah Young,
Ms. Young, with whom are you employed?
the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the 911 tape research analyst.
All right, and what is a 911 tape research analyst?
Essentially, we pull 911 calls for the solicitor's office and the officers.
And so how does 911 operate?
Essentially, when a 911 call comes into dispatch, dispatch determines whether or not which agency the caller is needing. So whether or not they need police, fire, EMS, they'll get information from the caller and they'll transfer them to the proper agency.
And are the calls recorded?
Yes.
And when do they begin recording the call?
Automatically. As soon as someone calls in a 911, it automatically starts recording.
So while it's ringing on, say, the caller's side, it's recording on your side?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? And do y'all maintain all of those records?
Yes, sir.
Inside the 911 office?
Yes, sir.
And are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those your initials on there?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is this?
That is a recording of the 911 call.
All right. I'm referring, is this a recording of a 911 call on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And you have your records up there?
Yes, sir.
To help you remember?
Yes, sir.
It was a long time ago, wasn't it?
That it was.
Do you know about what time this call came in?
The call came in at 11 a.m.
At 11 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what number called it?
Yes, sir.
What number called it?
The number we have recorded is 864-436-2499.
And do you know who was calling? Does it tell you?
The caller did not give his name.
Did not give his name?
No.
And do you know what address that it was calling for?
Yes, sir. The address provided was 122 Canebrake Drive.
Okay. Do you know if that's in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 7 into evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, State's number 7 comes into evidence.
Now, the State would like to publish it.
Emergency. 122 Canebrake Drive. NJ Police, Fire, EMS.
I'm sorry? I think I might have a death.
Okay, let me connect you.
I walked in my fiance's house. She wouldn't answer my call. There's a very weird smell, and I can't get her to come around.
Okay, let me.
Laid all over the floor.
Let me connect you to EMS there. Hold on just a moment.
All right.
Fire. What's the address of the emergency?
122 Canebrake Drive.
122 Canebrake Drive. And what's another street near Canebrake Drive?
I don't know. Southeast Drive.
Okay. In Greer?
Yes.
All right. The phone number you're calling.
I'm sorry?
The phone number you're calling from?
864-436-2499.
864-436-2499. And has anyone tested positive COVID-19 or been exposed to COVID-19 possibly?
No.
No. Negative assessment.
I just walked in. I can't reach my fiance. I came in the back door. She shouldn't have been here. I smelled some weird smell. I looked like she's flat out on the floor.
Okay, you smell a weird smell and she's flat on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, just one moment.
I think I said it. My list said it.
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay, then we need to get her, turn her over, make sure she's flat on her back, nothing under her neck. You have something to put over her nose and mouth, and we're going to start CPR, sir.
Okay, I think she's gone.
You think she's gone?
Yeah.
Okay. And what makes you think she's gone?
What about the place in the CPR?
I'm sorry?
What do I do? I don't want
Well, wait, we're going to put her flat on her back, and then I'm going to walk you through the steps to do that. If you think that she's able to do the CPR, then we can. I have no problem walking you through that.
It looks like it's brain matter everywhere. It looks like there's something
There's brain matter everywhere?
It looks like somebody shot me about the hell no.
Somebody had shot her? Okay. All right.
No.
All right. Do you think that she's not viable?
I don't think so.
Okay. So tell me why you think she's dead.
So she won't respond.
You won't respond. Eyes are open. Okay. All right.
There's a lot of blood.
And a lot of blood. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, the flowers look like somebody must have come here.
Uh-huh.
There's sunglasses were knocked off. It looks like in the hallway.
Okay.
But the smell is very...
Okay. All right. Give me just a moment here, sir. Give me just a moment. So it looks like somebody may have broke in and shot her in the head.
Me? I don't know.
Okay. I understand. Okay. I'm sorry. Say it again.
somebody here now.
I've got some people coming, sir. Do you see anybody still nearby, an assailant or anything? No?
No.
All right. The front door was locked? Okay.
The back door was unlocked. I walked down, you didn't find my car.
Yes.
So I came over, and then I came back and smelled this weird smell.
Right.
And I walked in, I could see there's like a wedding store up.
Yes. Okay. I have everybody coming. I'm sending the paramedics to help now. Stay on the line. I'll say exactly what to do next. Make sure to not move anything, leave everything as it is.
Yes.
And if you can, go ahead and step out of the house, and that way wait for the paramedics and the police at the front of the house. Yeah, I would go back out the way you came to, keep the scene as it is.
Yes.
And then if they want to go through the front when they get there, then they'll let you know. But I'd go back out the same way that you came in.
Okay.
And leave everything as you found it.
I think it's going to on off. I'm going to leave it on.
Yeah, it's okay. Leave it. Just however it is right now. Just walk out and you can let them know you didn't know if you turned it on or off, but just leave it as it is right this moment.
The same thing is really small.
Oh, really weird.
Yeah, almost chemical.
Like a gas or a chemical?
Yeah.
More like a gas smell?
No, it's more like something with just a pesticide.
A pesticide smell? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and get out the door and go to the front and wait for them at the front of the house. Leave everything as it is. Is there anything else that I could do for you, sir?
No.
All right. I've got them all coming.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Sir, this is the sheriff's office.
Is that the recording you retrieved from 911?
Yes, sir.
Answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Young, stay.
Your Honor, we ask the witness be excused.
They be excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call Deputy Chris Robinson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Robinson,
And with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your current rank?
Master Deputy.
The Master Deputy. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently on uniform patrol.
And what does that entail?
Answer your day-to-day calls, 911 calls.
How long have you been with the department?
10 years.
I'm going to refer you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember getting a call to the Canebrake neighborhood?
I do.
Okay. How did you get that call?
It was just a call for service at the time. Someone called 911 and I responded to that address.
Where were you located when you got that call?
Pelham Road at the QT.
How far away is that to the canebrake?
A couple miles, maybe.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
Now, did you go with your blue lights on, or did you
Absolutely.
go?
Just for the nature of the call, yeah, we responded, license siren.
So, what address did you arrive to? Do you remember?
I'm not 100% the exact.
122 canebrake?
That would be it, yes, sir.
And so, what happened when you got there?
So once I arrived on scene, I made contact with the complainant, Mr. Post. He was standing in the driveway. I was kind of briefly spoke to him, tried to figure out kind of what was going on. He told me that he arrived home, or arrived to the victim's address when she wasn't answering her phone. So he said he went in the back door, it was unlocked, and that's where he located her. So at that point, another deputy arrived on scene. So we decided to go in there and clear. We went in the back door. He said it was unlocked. They always leave it unlocked. So that's the way we made entry. Went inside immediately. As soon as we got inside, immediately smelled some kind of chemical odor. It was kind of unusual. We weren't 100% sure what it was. I could never figure it out. But we cleared the residence. I located Ms. Parcell in the living room. There was blood all over the floor. Looked like there was drag marks on the floor where she was had been drugged by her feet or drugged somehow. She had multiple lacerations around her upper, her face, her neck area.
All right, I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to take you back a little bit now. When you got out of your car, did you walk down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And what cars were parked there?
There were two cars in the driveway. They were kind of parked one behind the other. One, I think it was a Mercedes, was the back one. Not remember which one the first one was.
And where did you encounter Mr. Post?
He was in front of the first car closest to the house.
And then that's where did you obtain some information from him about what was going on?
Correct. Just like I said, the basic information about, or he came home and he couldn't get her on the phone, so that's why he showed up.
And so, your next item to do was to clear the house.
Correct.
And did you do that alone, or do you?
No, Master Deputy Brookshire was there. He went inside with me. We did it together because we didn't know what was inside or who else was inside.
So at that point, you have no idea what you're walking into.
Correct.
Is that standard procedure to have two individuals clear the house?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all in fact go and clear the house in this case?
We did. We cleared the entire house. Didn't find anyone else inside besides Ms. Parcell.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it functioning properly?
Correct.
That day?
It was.
Have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That has my body camera on it. I signed it there.
Those your initials right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, is this your body camera that you were wearing that day?
Yes, sir.
When you made a call to 122 canebrake?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit A comes into evidence.
All right. Master Deputy, I'm going to show you this body camera, and we can start and stop it. I want you to kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you see as you're going through and you're clearing the scene with Officer Brookshire.
Yes.
So what is that there?
That's us arriving on scene, or me arriving on scene, to 122 canebrake.
All right, and so is that the first time you saw this location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are those the two cars right there that you can see the silver one in the front?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And there was a red one behind it, I believe. All right. Is that where you encountered Mr. Post?
Yes, sir, initially.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
He was making a phone call. I'm not sure exactly who he was on the phone with, and we're just I'm getting basic information from him, kind of figured out what was going on, kind of what he saw, and what.
Are you gathering information from Mr. Post?
Yeah, just basic information, try to figure out exactly what we have.
Now, you have audio on your body camera, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're not playing the audio for these purposes.
Okay. So yeah, just basic information, trying to figure out, when was the last time he talked to her, things like that. I could see that he was, dressed nicely. He wasn't. There's nothing on him like where there's been a struggle or anything like that too. So he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. So it seemed like there was. She was deceased, just according to his body language, if that makes sense.
And so where are you going down here, the side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is the back door. He said that that was always unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this is where we decided to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked. We had good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the door being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in. So I'm just talking to Master Deputy Brookshire here. We're just kind of talking back and forth about what we see inside the house, kind of what each other is going to do, kind of your primary job responsibility, and that's all standard.
And in clearing the house, what is the purpose of clearing a house?
One, to secure any kind of evidence, and also make sure there's no one else inside, maybe no other victims or the suspect as well.
So where is Deputy Brookshire?
He's to my right. He's holding on. There's a hallway on the right side of the house.
So where did you just see right there?
Ms. Parcell's body.
Okay, so that was the room where you found Christina Parcell?
Correct, in the front living room area.
And y'all continue to search the house for any suspects?
Yes, sir. We're just continuing to clear. I had him hold the hallway, and I kind of just moved up and cleared kind of behind him up to him, and then we started clearing the bedrooms down the hallway. We're just sitting there just kind of talking our way through this, kind of, hey, what do you see?
And are you conscious not to disturb any part of the crime scene as well, as best you can?
Correct. Try not to touch anything. Obviously, opening the doors or whatnot, we kind of have to push them open. But we're not kind of rummaging through anything or opening any drawers, or we're just looking for humans at this point, so the big areas where somebody could hide.
Y'all just continue to clear the house?
Yes, sir. I believe that was the last bedroom that we cleared at that point. I believe I come out, we secure the house so nobody goes in or out.
Now, are you corresponding with other officers outside the house as well about what's going on? Or are you reporting back to anybody?
Talking on the radio, just kind of letting them know what we have at this point, getting a supervisor on the way. They always respond to these kind of incidents.
And is that the front door right there to your right?
Yes, sir.
That's not the door you entered into?
No, sir. That's the front door to the residence that leads into the front living room area that Ms. Parcell was located in. At this point, I'm just checking to make sure there's no signs of life. If we needed to render any kind of medical aid. Looking for any kind of weapons to make sure it wouldn't, she did it to harm herself too.
And then now are y'all exiting
the back door?
The back door. So it's about. So did you cut your body camera off about that time? Or that? Let me ask you this. That's about when you finished clearing the house.
Correct.
All right. Your body camera still continues to operate.
Correct.
Do you remember what you did after you cleared the house?
Went back and talked to Mr. Post, got some basic information, names, kind of the last time he spoke with her, things like that. And just waited on everybody else to show up.
Did y'all begin putting crime scene tape up?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of things?
Yes, sir. Just locking down the house, making sure nobody goes in or out, just to keep the crime scene preserved as best we could.
And as far as Mr. Post is concerned, did he appear to have any blood on him, anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nicely that day. Sports coat, nice slacks.
You'll just answer any questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, please, the court. Just curious, Deputy Robinson, at the time this happened, were you a master deputy?
I was.
You talked a little bit about some of the comments Mr. Post made to you after you arrived on scene. You testified to that in direct examination. I want to talk about some of those comments. Master Deputy Robinson, isn't it true that roughly about a minute, 25 seconds in to your body camera, Mr. Post told you that he was there every day, or practically every day?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he's moved in the body camera. There was no exception as it relates to the audio. The whole video and audio is in.
Overruled. You can ask that.
So, if I remember correctly, yeah, I mean, he says he's there often.
Isn't it true that roughly at about 12 minutes and 45 seconds in, somewhere in there, Mr. Post told you that he did not at that point feel comfortable continuing to talk to you? Do you remember that?
I do when I was asking questions.
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a Deputy Dan Bevel, who might know more about the situation? Is that true? Do you remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly?
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there that day, isn't it true that Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Bevel as someone who might know more about this case? Is that true?
Not about this direct case, but I guess he's been involved with the victim before.
At some point, was Mr. Post placed in the back of a patrol car that day?
He was. You know, he was the first one to find her, so standard procedure just to kind of detain him until investigators could arrive to speak with him.
And at the time, isn't it true that well, strike that. 1 second here. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect?
No redirection.
Thank you.
Mr. Honor, the state calls Bradley Post.
Can counsel approach real quick?
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Bradley Post.
Good afternoon, Mr. Post. Where do you currently reside?
Greenville County Detention Center.
And have you been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Do you know the victim in this case, Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We dated and were engaged on and off about 6 years.
And about when did y'all start dating?
2016.
And in 2016, where were y'all living?
I was living at my house in Rivoli Lane. She was living in her house or apartment. I don't remember what she had at the time.
And does Christina have a daughter?
Yes.
And what is her name?
Aida Mello.
And did you get to know Aida Mello?
Yes.
And do you know who the father
Yes.
of Aida is?
Yes.
And who is that?
John Mello.
And were you aware of a child custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes.
And was this custody dispute ongoing from 2016 up until 2021?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the child custody dispute?
I would listen to her talk. Sometimes I'd assist her to go to an attorney, whatever, but, she would just tell me about what it was.
Was it contentious?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Was there a lot going on in it?
Yes.
Was John Mello fighting very hard from his perspective?
Yes.
And Christina was fighting as well?
Yes.
Now, do you know where Christina was living on October 13th, 2021?
On Canebrake Drive.
Is that 122 Canebrake?
Yes.
And do you know who was living at that house at that time?
Yes.
Who was living there?
Her sister and her daughter and her.
Okay, what is her sister's name?
Tina.
Tina Parcell?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to go to that house?
Yes.
And would Christina Parcell go to your house on Rivoli Lane?
Yes, sometimes.
And what kind of car was Christina driving at that time?
Lexus.
And who owned that car?
It was mine.
All right. Did you offer her to be able to drive that car?
Yes.
And did Christina Parcell have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you assist her with the payments on that cell phone?
She had actually 2 cell phones. She had her own sometimes and mine also. But yes.
Did y'all communicate?
Yes.
Between those 2 phones? Do you know about when Christina moved to Canebrake?
I would have to think about it. I'm thinking maybe April, May, somewhere in that time frame.
And did you have the occasion, as part of the child custody dispute, did Christina Parcell have to go to Italy?
Yes.
And do you know the circumstances surrounding why she would have to go to Italy to get her child? Can you tell the jury what your understanding of those circumstances were?
Mr. Mello kidnapped the daughter and left the country.
And do you know about when that was? And if you can't remember, it's not.
It was probably 6 months before April. Okay. Whatever that works out to be.
And as a result of that, what did Christina do when Aida moved to Italy with John Mello?
She found out where he was located. She contacted her congressman and the State Department and the FBI.
And did she attempt to attain the return of Aida back to the United States?
Yes.
How did she do that?
Through the State Department. I think it was the Hague Agreement.
And did Christina actually fly over to Italy?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
Twice.
And were you assisting her and helping her throughout this process?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you helping her?
Some, but she was receiving contributions and reimbursements from those organizations that help women like that.
Women obtain the return of their children who've
That's
been
correct.
taken abroad?
Yes.
And so did you emotionally support her? Are you involved? Did she tell you what's going on?
Yes.
And so, do you remember did Christina ever get the return of her daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
April, May time frame of the year.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you tell us what you did that day, starting in the morning?
Well, she had a job interview, and
She is Christina Parcell?
Yes, Christina Parcell had a job interview. Typically, when she had something critical, I would call and try to make sure she was up, and she was. And then when she was driving to the interview, she called me, and we talked for a while. And then she was a couple minutes from her interview, and so she hung up.
As far as you know, did she go to that interview?
Yes.
And then when she was at that interview, what did you do?
Generic things, common things around the house. Had to clean up and do laundry and dishes and things like that.
And then did you ever attempt to contact Christina?
Yes.
About when did you attempt to try and contact her?
I think it's around 11 o'clock, plus or minus somewhere in there.
And so how did you do that?
By phone.
And were you successful?
No.
So as a result of your unsuccessful attempt to contact her, what'd you do?
I thought I should probably go over and see how she's doing.
And did you do that?
I did.
How did you get there?
I drove my car.
What kind of car did you drive?
Mercedes.
Is it red?
Yes.
When you drove over there, where did you park it?
In their driveway.
And when you arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. And I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson. Did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people there.
And the door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went through the front door. No, they might have gone to the back door. That's right.
And is that the door that you used to enter the house?
Yes.
So you did enter the house?
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
And so, what did you do when you walked inside the house?
It was dark, quiet, and so I walked back to down the hallway to see if she was in the bathroom or the shower, and it was all dark. And I looked on the floor, and right at the entrance of the living room and off that hallway, there were petals from like a rose. And as I looked into the room, and I saw her on her back.
And when you saw her on her back, was there a lot of blood around the room?
Yes.
What did you do?
I walked over and yelled at her and then called 911.
And when you called 911, what were you requesting?
I told them who I was and where I was, and we needed, I guess, an ambulance or and the police assistance.
At this time, on October 13th, did you know where John Nola was located?
I assumed he was in Italy.
All right. Mr. Post, I'm going to show you some envelopes. I'm going to refer you sort of back to around June of that same year, 2021. And I'm going to show you some envelopes and ask you if you recognize these envelopes. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. I want to make sure the jury can hear me, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to stand this way. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1.
And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how you came in contact with this document.
It was mailed to me.
Say it again. I think
It was mailed to me.
Okay. And is your name on it?
Yes.
And the return address is a P.O. box. Whose P.O. box is that?
It's also my P.O. box.
And when about was it mailed to you?
June 30th? June 30th.
Did you receive other envelopes as well?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how that happened.
Be a little more specific.
So tell this jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it, and did you receive other envelopes? Question.
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was very suspicious, with my return address. And I looked at it, and then I called my attorney.
Why did you call your attorney?
Because of the contents inside.
Can you explain, can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcell. And if I remember right, there was a mailing list of which would kind of indicate that they were going to be sent also to those locations.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Is that a similar envelope as well?
Yes.
And did you open all these envelopes?
No, I did not.
On State's Exhibit 2, what is the address that it was mailed to?
It was mailed to me, but my name was misspelled.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3. Another envelope.
Yes.
And is it a similar envelope to the other ones that you received?
Yes.
And what is the address on that?
I'm 24. It's 25. It was my neighbor's.
So 25 is your neighbor's house?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that envelope?
Yes.
Where was that envelope?
It was sent to an establishment that I spent a lot of time with.
And what is the return address on there?
It's mine.
How did you obtain this one if it was sent to another establishment?
I had known since the very first one that others may be sent to people. And so since I knew the owner very well, I told him that he may be receiving an envelope with those dimensions. And I said, if he does, I'd appreciate a call back.
And State's Exhibit 5? Is that another envelope?
Yes.
And what is the address there?
My address.
And the return address is?
My P.O. box.
And State's Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What address is that one?
It's 22, which is another neighbor.
So after you received and collected all of these envelopes, what did you do with them?
I talked to my attorney, and we set up a meeting.
All right. And after you talked to your attorney and set up a meeting, what did he suggest y'all do?
That we would meet with the county investigator, we did it with Mr. Bevel, and also to talk to the post office since they were sent through the mail.
And did you in fact have that meeting with law enforcement?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to give them what we call evidence, or the things that we were sent, and ask them what we should do next.
And were you in essence filing a complaint with law enforcement for a potential crime?
I don't understand the question.
Were you going to law enforcement in an effort to give them evidence of a potential crime?
Yes.
And when you're meeting with law enforcement, you say Detective Daniel Bevel and Mike Nicholson with the Postal Inspector's Office. Did you tell them how you obtained these items?
Yes.
And did you discuss who you thought might send them?
Yes.
And who did you tell law enforcement that might send these photos or had possession of these photos?
Well, we thought we knew who, of course, was behind them, but we weren't sure who sent them because he was supposedly out of the country.
So who did you tell the detectives had possession of those photos of Christina Parcell without any clothes on?
Mr. Mello.
That's John Mello?
Yes.
And that is who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Aida Mello?
Yes.
Now, finally, Mr. Post, I'm going to ask you, have you ever met Zachary Hughes?
No.
Have you ever talked to Zachary Hughes?
No.
Have you ever corresponded in any way, shape, or form through email, social media, or the like?
No.
When was the first time you knew who Zachary Hughes was?
When my attorney set a meeting to come see me, and he showed me a picture and said this person was arrested for the murder.
For the murder of Christina Parcell?
That's correct.
And a couple more questions, Mr. Post. You and Christina Parcell were engaged.
Yes.
Did you give her a diamond ring?
I did.
Was she wearing it that day on October 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And on that day, did you provide her or give her any flowers the day before or that day?
No.
Didn't give her any roses or anything like that, did you?
No.
Mr. Post, if you could just answer any questions that the defense counsel has for you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Post, just first question, you just mentioned that you were engaged and that she was wearing the ring. Do you remember telling law enforcement on the day this happened that she wasn't wearing a ring?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. You don't recall saying that?
No.
You remember, now you're saying you remember seeing her with the ring?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked if you've been charged with a crime. It's actually 9 charges, is it not?
Correct.
Okay. Ask you about some background questions about yourself. So, how old are you?
69.
What is your date of birth?
12856.
And where are you from?
Ohio.
When did you move to South Carolina?
July of, I think, 89.
What brought you to South Carolina?
Employment.
Are you married?
Was I married at the time?
Were you married?
Yes.
And how many times have you been married?
Twice.
Do you have any children?
No.
Okay. How are you making a living in October of 2021?
I was retired, so it was from my investments and interest.
And also from selling a business?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make a lot of money from selling the business?
I don't know what your definition of a lot of money is.
What's your definition? I mean, did you have millions of dollars?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
All right, so when did you actually meet Christina Parcell?
I met her at her father's cigar shop. Gosh, I can't, 20 years prior.
Okay. And you actually dated for a period of time back then?
Again, that's the definition of date. Yes, we went to lunch or dinner, but it was only a couple of weeks, and that was it.
Okay. And why did you all break up at that time?
It just, wasn't chemistry, and we both had other things to do.
All right, and then you reconnected then in about 2016, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you began dating again at that time?
Soon after.
Had you seen her much in the years between?
No.
Had you seen her at all?
Prior 10 years, no, I hadn't even heard her name.
Okay. And then you began dating at this time. Now, Parcell, Ms. Parcell had a daughter at that time, isn't that right?
That's correct.
You've already testified her name was Aida. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how old was Aida when they began dating?
I don't know if I defined it when I dating, but when I saw her for the first time in 2016, I think she was 3.
Okay. And she gave up custody of Aida shortly after y'all started dating?
I don't know the exact date, but she did change the custody arrangement.
And you at this time did not know Aida's father, John Mello. Correct.
I knew of him because I was told, but no, prior to coming, no, I didn't.
Okay. Prior to meeting or getting back together with Ms. Parcell, you did not
Correct.
know Mr. Mello. Okay. And did you break up during the period of time between 2016 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times would you say you broke up?
I really don't know many.
Okay. More than 5?
Maybe not. Somewhere I never counted it.
And that was at least in part because of the turbulence that was caused by the custody battle between Ms. Parcell and John Mello?
It was part of it because it was becoming front and center of her life, so it affected a lot.
Okay, but you would continue to get back together. There was multiple times you broke up.
Eventually, yes.
Yep. And how long have you lived at 24 Rivoli Lane?
7, 8 years.
And you mentioned Ms. Parcell and Aida were living with her sister, Tina, on Canebrake Drive.
That's correct.
Okay. Where did they live before that?
There was an apartment off of Woodruff.
Okay. And the 3 lived together there too?
Yes.
Okay. And did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli Lane?
No.
You lived there alone. Was there? I guess there was one exception then when Ms. Parcell moved in with you from October 20 until Aida returned?
She didn't really move in. She would stay with me because she always had a house or an apartment that was hers.
Okay. When did you and Ms. Parcell get engaged?
Honestly, don't remember.
Okay. And did you remember getting engaged at least for the second time at the airport? Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when Ms. Parcell returned with Aida?
That's correct.
And there was quite a group around there when you got engaged, right?
That's correct.
Who all was there?
Friends, her parents. You know, some of the friends I knew, some of the friends I didn't.
Okay, and this was at the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport?
That's correct.
Okay, when Ms. Parcell returned from Italy with Aida?
Yes.
You mentioned letting Ms. Parcell use your Lexus. You would help her financially in other ways as well, right?
She used my car when hers was broken or she needed to get one because she had her own car.
And you would pay her credit card bill sometimes?
Sometimes.
You actually gave her a credit card of your own?
Yes, whenever she was buying for me and buying my groceries, yes.
Okay. Do you recall being able to have power of attorney over her bank account at the Bank of Travelers Rest?
I don't recall giving power of attorney.
You don't recall having her power of attorney?
I don't recall it.
Okay. Now, you had a clone of her phone as well, correct?
That's correct.
So this phone that you had of hers would keep track of everything that was going on in her phone. In other words, it was an actual clone. You would see her incoming and outgoing emails and texts and all of that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see. But it was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also you would use an app called Life 360 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your phone. That wasn't on the. So the clone phone was for keeping track of what she was doing with her.
It might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. So like I said, she had 2 phones at several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and forth by texting and that sort of thing?
You know, call, text, email.
Okay. Do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal, knowing that her future, with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen, and so we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
Okay. And you mentioned that Ms. Parcell gave up custody of Ida a few months after y'all started dating?
Yes,
And she gave up custody to John Mello?
that's correct.
And then at some point, she changed her mind and decided she wanted custody, correct?
Yes.
And around how old was Aida when she did that?
When she turned over the custody,
No, when she, I think you already told us that Aida was 3 or 4, I think 3 when she gave up custody.
yes.
How old was Aida when she tried to get custody back?
I don't recall.
Was it years, months after she gave up custody?
I don't recall the time, I just remember the instances that caused her to do it.
Okay, and that was because of her contentious relationship with Mr. Mello?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when John Mello took Aida to Italy, testified somewhat about that already, but that was around October of 2020, correct?
I think so, but I'm
Does
not
that sound
sure.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Does October 2020 sound right?
Yeah, I'd have to get a calendar and work backwards, but yeah.
And you mentioned that when she finally came back, it was in April
Yes.
of 21.
Yes.
And they were in the Canebrake house at that point?
You know, I think they were in the apartment and then moved to the Canebrake house almost immediately.
Okay. Now, you used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that?
Afterwards.
Right.
But not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return her.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crimes.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
Okay. But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Parcell was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. He was
Has
exonerated.
everything to do with it.
He was exonerated for having taken Aida to Italy because he had custody of Aida. Isn't that true?
Ask your question again.
Your Honor, objections outside the scope of his knowledge.
This is what they were asking. So John Mello had custody of Aida when he took her to Italy.
Yes.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean she could be taken out of the country without the mother knowing.
Okay, well, you know the court's exonerated him for that.
But you know that the Hague Agreement returned her.
Okay, well, I'm talking about in South Carolina. So for him taking Aida to Italy, since he had custody, he was exonerated for having taken her to Italy.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when he took her to Italy, you and Ms. Parcell spent some time trying to find where they were by looking at Facebook and Google and things like that. Is that right?
The context of what you're saying, I don't agree with, but yes, it was quickly found where he was.
Okay. Well, you can explain the answer if you need to.
Mr. Mello likes to use Facebook, and he posted a picture of his daughter to kind of show off that he had her in Italy. In the background, there was a poster that showed where he was.
Okay. And then at that point is when Ms. Parcell took all the steps that you talked about trying to get her to go back. Correct?
Correct.
And you did mention that you helped her with that.
When I could.
And you were helping pay her legal bills. And I know you had an agreement where she was going to eventually pay you back, but you were giving her money for attorneys.
Sometimes when she needed it because she was working.
Okay. She made 2 trips to Italy, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the first time she was gone a couple of weeks.
I don't recall being that long, but it was more than a week.
And Lutina, her sister, went with her the first time?
Yes.
And then the second time she went back by herself.
Correct.
And that's when she returned with Aida, and then you proposed to her.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a little bit about the packages. So, State's Exhibit number 1 is the one that's dated the 30th of June of 2021. And that's the first one that you received, is that right?
I think so. I just have to look at the dates, but yes, the earliest.
Okay. This was mailed to your house. And there also were some that were mailed to other locations, but intended for you. Is that right?
I don't think it was immediately, no. That was sent like a warning.
Okay. Well, that was sent first. But where was the other one sent that was intended for you?
To my neighbors and to a place that I frequented.
Okay. And that was a cigar bar called Outlands?
Yes.
Okay. The contents of that have been described, you described as photographs of Ms. Parcell.
Yes.
And you said they were naked photographs, right?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the other materials that were in there?
I think there was like a potential mailing list of where else it was being sent, like a threat.
And do you recall one of the pieces of paper that was sent to you being a website, purportedly from her?
I don't recall it was there, but I was shown that it was.
Okay. And it's a website labeled Escort Advertising and Discussion?
I don't know.
Did you not look at it at that time?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. Were you aware of all of this about her past when...
What are you referring to her past? It was the pictures that Mr. Mello had taken that they were using.
Well, I'm talking about the website.
Same thing on the website. I was told it was the same pictures.
That was what you were told?
That's what I was told.
Okay. Well, the website doesn't have pictures associated with it, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Did you read the contents of it?
No.
Why did you not read those? Why did you not read the information that was in the package that was sent to you?
Because I knew it was a threat. He was constantly trying to separate us and get me to not assist her.
One moment, please. May we approach? Sure. Nothing else for this witness at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
This witness may step down.
May it please the court, we just want to have this witness remain under subpoena.
Under subpoena?
Yes, sir.
No objection. McInnes.
To tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Jocelyn McInnes.
All right, Ms. McInnes, with whom are you employed?
Right now with Fetch Pet Insurance.
And what did you do back in October of 2021?
I was working at Valley Walk Animal Hospital as practice manager.
And what does a practice manager do?
Just manage just day-to-day operations, hiring, firings, inventory, stuff like that.
And where is that practice located?
In Greer, South Carolina.
And on October 13th, 2021, did you have the occasion to interview Christina Parcell?
Yes, I did.
Do you know about what time she arrived and you interviewed her?
It was 8:30 that morning.
And how do you know that?
I did watch the video footage, verifying it, but I also had it on my calendar from back then to verify too.
So, so the actual interview was interviewed from inside y'all's cameras?
Yes, it was.
And you went back and reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
And so what time did Christina Parcell arrive to the veterinary clinic?
Right around 8:30.
All right. And what was she interviewing for?
For a veterinary technician role.
And what does a vet technician do?
Basically, like what a nurse does for a doctor. Just draws blood, vaccines, stuff like that.
And about what time did that interview conclude?
She left at 8:47.
That's all I have for this witness, Your
Anything in cross?
Just very briefly, Ms. McInnes, is that right?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions for you. Was that a full-time position that she was interviewing for?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were you aware that she was already employed?
Yes, I was at the time.
Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked her.
Okay. Do you know why she was looking for another job?
I didn't ask her that.
Okay. But it was a full-time position that she was looking for?
Yes.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor, and she can be released from proceedings.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
May step down. Thank you, ma'am.
We are going to stop and have a lunch break, and I'm going to ask for y'all to return at 2 o'clock. I told you I'm going to be a broken record, but just like I said yesterday, you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, doing any kind of investigation, any research of anyone involved in this case by any means. You're not to look at any social media. I told you yesterday, if you've got notifications on your phone, hopefully you've turned those off, but please do so, and I just respectfully ask that. As I told you, I am going to randomly ask if you have had watched or seen anything during the course of this trial. Again, I remind you, it is important to the integrity of this trial, the justice and fairness to the defendant and the state that you only consider evidence which comes in through this courtroom. And again, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves until I tell you that you can do so, okay? I hope you enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Post, Your Honor. We just want to make sure the record is protected regarding our questioning and what we wish to question Mr. Post about. In the outset, I would mention that something new came up during the direct examination of Mr. Post from the prosecutor. He was asked, he asked Brad Post, did you get to know Aida Mello? He answered yes. We believe that would have opened the door to questions about how he got to know her, which would have led into the child pornography. So we stayed away from that line of questioning based on your previous rulings. I would further like to note that all of the questions that were asked during the proffer are questions that we would have asked Mr. Post. But it's our understanding from Your Honor's ruling and from our meeting at the bench that they were areas of lines of questioning that Your Honor deemed out of bounds, and so we stayed away from them. So we just want the record clear that all of those questions are one we would have asked him.
Okay, you're protected on the record. Thank you. I will see you all back at 2 o'clock unless there's anything else. Who are you planning on getting through this afternoon?
We're going to get through. We're going to crime scene.
Okay.
We're going to a lot of ring cameras.
Okay.
A lot of photos of the ring cameras, exhibits, and maybe through the entire crime scene. I don't know.
Okay.
You might get through the entire crime scene.
Have y'all done? Well, we can go off the record.
The ring cameras are going to take a minute.
Okay, y'all can just come up for a second.
All right, they're going to be taking lunch, but I just want to stay here because they're off the record, but they may come back again. But he just said, what are we doing after lunch? And he said, we're going to the crime scene. So I'm not quite sure what that means. And just now, I'll recap what happened. So don't worry, guys. I'll recap it if you missed anything. So we're just going to stay here for a moment. They're going to be at lunch for an hour and 10 minutes or so. So I'll recap what we heard. We've gone through 4 witnesses already. Compare that to Monica Cementili. They would go, what are they on? They're on day 11, and they've gone through 18 witnesses in 10 days. These guys have already gone through 4 in like 2 hours. Yeah, that's what going to the crime scene. That's what he heard. That's what I heard. Judge said, "What are we doing after lunch?" And I could have sworn I heard going to the crime scene. So does that mean that we don't get to go? Because if that's the case, so many trials to cover, so little time. And don't worry, those that want to see Cementili, let's see. I'm going to yeah, if they end up really. All right, so I know we were asking, what do you guys want to do? Stay here or go to Monica? And 68% of you want to stay here, 31% want to go to Monica. If, and now it's a big if we don't get to Monica today, we will definitely pick up on her on Saturday, because don't forget, they're going to be off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday. So we're going to have time to pick up on Monica. So we're not going to abandon her, don't worry. Oh. All right. That does seem to be it for today, or for now. All right, so very, very interesting already. Boom, so much is happening. All right, let's get to the recap. Is the media going? Media never goes, because then you're going to show possibly show the jurors. Joanne says apparently the house has been sold and has been renovated, but the flippers have had to reduce the price numerous times. The last time I checked, it hasn't been sold. Aaron found some. So it's 24 Rivoli Lane, but the house doesn't look anything like the body cam. So, all right, let's get to the recap, and then we can go back. All right, let us get to the recap. So, all right, so first of all, state had an opening, and there's no note-taking going on, no note-taking. Then the 13th Circuit Solicitor, Walter Wilkins, got up, and he introduced his team, the lead investigators, then the court reporter and the clerk. First time I had ever seen that, where somebody introduces a court reporter and a clerk. I thought that was pretty interesting. And then the judge, he who sits up there, he says this is about harassment, burglary, and deletion charges. And he's like, the big M is an angry heart. We're still looking for the band name. We're still looking for those that are in the area, and you're going to be our boots on the ground, our eyes in the court. We're trying to come up with a little tagline for you guys. So we initially we were melodrama, but that dropped off. So we're still looking for a band name for our court reporters. So main character is Christina. She was living with her sister Tina and her daughter Aida. And I know there's some in the chat that say use the initials, so we will go with I guess M, right? AM. John Mello is the father, as we know. John went to Italy, but in April of 2021, Christina regained custody. At the behest of Mello, Hughes inserted himself. First, they sent photos to the neighbors to shame Christina, and then he took it a step further. And that was it. And then that was it. And then we're comparing Monica. That was like 2 days of opening, and these guys talked for like 15 minutes. And then the defense didn't have an opening. They're holding their opening until later. I've never seen that before. Angry Heart is the band choice name. All right, we'll put that down. Angry Heart. Angry Heart could be. That's a good one too. Angry Heart is band name choice. Irish Amy, why were they in salon? Why were Post and Mello in salon gowns? Because they've been arrested. That's the official arrest gear, I guess. Courting greenies? Courting greenies? What does that have to do with the trial, though? We got to make it pertain to the trial. Does that pertain to the trial? Sorry, I'll stop clicking my pen. It has to pertain to the trial, you guys. And Joanne, if you can make that go to the trial, then I'm down with that. All right. So we get to the first witness. Witness number 1 was Sarah Young. She was a 911 tape research analyst. The call came in at 11 a.m. The caller doesn't give his name. He says it's a very weird smell and I can't get in. Which is interesting because he does get in then. All right. Then she connects him to the fire department. And then he tells the fire department she's flat on the floor. She's not breathing. They say, turn her over. So she's flat on her back. But wait, she's flat on the floor already. But they said, turn her over and start CPR. All right. To which Post says, I think she's gone. And the 911 operator says she's not viable. I never heard that one before. Brad says, I don't think so. He says there's a lot of blood and her eyes are open. Looks like someone may have broke in and shot her in the head. That's what the 911 operator says. Because hearing him, he was impossible to hear. I could barely hear anything coming from his end. But the 911 operator, thank goodness she was repeating because I got a lot from her. He said the front door was locked, but he went in the back door because they leave it frequently unlocked. 911 operator said, don't move anything and just walk out. And he says it's a really weird smell, and like gas or chemical, and he says a pesticide smell. So what do you think that is? What do you think a pesticide? Why would there be a pesticide smell there? And it was so strong because Brad Post smelled it, and then first responder Deputy Chris Robinson, shout out to the Black Crows, he also smelled it. So witness number 2, Deputy Chris Robinson comes in. He's a first responder. He made contact with Mr. Post. He spoke to him. He arrived to the house. He says, Robinson is saying Post said he arrived at the house and Christina was not answering her phone. So he went in the back door and he located Christina. He says law enforcement went in, meaning he went in, smelled a chemical odor. Said he couldn't figure it out. I'm going to spell odor right. Christina was in the living room. There was blood all over. It looked like she had been dragged. There were multiple lacerations around her face and neck. Then the master deputy showed up because, you have no idea what you're walking into. So they always have 2 people go in and they cleared the house. They didn't find anybody. And then they showed the body cam. So the body cam, he first shows up. Brad Post is on the phone when law enforcement arrives. They go to the back because the door is always unlocked. And then he finds Christina in the front living room area. And then that's all we see. We didn't, the body cam kept rolling, but we didn't actually see it then. Then Cross took over at 1 minute 25 in. Post says he's there every day. And law enforcement said he said that he's there often. Post doesn't feel comfortable talking to you about 11 minutes in. That's what he said. Post directed you to another deputy, and this was in regards to another, kerfuffle. I'm not even sure how to say it. Another case, I guess, that Brad is involved with. Post was placed into the back of the squad car, which is standard procedure. Then we had our third witness of the day, Bradley Post, Christina's fiancé. Kind of maybe one of the star witnesses, if you will. They start right off the bat. You've been charged with a crime, yes? Well, you've actually been charged with more than one crime. You've been charged with 9 crimes. So you've been engaged on and... Oh, wait, that comes in cross, sorry. So they said, you've been charged with a crime. He says, yes. You've been engaged off and on. He said, yep, since 2016. He knows AM, the minor child. John Mello was the father. Post knew about child custody dispute. He said he listened and talked to Christina. Sometimes he would go to the lawyer with her. He said a lot was going on. John was fighting very hard, so was Christina. So the sister, Tina, and Christina lived together with the daughter. Mello kidnapped daughter and left the country about 6 months before April. So was that like November, December, January, February, March, April? No, that would be October then. So October, he left the country. Christina flew out. Christina found out. She contacted her congressperson, FBI, and the State Department. Then he talks about the Hague Agreement, which I guess you can't transport minors across borders. I'm not quite sure what. I'm just guessing at that. Christina flew to Italy twice, and then in 2021, April-ish, she got custody. Then they talk about the day in question, which is October 13th of 2021. Christina had a job interview, and he called to make sure she was up. He says he does that often, and she was. They hung up, and then she called again when she was very close to getting to the job interview, and they hung up when she was a few minutes away. He said he tried to contact her again around 11 a.m. and wasn't successful. So he thought he would go over, so he drove over. He has a red Mercedes, which he parked in the driveway. He went to the front door and rang the doorbell. Nobody answered. Nobody answered, so he walked to the back door because he says it's frequently left unlocked. He said it was dark and quiet, and he saw rose petals on the floor. So he looked into the room and he saw Christina on her back. So she was flat on her back. So she was already there. 911 is telling him, get her on her back, get her on her back. Well, she was already on her back. He said there was lots of blood around the room. He walked over, kneeled, and then called 911. And he told 911 the details. Now, I thought his emotions were very, he wasn't upset at all. I mean, he was really, kind of like what I'm doing right now, you know. Did you know where Mello was? He said he assumed he was in Italy. Then they showed him some manila envelopes. These were mailed to him on June 30th. He said he thought it was suspicious, and he called his attorney due to the contents inside. We were wondering what those contents inside are. Well, they were naked pictures of Christina and a mailing list of other addresses. He did not open the other envelopes. One was mailed to him, but his name was misspelled. There was some that were mailed to his neighbors. One was mailed to an establishment that he spends a lot of time with. He knows the guy, so he said, I knew the owner, so I told him, hey, check out and be on the lookout. You may get an envelope. One was mailed to his P.O. box, and then finally to another neighbor. So this is this harassment that we heard about that Mello and potentially Hughes was involved with. So Post talked to his attorney, and he suggested they meet with the county investigators in the post office, because it's a federal crime, sending this through, using the government post office, that's a federal crime. They met with the law enforcement, they gave him the evidence, and they asked them, what do we do? What are next steps? He thought it was from Mello, but thought he was out of the country. Christina was naked, so assumed it was from Mello. Where else are they going to get these pictures from, right? Especially you can tell the timing. Oh, you were 30 when this happened, or 35. Don't forget, I think she was 41, right, when she was offed. I think she was 41, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so she's 41, so you can just kind of, you look like you're in your 30s. Who were you with when who were you with in your 30s, and why would these pictures be taken? So he never met or corresponded with Zachary. He said he gave a diamond ring to Christina, and she had it on that day. He did not give her roses that day or the day before. So don't forget, there were roses found strewn about her body. Now to Cross. So you told law enforcement she wasn't wearing a ring, and he says, I don't remember that. He says, you were in fact charged. You were in fact charged with crimes. You were in fact charged with 9 crimes. Then he talks about his background. He's from Ohio. He moved to South Carolina for employment in 1989. He retired in 2021. He met at Christina's father had a cigar shop, so that's where he met. Then that's ultimately, we can make the jump that was the friend that he said, and they probably sent whoever was doing this sent, I'm sure, photos to that place as well. He said Christina and he didn't have chemistry, so they kind of broke up, came back again. They weren't really dating, but then they reconnected in 2016. They hadn't really seen each other in all those years in between. Changed the custody. He said that Christina changed the custody arrangement at that time. He said they broke up about 5 times, partially due to this custody dispute that was going on. He said they got engaged at the airport when Christina came back with the daughter. She had gone to Italy, remember, and she came back, and he proposed to her there. Then he said they used a lot of tracking apps between the two of them, and the last one he said they used was Signal, because something may happen with Mello being around. I was surprised he got that in. I'm surprised they didn't object to that. I mean, that's directly pointing at a motive for Mello, that she clearly was afraid of her life. So I would think the defense would have objected to that, but they didn't. She had lost custody when her daughter was 3. Mello was found guilty in Italy, but he was exonerated later. Didn't know that. He says after Christina was deceased, that's when he was exonerated. Interesting. Mello. So how did they find Mello in Italy? Well, he posted on Facebook, and in the background was a poster of where they were. So not the smartest thing Mello could have done, but The first time Tina went with Christina to Italy. The second time she went by herself, and she came back with her daughter. And then that's when the proposal happened. Then we found out the envelope was sent to the neighbors and the cigar bar. And then we found out about this website and escorting. Was Christina an escort? And then last witness of the day, last witness before lunch was Jocelyn McInnes. She was a practice manager at this vet that I don't think it's Foothills because she was deleted before she got there. So this Foothills Veterinarian was another place. So she interviewed Christina at 8:30 for a vet tech role, and she left at 8:47. So pretty quick interview. It's at 17 minutes, pretty quick interview. And then Cross came in. Did you know Christina was employed? She did, but she didn't ask why she wanted to leave. Not sure why that was of importance, but it was. And then the defense got up and said, we're breaking, after judge said we're breaking for lunch, the defense said, hey, something new came up in the direct testimony of Mr. Post there. Did you get to know the minor, the daughter? And we believe that would have opened the door that would have led to child aggression. All questions asked during the proffer were all, and then he wanted this to be on record. All questions asked during the proffer were all the questions we would have asked, but the judge deemed out of bounds, but we wanted that to be on the record. Then the judge finally said, what is happening for lunch? And I heard we're going to the crime scene, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they are indeed going to the crime scene. So, what are you guys talking about? Rachel B., they full out played GeoTracker to find him. Lily Coy, where is Ada now? We do not know. We hope that she's safe. Maybe a grandparent? I really don't know. Julie says, Mello was not in the country, U.S. at the time of the incident. Yes. That's a great question. I really have no idea. Hellcat, I want to go to the crime scene. All right, we'll try and find it because what Aaron found as the address just is not matching what we saw in the body cam, but we'll pull it up. Red Rum, just shows to go, yeah. Red Rum Sonata in D minor, band name. That's good. That's good. We'll write it down. Red Rum Sonata in D minor. That is a good one. All right, do you think we'll get in trouble? Oh, cool, if we can. All right, let me ask you this, YouTubers. Do you think we'll get in trouble if we play Zach? He's got a YouTube channel. I want to play at least a few seconds. Do you think we'll get in trouble? And Brad, go into the crime scene and we're gonna get. Do you think we'll get in trouble if we play? Do you think we'll get in trouble? What do you guys think if I play a few seconds of him? He's really good. I mean, he's Juilliard trained, so yeah, he's good. I mean, what do you guys think? All right, we'll get to the crime scene photos or video. We'll get there. I'm dying to show you guys this because he's really good. Oh, balls. I didn't mean to do that. All right. Let's see. All right, here, check them out. All right, just a little bit. Just a little bit there. Just played a little. I mean, it is public domain. You know, it's not like that's copyrighted material. So that's all I'm going to play. Yes, that's for Elise. Feel Elise. You can only hear Tenacious D. That's funny. All right, so let's let me see if this gets us anywhere. This is, theoretically, this is the, it's off the market. These things never work. Well, they work, but they just are. Come on. Okay, there we go. All right, just bear with me here, guys. Whenever I try to pull in like websites, it's just always. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm not having any luck with this web page. It's just not playing for me. Oh, Zeus, yeah, they're going through the crime scene photos and videos, not actually going to the scene. Okay, thank you, OnlyFan. Yeah, I'm having trouble interacting with this map. It happens. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Right now, it's not. It's off market apparently. All right. Yeah, it's just not, just acting up right now. Therapist, you know. Wow. You played violin in 5th and 6th grade. Cool. And you were in all-state choir for a bit? Very cool. OnlyFans said, I tried the cello when I was 18, gave up because I couldn't understand the instructor from China, and a little chopsticks. Nice. I took classical piano for 5 years, from 7 to 12. 7 years to 12 years. And then the hormones kicked in and I wanted to play guitar. Yeah, it's funny. Like, so I, I learned all that. Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, the whole 9 yards, Chopin, everybody. And I turned 12 and I wanted to learn, I wanted to do like New Orleans. I wanted to do like Boogie Woogie. I wanted, Professor Longhair and all that stuff. Fats Domino. And, and my teacher, my piano teacher was like, nope, you're going to stick to the classics. And I was like, all right, that stinks. So I left. And then I picked up the guitar a few years later. So, and the rest, they say, is history. All right, so I guess we're going to stay here. We're going to stay here with, we'll pick up on Monica Cementilli on Saturday. Oh, Joanne, as to my band name, Courting Greenies, the court is in Greensville. Unaliving took place in Greenville County. The Courting Greenies. All right. I gotcha. We'll put it down. Courting Greenies. It's not bad. I like it. You know, Mary Had a Little Lamb on piano. All right, I'm going to go grab some lunch. And I'll see you guys back here in like half hour or so. I'll play a little music. Let's see. Let me get you back here. Get you a little music there, and then I have to do oh, it's on the other one. Okay. All right, so they're at lunch, and I will see you guys in a little bit. About 40, well, they're coming back around 50 minutes, but I'll see you before then. Okay. Have a good lunch, guys. Okay, so Aaron came up with a great idea that we will be finding appropriate music for each trial. So because Zachary Hughes played Beethoven, she found a bunch of Beethoven. So I hope you guys enjoy. All right, welcome back. We are waiting for trial to come back. So we're, remember they're a half hour delayed, so we're going to be back maybe 15 minutes or so. So in the meantime, I found a little somewhat investigators. So in 2003, investigators said they found lewd text messages between Hughes and John Joey Mello, showing he allegedly sent naked pictures of Christina around their community. The two men allegedly sent photos to Christina's job, neighbors, and bars, which we just heard, as Mello told Hughes to harass the F out of her, court records showed. On the day of her deletion, prosecutors alleged the men spoke in coded text messages when Mello texted Hughes, "How did the music research go?" Hughes allegedly replied, "Good, I'll tell you over the phone," which prosecutors claim was code for the deletion. Interesting, right? So a lawsuit was subsequently filed by a guardian of a minor seen in the material, claiming Parcell was also involved in performing explicit acts on the minor before her deletion. Prosecutors argue that if they're shown that material, if the jury is shown this material, they would argue that Post was responsible for Parcell's passing. So that's kind of what they were talking about. Here, I wanted to show this photo. So there's Hughes on the right, Mello on the left. So there those two are. Widespread panic, cold and overcat. Cold and overcat. Those were brought to you by Trial Junkies United, gave us those. So apparently this Ring camera footage shows the defendant dressed in a black hoodie and a backpack entering the front door. Looking forward to seeing that. Other cameras captured Hughes on a bicycle in the neighborhood in the aftermath. DNA was found under Christina's fingernails. We knew about that. So Zachary's a California native. On the day the warrants were issued for his arrest, he was preparing a new job on an international cruise line and was in Detroit awaiting a flight to Europe. This is coming from some news outlets I'm reading through. According to the motion filed by his defense, upon learning of these warrants, Hughes didn't attempt to flee across the border into Canada. Instead, he rented a car and drove from Detroit to Greenville, where he turned himself in. So victims' fingernails were processed for DNA, and the result conclusively shows that Zach Hughes' DNA was under the fingernails of Christina. Interesting. So Zachary was born in Morro Bay, California. They have another son, Eli. Now, both Dave and Mindy were born and raised in California. Upon making the decision to start a family, they wanted to instill in their children a love of the Lord and appreciation for family. The best way to do this is to move to Virginia. So they moved to Virginia apparently in 2005, and they adopted 5 children, all from Russia, which we kind of talked about as well. Yeah, DNA under the fingernails. That's never a good thing. That's what did in Robert Tellis, right? So there's these 2 boys, and then they adopt 5 children from Russia. So according to the Hughes family, they are unaware that most or all of these children suffered from significant emotional, psychological, or physical adversity due to maltreatment. Wow. The initial plan was to move the family to a small farm in Virginia. So Zach needed to step into the role of adult caregiver. So this was 2005. He was born in 80, so he was 22. That sound right? 80, 90, yeah, he was 22. I'm sorry, he was 25. He was 25. No, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Was he born in 80? No. He wasn't born in 80. I'm sorry. Christina was born in 80. All right, let me get this up. He was born in 92, I guess. So he was 13. I'm trying to figure it out as we go along with you guys. Now let's pull this back up, the players. All right, so he's born in 92. Okay, so he was 13 when they moved across from California to Virginia. So he went into music. His parents purchased a used piano at a yard sale. During high school, he won his first place in the Southeastern Piano Festival. Prize earned him a soloist performance in South Carolina Philharmonic Orchestra for the performance of Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 5. So how did they get from Virginia to South Carolina is the question. 2010, he applied for Juilliard. So he was not only he was not only admitted, he was offered numerous scholarships. Wow, so he had 54 letters sent on his behalf during the bond hearings. Many of them were from former classmates who recalled a loyal friend with a great sense of humor and a deep love of music. So while searching the residence, police found numerous pieces of evidence, including cocaine in the living room. How is that evidence? Yeah, what is missing is the motive. What is the motive? Other than Post being embroiled in this child situation. Facts about Zachary Hughes. Zach is 29, born in Morro Bay, son of Mindy and Dave. Had a love of books. Yep, they went to Virginia. So they bought him a piano at a yard sale for $300 when he was about 4 or 5 years old. His parents could almost see immediately he had an aptitude for music. He loved to play the piano. He ultimately received a bachelor's of music from Juilliard. The year Jack applied, only 7.2% of the students who applied for piano performances were accepted. So he's in like the top 93%. A classmate of his writes, "What struck me the most when we first met was not only his deep kindness and great ability to laugh and make laugh, but also his profound and rare interest for the core of musical grammar as well as for new music." Another classmate and friend describes how she and Zach would perform for those for whom music could provide healing powers: hospitals, mental wards, retirement homes. "If I were to describe Zach in a few words, it would be loyal friend, strong sense of what is morally right and wrong, a big heart for defending those he is close to from harm, and a very patient listener." So after Juilliard, he was chosen to play at the Kyoto International Music Festival. Only about 12 students from around the world were invited to participate. He was the only one chosen from the U.S. He served in the United States Marine Corps. In 2018, he volunteered to serve in the U.S. Marine Corps. At that time, he was pursuing a master's degree in piano performance at the University of Tennessee. He initially applied as an enlisted soldier, but the recruiter instructed Zach to apply for the Office Candidate School, OCS, instead. He saw that Zach was special. In Tennessee, Marine Corps personnel convened boards 3 times a year to evaluate the suitability of candidates for OCS. Zach was the only candidate from Tennessee the board accepted during that cycle. 3 weeks into OCS, he suffered stress fractures in both of his legs and he had to withdraw. At the time of his injury, Zach's superiors told him he was in the top 3% of his OCS class, which was comprised of approximately 400 students. They encouraged him to come back once he healed. I'm going to go back to here just in case they come back. So he was in the Marines, top 97% at Juilliard, top 97% in the Marines. Pretty amazing, right? While he was recovering from his injury, a friend contacted him with a request. The friend this woman lived in Greenville. The church had just received a gift in the form of one of the highest quality pianos in the world, and Wynn was looking for a pianist who was worthy of playing its inaugural performance. The friend recommended Zach, and Zach agreed to do the piano performance at the church in 2019. After the performance, Zach and the family developed a friendship, and Zach shared with the family a goal he had long had. Zach admired Beethoven and had a dream of performing all 32 of Beethoven's sonatas by memory during the 250th anniversary of his birth in 2020. This family and their church immediately supported the idea, and Zach knew then he would not return to the Marine Corps. Zach and the church reached an agreement. Zach needed to be able to support himself while he was working on the Beethoven project, but he wanted to make sure the church received a benefit from his hard work. They agreed that the church would request a donation from all those who attended these performances, and the donations would be split evenly between Zach and the church. It would take Zach approximately 2 years to complete the project. Beethoven's sonatas are considered to be some of the most difficult music ever composed for piano and consist of approximately 600 pages of sheet music. His plan was to perform all 32 sonatas in 13 performances. He was able to complete 3 performances at the church before COVID-19 arrived. Prohibitions against large gatherings made performances at the church no longer possible. However, this didn't stop him. He bought a large keyboard and shared his music with citizens of Greenville by playing on street corners downtown. I think I saw one of those. Zach also undertook to have the sonatas recorded. He partnered with Greenville's Siegel Music Museum to have his performances of the sonatas captured on video and audio. And ultimately, between December of 2020 and September of 2021, Zach performed and recorded all of the 32 sonatas. The human element of the music was the gift to the community, Zach recalls. He decided to participate in free outdoor concerts so people could enjoy music live and safely. Pretty amazing, right? So Dr. Racker is professor of music at the Eastman School of Music. Zach is a kind and helpful person that cares deeply about each person that he meets and works with. He is a highly valued member of the South Carolina arts community and has been invaluable as a performer, volunteer, and friend of many throughout South Carolina. He is not a danger to the community or a flight risk. Having no criminal record and close ties to his family, friends, and numerous organizations throughout the state. As a teacher, friend, and colleague of Zach for 11 years, I have no doubt that he poses no danger to the community and strongly believe that he should be granted bond. So he was in Detroit, Michigan, waiting to go on a cruise, waiting to go to Europe. From his location, he could literally see the American-Canadian border. He literally could have walked into Canada, or he could have boarded his plane the next day and left for Europe. This was after the arrest warrant was issued. But Zach didn't leave. He told his lawyers that he would be returning to Greenville as soon as possible to stand trial, and he did. He rented a car in Detroit and drove to Greenville directly, turning himself in November 3rd, 2021. Pretty interesting, right? He has no prior record. He returned to South Carolina to stand trial instead of leaving the country. Both parents have agreed to allow him to live with them under any conditions the court imposes. He has a bunch of friends, family, fellow musicians, teachers, and others who unequivocally support him. This is all in he's trying to get bond. That's what I'm reading through right now. Believes bail in the amount of $100,000 to be satisfied only on a surety bond, with the added condition he'd be on home confinement. So needless to say, they denied this. So according to investigators, Hughes worked for Mello cleaning his house and performing other domestic tasks between 2020 and 2021. It's unknown how they met, but in a relatively small community of Greenville, South Carolina, it is believed music brought them together. So October 5th, 2020, Mello took his daughter to Italy in the midst of the ongoing custody battle with Christina. So this led to the criminal charges being filed against Mello. So then a year later, October 21st, Mello returned to Greenville and was served a warrant for these charges and arrested. So the ring footage obtained by neighbors in Canebrake show a man in a gray hoodie and a backpack entering the residence around 10 a.m. The same individual was shown. Oh, they're back. Seems like they are back.
All right, anything from the state or defense before I bring the jury panel back in?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Please bring them in.
Thank you, Judge. The state would call Darby Jackson.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Please state your name for the record. Darby
Harriman Jackson.
Ms. Jackson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Where are you currently employed?
I am a paralegal for the Lawrence County Attorney's Office.
Okay. And back in October of 2021, where were you employed then?
Greenville County Forensics.
And what specifically was your role with Greenville County Forensics?
I was a forensic evidence technician, so I would respond to scenes, process scenes as needed.
When you say process scenes, what kind of activities would you be doing when you're processing a scene?
So it depends on the scene. I would typically I would document the scene, taking photographs, taking video if necessary, collect evidence, process for fingerprints, and such.
Okay. And were you involved in this particular case specifically? Were you involved in processing a scene on 122 Canebrake Drive in Greenville County on October 13th of 2021?
I was involved in the investigation. I did not process the scene at 122 Canebrake.
Okay, so you responded out to 122 Canebrake.
I did.
Okay, and as part of you responding to 122 Canebrake, were you responsible for collecting some DNA samples for subsequent testing?
I specifically responded to 4 McGee Street
Okay.
To process the complainant.
Okay, and who is the complainant?
It was Bradley Post.
Okay. And did you subsequently take buccal swab samples from Bradley Post?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show Ms. Jackson what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11 and State's Exhibit 10. Showing you State's Exhibit 10 and 11. Do you recognize the two items I've handed you?
I do.
Okay. And I believe they're labeled, so State's Exhibit 10, DHE2, and State's Exhibit 11, DHE1. DH being your initials?
That's correct.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, these are the samples that you collected at the time of your involvement in this case?
That's correct.
And after you collect these samples, or first, let's explain to the jury, when I say buccal swab, what exactly is that?
So a buccal swab is a cheek swab. We will take a sterile tubed cotton swab, essentially, swab the inside of whomever that we need to get it from, their cheek.
Okay. And you thereafter place it in a container like this?
That's correct.
And after you place it in the container, do you seal it?
Then I take it to property and evidence, and my involvement is complete.
And in this particular case, with relation to State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 11, did you subsequently submit them into evidence?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move into evidence State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 11.
No objection. Thank you, counsel. Without objection, number 10 and number 11.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Be crossed.
Ms. Jackson, you said that you were working now as a paralegal,
That's correct.
and you said in the Lawrence Attorney's Office?
Lawrence County Attorney's Office, yes, sir.
What is that? The solicitor's office, or what is that?
No, so the Lawrence County Attorney, the county attorney will work more on civil matters, and he represents the county.
Okay. I don't know if Mr. Hoffman asked you this, and if he did, I apologize. When was this sample taken?
It was taken on October 13th, the day that I responded.
Okay. I've got nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you read your right?
Nothing from the State.
You may stay down.
No objection.
No objection.
Next witness.
All right, this time the State would call Master Deputy John Garrett.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Jonathan Garrett.
Master Deputy Garrett, that's your current rank, Master Deputy?
Head or investigator.
Investigator. Okay. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
I know we brought it out there, but where are you currently employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And what role specifically?
I'm a homicide investigator.
Okay. Were you employed with the Sheriff's Office back in October of 2021?
I was.
Okay. And what role? Was it same?
I was a homicide investigator. Then homicide.
Okay. Were you involved in the present case specifically on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
Okay. Did you respond to the scene at 122 Canebrake?
I did.
And when you were responding to the scene, what specifically was your role there? What were your priorities in responding to the scene?
I was at the law enforcement center at the homicide office when the call came in, and officers, or other investigators and officers were already at the scene. So before I left, I was tasked with obtaining the search warrant for the scene at 122 Canebrake.
Okay. And so on getting that search warrant, do you thereafter go through the scene?
Yes, I do.
The house, I mean.
Correct. And once I obtained it, I delivered it to the scene and responded for any other duties they were requesting.
Okay. What were your observations of the scene at the time that you went through it?
When I got there, the road was blocked off, probably a block or two on each side, by patrol vehicles, yellow crime scene tape, and we also had personnel blocking intersections and protecting the scene around 122.
Okay. And so going through the house, what were your observations there specifically?
I didn't do that until later that evening. I was there for hours. Crime scenes was processed and documented the scene. So I was waiting for another task, and I was documenting information where other investigators were going door to door looking for like video surveillance and things like that. But I didn't have another task until later in the afternoon. I did a secondary search, or later. It was hours later, almost at dusk, to go to the crime scene.
So that would be after the technicians go through, collect
Correct.
what they deem necessary?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you went through the scene, were you able to identify or collect anything at that time?
Yes. I was with the investigator's department at the time, in a white clear plastic bag with a white powder substance in the living room near the front door.
Okay. You said the living room. Was the living room the same room that Ms. Parcell was found?
That's correct.
Okay. If I showed you a picture of that substance, would you recognize it?
I would.
Okay. Approaching you with State's Exhibit 9 and State's Exhibit 37. Starting with State's Exhibit 37, what is that?
That's the clear plastic bag with a white powder substance I observed in the living room area that you spoke of.
Okay. And did you subsequently, and I don't want to say collect it, but did you subsequently pick it up to identify it?
I did.
Okay. Showing you what State's Exhibit 9. Can you confirm for me that that is the bag that you picked up and identified?
It is.
Okay. So that's the position that you found that bag when you went to the house.
That's correct.
And then 9 is the actual bag.
That's it.
Your Honor, this time the state would move State's Exhibit 9.
Which is 9? No, I don't have a problem with the photograph coming into evidence. I don't think the full foundation has been completed for 9 in order to be entered into evidence.
I'm happy to continue later.
Number 37 comes into evidence, lay the foundation.
After collecting what is State's Exhibit 9, what did you do after that?
I conducted a field test on it to see if it was a controlled substance.
Why do you say, so in your first observations, you believed it to be a controlled substance?
Yes, sir. I had a previous assignment in narcotics for 14 years, and to me it appeared to be the way it was packaged, and appeared to be a controlled substance.
Okay, so what occurred after you conducted a field test?
It did a presumptive test for cocaine with a field test.
After that field test was conducted, what did you do thereafter?
It was ultimately secured in the property and evidence section at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center to be secured.
So it was thereafter submitted into evidence?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move into evidence. What is State's Exhibit 9?
Can I get Your Honor, again, continuing my objection, there hasn't been a full chain established yet throughout the continuation of where that evidence went. So until that happens, we would have an objection to it being entered.
Anything from the state?
Your Honor, a full chain doesn't need to be established at this point. This is the individual that collected State's Exhibit 9, conducted the initial, the field test of State's Exhibit 9. At this point, the foundation's been laid for whatever it may be to be introduced.
I agree. Your objection stands on the record.
After collecting what was State's Exhibit 9 during your time on the 13th at Canebrake, what other roles were you associated with there?
I did a secondary search later after other investigators searched the rooms, but I never found anything significant of evidentiary value.
Understood. Thank you, Investigator Garrett. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what was the reason for going back into the residence later that day?
I was on another team that we were assigned different rooms to search for evidence, and I can't remember the rooms I searched, but I think there were the living room, another bedroom, and there's multiple rooms in the residence, and groups had already searched, and then other investigators would search and cross and search behind them to make sure we didn't miss anything or just double check each room.
Do you know how many investigators and forensics technicians had already searched the house?
I don't. I know there were several out there, several investigators and a lot of forensic technicians, but I don't know the exact number.
Around what time was it when you and Investigator Sparkman went back in to do this subsequent search?
Dusk, around 6:30-ish.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 37, so you said this accurately portrays where that bag with suspected controlled substance was when you saw it?
It does.
That is before it was moved.
As far as what?
I'm sorry, this is before any officers...
That's right. That's where forensics documented its original location.
And so it is clearly observable to somebody walking by?
Yeah, you can see it. It was pointed out pretty early, I think.
Okay, so had that already been known to have been there? Or did you find it?
It is already known. It was brought to my attention.
So somebody already told you that there's suspected controlled
Correct.
substance in there, and you
Right.
went back and get it? Okay. And so what you did with that bag then was you took it to the property and evidence room?
Eventually, yes, sir.
Okay, when would that have been? How much later?
It was that day. I think it was logged in on the 13th. Later that day, myself and Investigator Sparkman together did it.
Okay, you Investigator Sparkman. Do you know who's, was it you Investigator Sparkman in the chain of custody?
Him. I was with him because I went and field tested before we took it. And therefore we gave me the item number JS for Sheriff Department 4.
Okay.
The item number.
And do you know who got it out of the property and evidence room?
To be tested.
Let me just ask you what you're pulling out there to refresh your memory with.
Property and evidence sheet, which would document the chain of custody. Or actually the lab report. I don't have what chemist, but it would have been brought out later, at a later date, to be positively identified by the forensic crime lab, but I don't know which chemist did it.
Okay, so would the chemist have come and gotten it, or did somebody else get it and take it to the chemist?
No, the chemist would come down. They would put in a request saying it wanted to be analyzed, and then the chemist would come from the lab, pick it up out of property and evidence, and take it back to the lab.
Okay, so you don't know who the chemist was?
I do not.
So you don't know who then had that State's Exhibit number 9 after you?
I don't.
Did you bring it to court today?
I did not.
Do you know who brought it to court today?
Not exactly. I could assume it would be the lead investigator,
Okay.
Investigator's Department.
Do you know who gave it to investigator Sparkman?
Improper evidence? I do not.
Just a couple other questions. Did you have any other involvement in the case after the 13th?
Yes, I obtained another search warrant for 2 Tyndall Avenue.
Okay, and when did you write your report?
I wrote it months earlier, but it wasn't finalized until October 2024. It was a rough draft. It did not get processed.
What does being processed mean?
Clear through the what we call our Code 5, an incident report system, where it's set in limbo for a time as a draft before it was approved.
Okay, when was it approved?
October 15, 2024.
2024. Was that after you met with the prosecutor's office to prepare for trial?
I'm not sure if that's when we did it or not. I can't recall when we met. But it was close to that because we're doing an inventory of what needed to be done, and this is one thing that needed to be done.
For finalizing the report?
That's correct.
One moment, please. Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else?
I would say.
I'll call Kristen McCall.
Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Kristen Marie McCall. Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where you're currently employed and what your role is there?
I work for Greenville County Department of Public Safety, the Forensics Division.
Okay. And what specifically do you do for the Forensics Division?
I work in drug analysis.
Okay. And could you break down a little bit about what is drug analysis? I know for some of us, but what is drug analysis?
So in my job, I'm a forensic chemist. So officers may pull a suspect over or arrive on a scene and there's suspected drugs there. So they collect them from the suspect and then they submit them for property and evidence for analysis. Sometimes on the TV shows you may see that they do a chemical color test and then they put it on top of the hood. Well, that's giving them an indication of what they're looking at. But a problem is sometimes that can give false positives, such as cocaine and benzocaine will both give you the same color test. So that's important why those drugs come to us, because we confirm or we not confirm what the officer thinks it is.
Okay. And what is your background there as far as education and how you landed in that role with the Sheriff's Office?
Before I worked in forensics with the Department of Public Safety, I worked 13 years as a pharmacy technician, and then I also did 2 years at family court, and then I have 10 years currently with the Forensics Division. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology, minor in Chemistry, and a Master's in Pharmacogenomics from the Manchester School of Pharmacy.
And you may have said this, and I apologize for saying it again, but how long have you been in your current role with the Sheriff's Office?
I've worked for Greenville County Department of Public Safety. We're separate from the Sheriff's Office.
Oh, see, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we have. I've been there for 10 years, and before that, I worked 2 years in family court.
Okay. And in your current position, it's fair to say it primarily consists of you processing and analyzing these substances that are submitted to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Suspected controlled substances.
And approximately how many cases a month do you process?
I would say in a year, I'll do over 10,000 cases.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move to qualify Ms. McCall as an expert in drug analysis.
Ask counsel.
I've got no objection.
Okay. The court will find her qualified pursuant to agreement of the parties in drug analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, an expert witness is a person, or normally a person cannot give an opinion, but an expert witness is allowed to. And so when a person testifies, normally they must testify as to either what they saw, they heard, or sensed by smell. However, we do have an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas the court qualifies, in which the court qualifies them. And this witness will be qualified in the area of drug analysis to give an opinion testimony in the area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCall, are you involved, how are you involved in the present case?
Well, I don't really read the background on all the cases that we get because we get so many in. Currently, our backlog is 7 months behind. So how I got a subpoena, and then I had a pre-trial meeting with the solicitors, and that is how I became involved that this was going to be going to court.
Okay, let me get more specific. Were you charged with processing any substances as it relates to this case?
I was involved with this case because the officer requested it to be analyzed because I'm assuming at scene he thought it was a controlled substance, so he went to property and evidence, put the evidence there, and put a lab request with it. And then I go down to property and evidence and I say, can I have some drugs? And they hand me sometimes 60 cases of drugs, and I have to go through every single one of them and analyze them. And then I write a report, and then the report goes out to the different parties that are involved in the case.
Okay. If I showed you a specific item, would you be able to confirm whether or not you conducted any testing on it for this case?
Yes, because when I receive my stuff, I make sure it's sealed by the officer, and if it's not, it goes back down to property and evidence because you want to make sure your evidence is sealed because that means that somebody could have tampered with it. So if it was open, I take it back down to property and I say, I'm not working this item. You need to get the officer to fix this. So when it gets fixed, I will go back down there and I will get the item, and I will come back to the lab and I'll do a chemical test that gives me an idea of what I'm looking at, and then I do 2 confirmatory tests, which is a FTIR and a GCMS analysis.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9, that's currently in evidence. Showing you State's Exhibit 9 there.
Okay.
Could you confirm whether or not that's the item that you did testing for specifically for this case?
Okay. Should I leave it down here? Am I allowed to bring it out?
You can.
Okay. Okay. Yes. This is my item.
How do you know that?
I know that because I have a date when I worked it, and then there are my initials. And then here's a date when I opened the officer's bag that he sealed it in. And then after I weighed it, here is the weight of the item and then the item. So my initialing is all over this bag.
Okay. Did you create a report that indicated your findings as to what that substance was?
I did.
Okay. And what did you determine that substance to be?
Your Honor, I would object from the standpoint Rule 901 for the purpose of authentication of the exhibit. The state has to establish from beginning to end, because it's fungible, who handled it, what they did with it. The probative value of her opinion as it relates to the nature of that substance is nil, because there's been no chain of custody established, no full chain of custody established as to what happened from the time it was seized until the time this witness tested it. So with that, we would object pursuant to 403.
And I would overrule, and your objection is noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
What were the results of any testing you conducted on State's Exhibit 9?
So after the test is, after we analyze the substance, I create a report and it goes through peer review, which is that one of my peers have to look at my results and we have to agree that we both agree that this substance is what it is. So when he has a state exhibit, I have an item of JS4 and it was described as a bag containing powder substance when I received it. But when I work my cases, I take everything out of the bag because weight is very important when you're looking at charges for individuals. So I did create a report, and here it is.
Okay. And what did you determine? Did you determine that that item is a controlled substance?
I did determine that this item is a controlled substance, yes.
And what controlled substance?
Cocaine, 4.97 grams.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit, and I realize it's extremely complex, and you spoke about it a little bit, but what type of testing you do to break down that finding?
Yes, so at first I do a chemical spot test, like I said, like you watch on the shows, just to give you an idea. You get a color change. You're like, okay, like blue, maybe benzocaine, cocaine, procaine. So in this instant, I got this bag containing powder substance, took it out of the bag, weighed it. That 4.97 grams is the net weight, not the gross weight. Then after that, I ran it on an FTIR, and that basically puts light through the drug so it vibrates and then you can see it. But the problem in this case is that the FTIR is only good for pure substances. It's not good with cutters. So sometimes when people sell drugs, they like to bulk up what they have, so they put other things in it. Say they might put procaine. There might be procaine, cocaine, and benzocaine in there, but I'm looking for that cocaine. FTIR, I cannot see it. So I have to take it to another instrument called the GCMS, gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, and it will separate out each individual ones. So if you go to your house and you take 5 different pills and you crush them all up and it's a white substance and that comes to me, I can tell you everything that you put in there.
Okay. So I know you spoke to it earlier, but how many times, ballpark, have you analyzed cocaine specifically in your current role?
Oh my goodness. I've been working 10 years. And we do over 10,000 cases. I would say in Greenville, methamphetamine's number 1, cocaine and fentanyl. Cocaine's probably fentanyl's probably coming in at number 2, and cocaine's probably coming in at number 3. So not as often as it has been in the past. It's just you drug trends of what people are doing.
Safe to say hundreds of times?
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay. What would you say as to the quality of the cocaine, the State's Exhibit 9 in this particular case?
Well, I can say after the analysis, it did have cutters in it. So usually when we analyze cocaine or cocaine base, which is crack, we can use the FTIR because it's usually a pure substance. But in this case, I couldn't see that backbone of the drug, so I had to take it to the GCMS. So it did have other substances in it. So I can't tell you a number on purity, but I can tell you that there were other substances in it.
At least to the extent that you had to do subsequent testing.
I had to do a subsequent, yes.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination. You said you worked in the family court?
Yes, sir.
What did you do in the family court?
I took payments and I translated in the courtroom.
Okay.
People picked up on bench warrants for child support.
You translated, do you speak another language?
Yes, sir.
What language do you speak?
Spanish.
All right. I wish I could do that. Just a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You said that you roughly process or handle 10,000 cases a year. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's a lot of cases.
It is. We have a quota we have to make every month.
Okay. What's that quota?
100.
Wow, you're way above that. And you don't work 7 days a week, do you?
No, I work Monday through Friday.
Okay. Just kind of interesting. At 10,000 cases a year, would it surprise you if you worked every single day of the year, you would on average test 27.3 cases a day?
Yeah. Just sometimes there's single item cases, and you're talking about an 8-hour day. So we set up a whole run. Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's a lot of samples to test.
It is.
Okay. 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, anything else from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Should be released.
No objection.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Milagros Miracalo.
Place your left hand on the Bible. Left hand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Milagros Maracayo.
Ms. Miracalo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently live?
My address is 133 Cambridge Drive on Greer, South Carolina.
Okay. Were you living, how long have you lived there?
Around 9 years.
9 years. So you were living there throughout 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the crime that occurred in October of 2021 on Cambridge Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about your home there. At the time in 2021, did you have cameras around your home?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many?
I think like 7 cameras around my house.
Okay. And in October, on October 13th or thereabouts of 2021, did law enforcement come to you specifically?
Yes, they went to my house.
Okay. And what were did they ask about some cameras?
Yes, they asked about if I have some camera available.
Okay. Did you give them access to your cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did they take footage from your cameras from that day?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity prior to trial to review footage from your cameras that day?
After they did it, yes, I was looking for.
Okay. If I showed you the USB of that footage, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 15. Showing you State's Exhibit 15. Is that your?
Yeah, this is my signature.
Yes. Okay. So you had a
Yes.
chance to review that footage?
Yes.
And it's accurate from that day?
Yes.
From your home?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move from the evidence, State's Exhibit 15.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, number 15 comes in.
Mr. Mayor Collins, thank you so much. I have no further questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would call Peyton Sellers.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thanks. Please be seated.
Donald Peyton Sellers.
Mr. Sellers, good afternoon. Could you tell the jury where you currently live?
207 Saratoga Drive in Greer, South Carolina, Canebrake neighborhood.
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
Since 2009.
So safe to say you were living there in 2021.
That's correct.
And for the jury, approximately, are you familiar with a crime that occurred in the Canebrake neighborhood on October 13th of 2021?
I am aware.
Are you familiar with the residence 122 Canebrake? At least where it is?
Yes, drive past it occasionally.
Okay. Approximately how far from your residence is 122 Canebrake?
So I think there's 380 something homes in the Canebrake neighborhood. I'm on Saratoga, which is on the other side of the neighborhood, I would call it.
Okay. So ballpark.
Probably about 4 streets away.
Okay. Less than half a mile?
Sure.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to meet with law enforcement after that incident, October 13th of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was October 21st. A deputy came by the house and asked if they could have footage from our camera.
Okay. So you had cameras on your house at the time?
I did.
Okay. And in meeting with law enforcement, did you provide them with footage that they were requesting or looking for at that time?
I did. I think I emailed Deputy Barnett a link to all the footage from that day.
Okay. And to your knowledge, all the footage there was accurate and represented what it recorded that day?
Yeah, it was just pulled directly from the desk cam and submitted directly to the deputy.
Got it. Did you have a chance to review that specific footage prior to today's trial?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed it to you, would you recognize your initials?
I would.
I'm showing you what is State's Exhibit 12.
Yep.
Are those your initials on State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, it is.
And what's contained on here accurately represents the footage that you provided to law enforcement from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the State would move into evidence State's Exhibit 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection. Welcome to that.
Mr. Sellers, I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Any cross?
Just a few questions. Mr. Sellers, so you said you're about 4 streets away, somewhere around a half mile away?
I mean, but I would call it the other side of the neighborhood. Yes.
And you've been made aware that the incident was on 10/13 of 2021, right?
That's correct.
And had you spoken to any law enforcement officers between October 13th of 2021 and October 21st of 2021 when you turned over the video?
No, not until the deputy came to my door.
Okay. Had you looked at those cameras to see if there was anything of significance prior to the officers talking to you?
No, sir. I had no idea what they were looking for at the time. They just asked me to submit the date's footage, and I did.
Okay. So you were just asked to give them all the footage from this one particular day?
That's correct.
Do you remember from how early until how late?
It was, I mean, basically the officer came to my door on the 21st of October of 2021, and I submitted pretty much the entire day's footage from the October 13th.
And the way you gave it to them was by email?
By email, correct. I emailed a link that gave them the full width of footage that they were looking for, and I think it was just, they said, give me as much as you can, and I gave it the entire date range.
Okay. I think that's all I have. One moment. No more questions. Thank you.
Anything else? Nothing to say. You may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call Stacy Rushing.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Oh, Stacy Rushing.
Ms. Rushing, good afternoon. Where do you currently live?
116 Canebrake Drive in Greer.
And how long have you lived there?
About going on 6 years now.
Okay, so you're living there in 2021?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a crime that took place on 122 Canebrake on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, I am.
And I know you're on the same street, but approximately how close to 122 Canebrake is your residence?
They're 3 houses down.
Okay. Did law enforcement ever reach out to you around this time looking for potentially video footage regarding
Yes.
that? Did you provide them? Do you have videos on your residence?
Yes,
Or cameras, I should say.
I do.
Did you turn over to law enforcement any materials or videos related to that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review them at any point?
Yes.
And if I showed you that USB, would you recognize your initials on it?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I'm showing you what is State's Exhibit 13. Are those your initials on there?
Yes, those are mine.
So did you have a chance to review the contents of this USB?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, is it accurate and represent events that took place that morning?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State will move into evidence State's Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Ms. Rushing, thanks so much. I have nothing else for you.
Okay, thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Emily Brunson.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Emily Brunson.
Ms. Brunson, where do you live?
Where did I live or where do I now?
Where do you currently reside?
100 Steepleview Court in Greer.
And back in October of 2021, where were you living?
At 121 Canebrake Drive.
And where is that in location to where the murder of Christina Parcell occurred?
Right across the street.
And during that day, did you have the occasion to talk to law enforcement about some ring camera footage?
I did.
And about when did you talk with them about possible ring camera footage?
It's like maybe 2 hours after everything happened.
And how long had you owned a ring camera?
We got it the Christmas before, so Christmas 2020.
And was it functioning properly on October 13th?
It was.
Do you know how often it would cut on or cut off? Was there something unique about this ring
Yes,
camera?
it was triggered by cars going down the road, and it was very annoying.
So with that, did you receive notices of when your Ring camera cut on?
Yes, every time.
And did you receive the actual footage of it?
Yes.
And so were you receiving a lot of footage?
Constantly, yes.
So whenever a car would pass by, it would cut on?
It would.
Okay. Did you have the occasion to give Ring footage to law enforcement that day?
We did.
Okay. And have you reviewed that footage?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 14 and ask you if that is your initials.
That is my initials.
All right. And is this the footage from your Ring camera that you reviewed?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of what that Ring camera shows?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 14 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. Number 14 comes into evidence.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
There are no questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. You may step down. Thank you, ma'am. Stay with us.
All right. Your Honor, the State would call Harvey Shropshire.
Sorry, sir, please stop doing that. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thanks, please. How do you say your name for the record?
Harvey Shropshire. Shropshire is spelled S-H-R-O-P-S-H-I-R-E.
Agent Shropshire, with whom are you employed?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED.
And how long have you been with SLED?
25 years total, 31 years in total.
Congratulations. And what are your main duties for SLED?
I'm a tech agent.
Okay, what is a tech agent?
One part of my jobs is audio and video enhancements for the state.
For SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, so tell this jury how that works.
Well, what we do in tech services, once we had that part of the division is whomever, has to be local law enforcement or federal, we bring the product to us and we input that information into the computer to a format in which it recognizes.
And are you basically working enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
And have you had any special training on that enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
What type of training?
Through the company that we use is the computer system is adjudicated. They send us off to Greer, North Carolina for training.
And how long is that training?
Well, it's ongoing, yearly software update. And once you get your certification, you certify to enhance video and audio through the system.
And what are the abilities of this software?
It's only enhanced what's given to us. We can't change anything. Matter of fact, when someone brings us a video, we dump it into the system, we get the original back to whomever brings it to us, and we enhance while they're there, tell us what they need and want. And we enhance it from a still shot, and also we put it on CD or DVD form.
And then is that what you return back to law enforcement who requests it?
Yes, sir.
Is it typically requested by law enforcement that you assist them in enhancing some sort of video?
Only law enforcement. We don't do it for the general public. Yes, sir.
And does it matter where the video came from? If it came from a Ring camera or a Nest camera or any of the like, does it matter?
It doesn't matter what format they bring it to us. If it's analog or digital, we dump it into the system. Of course, we got to have a means of dumping it into the system. Through a VHS tape, we put it into the system, and it converts into a format we can enhance.
So in this particular case, did law enforcement request you to enhance some videos?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that for them?
Yes, sir.
Already admitted into evidence is videos of 121 Canebrake, 133 Canebrake, 207 Saratoga, and 116 Canebrake.
Yes, sir.
Did you have the occasion to dump those items into your system and assist law enforcement in enhancing those?
Yes, sir. And once we dump it into the system, whatever we finish, we always put it on the CD or DVD, and we mark it and give it back to whatever department brings it to us.
I'm going to show you some, and can you create stills enhancement from video?
Yes, sir, we can.
And how do you do that with this video?
The system, we make sure our system's never on the network, so no one can have access to it. Only the persons who are there to enhance the video. So once we do that, we have a printer that's set up for the particular enhancement machine, and we print it from there and give it to whomever needs it.
And so you print them out right there?
Yes, sir.
And that's the enhanced part of the video?
Yes, sir.
So you can, I guess, see deeper into the picture,
right.
In essence?
And also, we also give those printed videos or printed still shots onto that same media, so that officer will have that same stuff too as well. He or she also go.
And they take that
yes,
media
sir.
with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as. I hate wearing glasses. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these. Please take your time looking.
Yes, sir, I do.
And so, what did you do with States Exhibit 14 that you would do in your computer?
Well, first, when we download the information to the computer, the officer who's there that needs the information, we comb through all the different video shots or in some cases still shots, and he said, well, this is the point of interest here, so I take the point of interest and actually magnify what's there. I can't change anything. I can't add anything to it. I can magnify what's there by zooming in on it, putting a highlight on it, like you see those circles on there, things of that nature.
All right, so I'm going to show you States Exhibit 16 as well. Describe what you did on that one in particular.
Well, one of the things we try to do is, if we have a person of interest, if you can get the video and comb it and follow it to where he or she is going, to get some type of identifying marks off the person. In some cases like this, when there's a long distance like this, we tell that person, whoever the police officer is, hey, this guy's of a certain height or a certain build. Whereas he and she can go back to wherever the crime has happened, he can mark it and pinpoint how tall that person is. We do the same thing when it comes to bank robberies as well. We try to get to him in the doorway to figure out how tall he is or how wide he or she is.
And so in this case, did you enhance a particular area?
Yes, sir. The front doorway, you can see the individual with a white sweatshirt, appeared to be a white sweatshirt on, and it looked like a backpack.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 16 through 23 into evidence.
You've already viewed those when we do not have an objection.
No objection. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 come in as states exhibits. They come into evidence.
All right, Agent Shropshire, I'm going to ask you about States Exhibit 15. That would be 133 Canebrake. Was that taken down to you for enhancement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Ask you to take a look at those and see if those are the stills that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
Yes, sir.
And are those the photos that you were asked to enhance off that video cameras that you received?
Yes, sir.
Are they true and accurate representations? And where did you focus your enhancement on these particular on exhibits 24 through?
On the individual on the bicycle, because it's not known for a person to ride a bicycle with a face mask on. So I try to get it's a pretty tall bike. I'm 6'5" myself, so the person had to be a good sized person. So I try to get some type of features of the person, individual riding the bike, say for the mask he had on, and also he was dressed in all black.
Your State moves exhibits 24 through 30.
I'm sorry, that's my blood meter. I'm sorry, sir. That's somebody. I thought it was turned off. It's still ringing. I'm sorry.
24 through 30, Your Honor. Make sure I got them right.
We have no objection, Your Honor. No objection. State's exhibits 24 through 30 come into evidence.
And then I'm going to refer you to State's Exhibit 12, where you asked to enhance photos on that particular ring camera.
Yes, sir.
And that is 207 Saratoga. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 31 through 36. See if those are the photos that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
Yes, sir. A point of interest, yes, sir.
And how did you? And I noticed there's a circle around it. Is that part of your software to help enhance it?
Yes, sir. It is. Right. What it does, we tell the computer to zoom in on the moving object, and once we zoom in on it, in some cases, if the sun is shining directly on the camera itself, we try to even the playing field, you might say, make it so that it's like it's normal. And that's what we did at that point in time, is put a circle around it, because the sunlight itself was almost blinding the camera.
So, Mr. Agent Shropshire, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. This is a good test run. To this jury, and Agent Shropshire, you don't know anything about this case.
No, sir, I don't.
All right, and so I want you to talk about the circle and the enhancement.
When we get cases in from all different departments, we really have a ball in the game. That's why we say we bring the officer in and tell us what he or she wants when we do these enhancements. And this is one of the cases where you got the camera shooting from a dark spot into a light spot to another dark spot, which is across the street. So we put the enhancement, we tried to put focus on the individual that's in the doorway by using light and darkness of the enhancement system itself.
If you'll answer any questions, defense counsel.
Yes, sir.
No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Or with anyone. We're going to take a short break, and then I anticipate 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will resume testimony for the remainder of the afternoon. Okay? Thank you again.
All right. Brief moment there of Super Bowl. Wow. Catty Canary. My cat has 15 pounds on yours. Mine is a chunk boy. Chunk boy. I have no idea how much she weighs. She's definitely not like the kittens. Polly is like a feather. She literally is like a feather. Dwayne, Super Bowl cam. Yes. Stacey Farrow. Defense gave no opening and he's barely asking any questions. Is this strategy? They are going to do their opening when it's their turn, which I guess is a thing. I never really heard that before, but I guess so. And you're right, cross has been very, very limited. All right, but let's go through what we have heard since lunch. They are flying through these witnesses. All right, so Darby Jackson, forensic evidence technician. She took the buccal swab from Bradley Post. Cross she was working at Lawrence County on civil matters now, and the sample was taken October 13th. Then John Garrett, the homicide investigator, he obtained the search warrant for the house. He's the one that brought in the plastic bag with white powder inside, and it appeared to be a controlled substance. And it came back as expected, which was the Peruvian marching powder. Cross was, what was the reason for going back? Assigned different rooms, search for evidence, cross search, follow-up search. He got there around 6:30-ish. The bag was clearly visible. It was known. It was there. It was brought to his attention. He assumed the lead investigator brought the substance to the courtroom. He wrote a report months earlier, but it got processed October 15th of 2024. Next up was Christine McCall. She is the drug analyst. She was funny. She was 10,000 cases every year. So she does like 27 cases a day. She determined it was cocaine, 4.97 grams. She says in order of it's meth, fentanyl, and then coke. So that's what they deal with there. Christine. She said it had cutters in it. There were other substances in it. Then Milagros Mayacara. She's a neighbor. Then they did four neighbors. So Milagros Mayacara, Peyton Sellers, Stacy Russian, and Emily Brunson. All three of them gave ring video to law enforcement. And Emily was the one that was right across the street. So then we saw Harvey Shropshire. I love that name, Shropshire. He's from SLED, which is what's that, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division? Shouldn't that be SCED? South Carolina, SCLED, but they go by SLED. Anyway, he's the video technician. He enhances video. He says there was an individual on a bike with a mask on, which he thought, who rides a bike with a mask on? They were all dressed in black. He said they seemed 12, about 6'5", and he created stills from the video, and then they showed a still image of a person at the door of the house. It was very, very grainy. So Ken, let me get back to you. You have a major issue with what's going on. Let me just see what's going on. The problem is everyone's sort of okay with it. So even if you bring in an expert to say, hey, maybe you shouldn't do this when it's super important, like being a suspect, no one really cares. All right, Ken, I'm not quite sure. Let me back up. Why are you upset? Let me see. Ken also says, this happened in the defense closing in Telus as well, and I burned down my apartment. Ken, what's going on? Video cameras and photo cameras work differently. Yes. The software works differently. Yes. The incident of artifacts is in a still frame from a video is widely higher. So there's so much more I hate it all. Okay. Well, that's why I said that photo was ridiculously grainy. So they take a video and they take I mean, how many of you have been watching a video, on your phone, then you try to take a screen capture of it? Yeah, it's terrible. You don't get it. Widespread panic. Got interrupted while Sled Dude was on the stand. Did I miss anything big? Other than Ken melting down, Ken's not happy. It can be OnlyFans depending on what you're using it for primarily, so it might not be a big deal here, but it was a pretty big deal in Telus, in my opinion, especially when dropped in closing. Nanar says, I've seen defense opening once the defense case in chief starts. It was done recently. I was thinking maybe Telus case, but I'm not sure. I don't remember, because we watched that. I would have remembered that. It's the first time I've seen this, I think this is the first time I've seen it. Shirley Roth. Oh, it is way blurred. It is way blurred. Here, let me show you guys. It is beyond blurry. I mean, you guys remember what it looked like, but let's take another look at it. Of course, let's see. I mean, are you kidding me? Serious? Look at that thing. Is that even a person, or is that an alien? Is that a dog? Is that a bear? What is that? Is that an actual person? I mean, if that stands up in court, I'm going to throw my papers and walk out. I mean, serious? That is just beyond. Cat 8 Canary, Tellis and Melody Ferris both used defense. It wasn't me despite the evidence. None you bitness. Brooks did it. Yeah, he's been moved, right? He moved to Colorado. Widespread panic. So it was a white person wearing a shirt. I guess. Shirley Roth says tank top and then a sweatshirt. Brad says it's the alien ship from Space Invaders. Yeah, that's a good one. It does. I mean, are they holding... Oh, it's a backpack? Or are they holding a phone? Or are they holding a tablet? Maybe that's a backpack? I'm trying to figure out. Julie says Tellis did it, right? Nanar, that could be anyone. A paperboy. Are we looking at the back? Is that what we're supposed to be? That's the back of them? And they have a backpack on? Is that what I'm seeing? So Ken Rosenberg, so the issue is primarily how a video camera interprets information between individual frames. Yep. It can depend on the modern model camera, the software, the editing software, way complicated compared to photos. Totally agree. So you're upset that they're taking stills out of video, Ken? Is that the main crux of your argument? That they should not be making stills out of video? If I'm understanding your rant, is that what you're upset about? Widespread panic. Brat, why hasn't the creator of Space Invaders been charged? That's funny. Nunyabitness. Looks like a backpack to me. Okay. Christine Blair. It definitely looks like we're looking at the back of somebody with that backpack. Black backpack. Yeah. But he was wearing all black. Wouldn't he just be absorbed by the door? If he was wearing all black, he should just be... That should just be like all black. It looks like he has gray on. All right. Julie says, so why not show a clip from the video for 5 to 10 seconds? I'm hoping we see some video. I hope we see some video. We better see some video. They got 4 frickin' neighbors. They got 4 neighbors ringing. They better show some video. Ken Rosenberg says, yep. And when you're using it for something important like identification, like in Tellis, it really bugs me. You're totally right. All right. I hear you. I hear you. None your business. Bitness. I mean, Brooks reserved his opening. Oh, for the start of his case, whatever case he had. Yeah. Well, we're not going to use that as one of the better, one of the more legal cases. No, that's not the right word, but Cat 8 Canary. I heard white sweatshirt, then black hoodie with a backpack. Is he standing in the hole? I know, right? Yeah, he had a hoodie on. Yep, Nanar said he had a hoodie on. Wait, I want to get to Dwayne's comment. I just got home. Is that a person I'm looking at? Supposedly, Dwayne. Yeah, that's what they're trying to sell us. That's the dude on a bike, and he had a backpack. He's like 6'5" or something. Stacy Farrow. When I look at, I see a guy sitting on a porch with a white shirt and jeans. Yeah. Therapist, pretty sure that's me in that screenshot. Ken Rosenberg, making mountains out of molehills is sort of a hobby. Widespread panic. I didn't need to see the video for Tellis, though. The DNA evidence was more than enough. Yeah, I agree. Is that going to be the same for here? Is that going to sink Hughes, the DNA under her fingernails? Brat says, at least with Tellis, the clothes were recognizable. Between cameras in this frame, I can't even tell what it is. I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. This is just beyond recognition to me. Hellcat looks like a female to me. Right, it's like a Rorschach test? I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. A Rorschach test, where you look at a blob and you're like, oh, what do you see? I see a dog, I see a cat, I see a tree. Julie says, or it could be a blow-up garden gnome. Totally. Yep, only fan, then it's down to the DNA. Nunyabitness. It's just the only time I can remember it happening, best I can remember. Gotcha. Understood. Thank you. Rorschach. Thank you. Therapist, Rorschach. Yep, I see a hobbit. Joanne. I know, because if you look at the bushes and then the windows, right? That person, are they standing in a hole? Is that a hobbit? Oops, yes, Ken. The one in Telus that really bothered me was the still frame of him driving his truck, and you got that profile picture of him driving. Yeah, that was pretty. Yeah, that one you could. So many different things that could have been. Nanar, and the person looks pretty short. Shirley Roth, Rorschach. Thank you, Rorschach. 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 Yes, the Rorschach ink blot test. Thank you, guys. Yes. Widespread panic. I can't tell if that's a man or a woman. I agree. I got to move over here. I got a little. Super Ball is getting her afternoon sun. Yes! Hobbit for the win. All right, maybe I'll come over here for now until they come back. I got to sort out that. Christina Blair, it could be a scarecrow. Could be a lot of things, right? Seriously, I mean, we got like, 20 people commenting right now, and it's like, what the heck is that? Brat, I see dead people. Oh, that could be considered not funny considering what happened minutes after that photo was taken. OnlyFan, I can't tell that's a house even, right? Julie says, so far I think they have bupkis. Irish Amy, I got interrupted, so just catching up with the recap. That photo is ridiculously blurry. I can't even tell if it's a human. Agreed. Agreed on all points. Oh, Dwayne, yeah, is that a porch pirate? Could be. Could be a porch pirate. They better show these videos. They got 4 neighbors. They got videos from all 4 neighbors. So I will be very, very upset if they do not show some video. If this is the best that they have, I know I'm going to be upset. Yeah. Widespread panic. I'm getting a little disappointed. I thought the prosecution had actually video evidence. They've got nothing as far as I can see. They better bring some video. They better bring some video. Ken Rosenberg. The plus side is I think most juries are critical enough to think about these kind of things. And if I were defense in voir dire, I'd be looking for someone with some tech photography knowledge. That's true. Aw, Stacy, on the side note, this is the best true crime channel chat on YouTube. Yay! Thank you for that. I'm going to take a screenshot of that because just in case we have to, just in case we have to show YouTube our wonderful chat. There. Stacy Farrow, thank you for that. I have to tell you, I had a really, really good friend in high school, and his last name was Farrow. He was a cool dude. Drummer, wonderful, fantastic artist. Like, I envied him so much for his art skills. And his first name was Chris. So whenever I see you in our chat, I always think about that. I think about him. Ken Rosenberg, that'd be low on the priority list, but nice to have. Yeah, Brad, but the butt kiss is going very quickly. I got to work this. Okay. Whoops. Sorry, Super Ball. All right. Meow. All right. I think I'm going to have to go feed Super Ball. All right, I'm going to go feed Kitty Kitty here, and I'll be back in a minute. Oh, Isma, I am so sorry. I was just getting a glass of water and feeding Super Ball. I'm so sorry. Aw. We will absolutely give an extra hug for everybody, to everybody for you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That stinks. Aw. Yeah, it's tough. Was it sudden, or Ahisma, was it sudden? Or did you kind of know it was coming? Not that that really makes any difference, but sometimes it does. Yeah, I'm sorry. Seems like court is back, guys.
Y'all ready? Anything before I get the jury back?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, bring my jury back. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Donna Gorman.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Please be seated.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm good.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Donna Gorman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Gorman, can you tell this jury where you reside?
117 Caneburg Drive.
All right. And how long have you lived there?
15 years.
15 years. And so you were living there on October 13th, 2021?
We were.
And do you remember that day?
I do.
And before we ask you about that day, did you know Christina Parcell?
No.
Had you ever talked to her or seen her?
No, I've seen her, but I never talked to her.
And did you know where she lived
Yes.
at that point? Where did she live?
122.
Okay. And where is your house in relation to 122?
Like 3 away on the opposite side of the street.
Okay. And so that morning of October 13th, 2021, what were you doing?
Having my morning coffee.
Is that what you typically do in the morning?
Because my husband has just had gone back to work.
And are you currently working?
No.
Are you retired?
We're all retired.
Congratulations. So that morning, where do you usually take your morning coffee?
At the kitchen table. By the window.
By the window. And the window that you're referring to, what does it look out onto?
The Caneburg Drive.
And is there a sidewalk that you can see?
Yes.
And if somebody were to walk or bike past you, would you be able to notice them?
Yes.
That morning, are you familiar with Christina Parcell's daughter?
Yes, I saw her taking her daughter to school that morning, walking.
So you saw Christina Parcell and her
that
daughter?
morning, yeah, going to school.
And how would they go to school and pass your house?
They walk up to the end of the street. The school's across the road.
Okay. And so about what time did you see them
It was like 7:30.
7:30? Do you remember what Ida was wearing that morning?
No.
Did she have a backpack on?
Yes.
All right. And so you saw that from your kitchen table? Is that what you
Yes.
said? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108, and I ask if you recognize that photo.
I do.
What is that?
That's my plant.
That's your plant?
That's my side window that goes out to Caneburg, which is right here.
And is that the view you have from where you were sitting that
Yes.
day? Is that a true and accurate depiction of the view you had on that morning?
Exactly, yes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 108 into evidence.
No objection. 108 comes in without objection.
All right, if I can. Yay. Do you see that photo, Ms. Gorman? And is that, so if you, in that photo, about where were you sitting on the closest part of that photo looking towards the plant?
I was sitting facing this way, and I was looking out that way.
Okay. And looking out the window right there?
Mm-hmm.
And out the window is that cane brake
It is.
right there?
It is.
So you testified that you saw Ida and Christina walk past you towards school.
Mm-hmm.
And around 8:15, were you still sitting there at your thing?
I was.
At your seat, at your table. Did you see anything of interest that day?
Yeah, I saw somebody on a bicycle.
All right. And so tell this jury what you would have seen from that vantage point right there.
There was a guy on the bicycle right here, dressed in all black with put a mask on his face.
So Where about, and so I see those two trees in the photo. Where was he about where those two trees were?
Right in between them.
Right in between them. And you can see through your plant right there and see him? All right. And so can you describe the person that you saw and about what time it was?
He was tall and skinny. It was on a black bicycle. He was all dressed in black. I did say his sweatshirt was gray, but it was a hectic day that day, very scary, and it was all black. And I glanced over and saw him, and then I finished reading what I was reading. I looked up, and I didn't see him anymore.
So when you looked over and you saw him, was he wearing a backpack?
Yes.
Now, when you saw him for the first time, did he have anything on his face or his head or anything like that?
No.
And so what color skin did he have?
White.
What color hair did he have?
Kind of like a reddish sandy color hair.
Okay. And were you able to see his face?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit? How would you see his face?
Because he kind of turned and then turned back.
And did he have gloves on?
Yes.
Or so he was wearing gloves when you saw him?
Well, he was putting them on.
Okay, he's putting his gloves on. And then after he put his gloves on, what did he do?
I guess he got back on the bike and started riding, but he wasn't riding fast enough to get down Canebrake. When I looked back up, I didn't see him anymore. I didn't see him go in or come out.
Now, did he put a mask or anything on before he left your vantage point?
Yes.
What did he put on?
A white mask.
And
a hat.
And a hat?
Well, the hood.
A hood? Or
the hood on his coat.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 24. Do you recognize, let me ask you this, is the person that you just described to this jury look like the person in that photo right there?
Yes.
How so?
It just does.
Is it the same color bike? Is it the same clothes? I need you to respond.
Yes, it's just scary.
Is it the same mask that you saw and put on? And is it the same type of hood or hat?
Yes.
Okay. And what about a backpack?
It's on there. It looks black.
Is that the same person that you saw that morning around 8:15?
Yes.
Ms. Gorman, you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes.
Will you point him out for me?
It's right there.
Are you pointing to the defendant?
He's right there.
Let the record reflect that she's pointing to the defendant, Zach Hughes. Reflects that. Ms. Gorman, did you talk with law enforcement that day? Did they come and talk to you about this?
Oh, there was a lot of people that day, yeah.
And were you able to kind of see the activity going across over at 122 Canebrake?
Yeah.
Did you pay attention to it and watch what was going on?
Well, there was a lot of us out there.
Did you see Brad Post over there?
I saw him walking around over there, yeah.
Did you recognize him as well?
Yeah.
And do you know about how many law enforcement officers you talked to that day about what you saw?
I have no idea. There was so many. so many.
Ms. Gorman, if you'll just answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mormon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Andy Mormon. We've never met before.
No.
Just to be clear, Ms. Gorman, you said that you saw this person at around 8:15 on the morning of October the 13th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you said that that person stopped and did a lot in front of your window. Just decided to stop right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilkins showed you a picture of a person in a white mask. Remember that?
Yes.
And you looked at that. You looked at that picture and you said, that's the white mask. You remember saying that?
Yes.
You talked about, let me back up. If I understood your testimony, you said that you had seen Christina Parcell, but you'd never talked to her. Is that correct?
I never talked to her, no.
Right. But you had seen her.
I had seen her, yeah.
You also talked about seeing Brad Post. Is that right?
Yeah, in the driveway.
And isn't it true that Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth and then another police officer came to your home on October the 28th, 2024? Is that right? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So more than 3 years after this happened, they came to your home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when they came to your home, did they tell you that there was a trial coming up?
They said they didn't know when.
But that there would be a trial?
There would be, yeah.
Right. And that's when they talked to you about things that happened more than 3 years earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember in the conversation you had with them more than 3 years after this happened, telling them that you knew what Brad Post looked like because you had seen him at Christina's house? Do you remember that?
Yes. I saw him in the driveway, and then a few times going into her home when they were dating.
Okay. And it sounds like you sort of have your pulse on what's happening in the neighborhood. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Right. Does that usually happen when you're drinking coffee in the morning?
Yeah, I just watch out for people. I don't know. It's just an instinct I have always had.
No, I get it. So if you were looking out that window a good bit, I mean, isn't it true? Or you tell me, did you see Brad Post at that location a lot?
Not a lot, no, a couple times. But I did see him that day that unfortunate mishap happened.
But you saw him there enough where you felt like you knew what he looked like.
Yeah.
Would you see, you talked about Christina and her daughter Aida. You testified about that. Do you remember that earlier?
Yes.
You talked about how you would see them going to school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you may please answer yes.
Yes.
Just to make it clear. And she went to Buena Vista, is that right?
Exactly, yes.
Which, and what time would she typically be home, come home?
2:30.
2:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah, they get home at 2:30.
Isn't it true that the first time you told anybody in law enforcement what you saw was on, or you tell me, did you meet with anybody in law enforcement to tell them what you saw that day before October the 28th?
There was a lot of them out there. Yeah, a lot of detectives, sheriffs, a lot of people talking to us.
Okay. But the first time you met with Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth was more than 3 years after this happened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One second. questions. In one of the exhibits, Mr. Wilkins showed you the person on the bicycle was wearing a hat. Is that correct?
Well, a hoodie that was on the coat.
Okay. So is it your testimony that person was not wearing a hat, just a hoodie? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Okay. You redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Ma'am, thank you. Step down. Be released. Counsel.
Yes, we release her. Thank you. Right there. Just walk that way. Thank you. All right.
All right, thank you. The state calls Riley Stokes.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please say your name for the record.
My name is Raleigh Stokes.
Mr. Stokes, what's your rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy?
Yes, sir.
All right. Want to make sure I get that right. Master Deputy Stokes, who do you work for?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been there?
Since 2013.
And what have you done for the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Worked uniform patrol, K-9, homicide, Master Deputy on uniform patrol, and I'm in CID now.
What is CID?
It is Criminal Investigation Division, and I'm assigned to the arson unit.
What does the arson unit do?
Investigate fires. Yes, sir.
Those can be complex.
They can be.
Were you involved in the investigation of the murder of Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that murder?
At the time, in 2021, I was assigned to the homicide unit, and I was contacted while at the law enforcement center in the homicide office to respond to that location in reference to a death investigation.
And did you respond?
I did.
All right. About what time did you respond?
Roughly 11:30, around that time frame.
Was there a lot of manpower asked to come out there and assist in this investigation?
Yes, sir, there was.
So did you respond out to 113 Canebrake? I'm sorry, 122 Canebrake?
Yes, I responded to that location and assisted in blocking off the already roped off scene using my patrol vehicle at that time.
What did the scene look like when you got there?
Crime scene tape was already up, blocking off the roadway. The roadway was still open. However, there was nothing blocking the actual road, so that's why I used my patrol vehicle. And there were multiple investigators on scene, along with other uniformed patrol deputies as well.
I'm just asking you to just bring that mic from just a touch for us to make sure. I just want to make sure this jury can hear you.
Copy. Gotcha.
And so, so when you got there, what was the first thing you did when you got there?
I met with Investigator Sparkman, and I was tasked with starting the neighborhood canvass.
Okay. So Investigator Sparkman was lead investigator on scene.
Yes.
All right. And again, what was your so were you delegated duties, I guess?
Yes, I was. As far as the neighborhood canvass, checking for security cameras within the immediate vicinity of the incident location.
All right, so two questions. One, what was the purpose of that? And two, how did y'all organize that?
So the purpose of that was to try and determine who was at the residence that morning, and then develop a timeline if we were able to do so. And can you repeat your second part of that question?
How did y'all organize it?
So I was tasked with actually being over the neighborhood canvas, and that being said, there was about 6 investigators total that assisted in that, and once they found cameras at certain houses, they would let me know where they were at, and we would go contact the homeowners and try to make contact with them.
And so, in assisting in the neighborhood canvas, did you come familiar with the Canebrake neighborhood?
Yes, very.
And how many houses do you think you canvassed that day?
Probably 25 to 30 myself.
And how would it work? Would you just knock on the door?
We would start by, we started at the incident location and realized there was a Ring doorbell directly across the street from 122, and that was located at 121. And from there, we circled out utilizing Canebrake Drive all the way down to Saratoga and around the entire neighborhood.
All right, Master W. Stokes, I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 107. I know it's kind of big and bulky. I'm going to hold it right here. Can you tell this jury what this is?
That is a map of the Canebrake subdivision.
All right. And is this an accurate depiction of the subdivision when you were canvassing it?
Yes, sir.
That day?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed there's addresses on here.
Yes.
As well. Do you recognize those addresses?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those addresses points of interest?
They are.
And do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate description of the Canebrake neighborhood with those addresses?
Yes, sir.
And our state moves Exhibit 107 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. Number 107 comes in evidence.
So this jury can understand what y'all are doing. I think I'm showing my age by using an easel. I'm going to do my best. Is that right? That's right. Go around, walking around. Yeah, that's right. All right. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Sure. I'll try to turn it.
How about that?
You can come over here.
Sit over right there. You'll see.
Sure. Thank you. You see it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's go over this map. If you'll tell this jury and kind of describe this map, can you see what road this is right here?
I cannot read the writing, but I know that's South Batesville Road.
And where is the entrance to Canebrake neighborhood?
If you see the green square that's parallel with South Batesville, just above it, about 6 inches, and that's Canebrake Drive right there.
And so where did Christina Parcell live?
At 122.
And is that right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And so we were talking about a ring camera that you identified. And where was that first ring camera that you identified?
At 121 Canebrake, which is directly across and at an angle from the incident location.
All right. And did you ever talk to Donna Gorman?
I did.
What address did she live in?
Hers is 117, which is directly across from 116.
Is that right here?
It is.
Okay. And then I have 116 Canebrake.
Yes.
Were you able to find anything of significance at 116 Canebrake?
Yes, they did not have a ring camera. However, they did have cameras on the front side of their house near the gutter up high and on the front side of the residence.
Okay. And then, so I'm assuming your teams of officers are walking up and down Canebrake Avenue here. And then what is this road that it deads into?
It runs into Saratoga, which comes back around, and I'm not sure of the name that it runs into. It may change names at the end. But that's Saratoga Drive that Canebrake runs into.
All right. And so is that 207 Saratoga down there?
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And then this is 133 Canebrake?
Yes.
All right. What is the distance between this clump of houses and then 133 and 207?
From 116 to 207 would roughly be about a half a mile there, give or take a few hundred feet.
And so back to 121 Canebrake.
Okay.
You said you identified a Ring camera.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I met with the homeowner there, I believe his name is Chris, and he had multiple activations of his Ring doorbell camera. And standing there with him, we went through that, and there was multiple vehicles that went by and set off his activations. Well, in the process of doing this, we realized at 9:15 there was a car that passed. And when that car passed, you could see the front porch of 122. There was what appears to be a male stepping into the front door. And then it goes away because it's a short clip, motion activated, and there was no more motion from the road because the car had passed. We continued to backtrack, and we were able to see that at 8:07 that morning, Ms. Parcell's vehicle is leaving. And there's multiple other activations throughout this time frame.
All right. And you've reviewed the Ring camera at 121.
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 14.
Okay.
All right, can you describe this to this jury what you're seeing in the background there and what caused the Ring camera to...
All right, so the white SUV that passed by activates the camera, and while watching this video, you see 2 points of motion. You see the vehicle first, and then in the background, you'll see the suspect, possible suspect, stepping into the front door. Looks like a gray sweatshirt, a backpack, and dark in color pants.
Now, have you reviewed stills of this video?
Yes, sir, I have.
I'm going to set this right here.
All right.
You heard Agent, you did not hear, but Agent Sled Agent Hropshire testified about enhancing these photos.
Right.
But when did y'all obtain this evidence in further to the investigation?
So I had been on scene probably 25 to 35 minutes, and as soon as I obtained this, I asked the homeowner, which is, I believe his name again was Chris, he emailed that to me, to my county phone, and I sent that to Sergeant Kelly with the Technical Services Unit with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office for reason being he could see that a lot better in his office on a large big screen TV. And he could give us more details other than watching this on cell phones on scene.
And would you consider this sort of a break in the case?
At this point, absolutely.
Why is that?
Because other than this, we were unsure of any suspect. This is the first sign of anything that we had was right here at this point.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. And I'm going to have you kind of walk us through what we're seeing on these photos, okay?
All right, so that is a still shot of 122 of the initial ring camera after the white vehicle had passed. That is the suspect standing on the front stoop, front porch, directly in front of the main entranceway of the home.
All right. And is there a car to the right there?
There is.
Did you determine whose car that was?
That was Miss Parcell's, yes.
And that's 122 Cambridge, that's Miss Parcell's house?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is the same incident location, 122 Cambridge, with the suspect stepping onto the front steps. I believe that will be at the top of the steps onto the front porch, same incident location.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the exhibit. That was Exhibit 18. Exhibit 19.
Will be directly after stepping onto the front porch.
Exhibit 20.
Be at the front door.
Exhibit 21.
Opening the front door.
And Exhibit 22.
He's stepping inside the residence.
And I know we just reviewed the video. On the video, can you see the individual going inside?
Briefly, yes, right before it cuts off.
So, as part of your investigation and canvassing, are you also trying to establish a timeline as well?
Yes, sir.
And when reviewing the videos or the ring camera from across the street of Christina Parcell's house, did you discover any other times on there that were important to your investigation?
Yes. At that time, that was 9:15 when he had stepped in. So, backing up to a few other of the notifications that Mr. Chris had located, at 9:27, I'm misspeaking here. That 9:27 is for 133. We'll get to that in a minute. At 9:15, he is stepping in the house. She arrives at the home at 9:12. So just a few minutes prior, her vehicle is turning into the driveway.
Would it surprise you if it was about 9:07?
No, that would be it.
Let's look at the video.
Okay.
All right. And so...
Man, my time's off, but it's right there.
In addition, were you able to see the comings and goings of Christina Parcell's car?
Yes.
Her sister Tina Parcell's car?
Yes.
And of course, you can see the arrival of Brad Post's car on,
yes, sir.
on Howard's Road. Okay. So let's take a look at those. So I'm showing you what State's Exhibit 14. And it's approximately 8:06.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at 8:06, what kind of cars do you see at the Parcell home?
So there is a Lexus SUV and there's a silver sedan, which is the sister's vehicle.
Is that Tina Parcell?
Yes, it is. All right, this is at 8:11. And the only vehicle there is the sister. Her vehicle is in the driveway.
So, what did your investigation conclude based on that video?
Obviously, the victim in this case was no longer at her residence at that time.
At 8:11?
Yes.
And now what time is that?
That will be 8:35, and the silver sedan is fixing to start backing up, which will be the sister leaving.
And what time was that?
8:35.
So at 8:35, Tina Parcell's car.
Yep, her vehicle leaves, yes. then this is where 912, the silver SUV, is back in the driveway.
All right, so we know from this video
At this
that
time.
at least by 912,
Yep.
Christina Parcell is back at her house.
Yes. And then 3 minutes later, the 915 video of the suspect stepping in comes into play.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 105. I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 105. Another big bulky exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is this?
So this is the 3 stills that we looked at just a few moments ago, coupled with the map of Canebrake Drive.
Is it true and accurate from the information that you reviewed on those 3 cameras?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this map is true and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Based on your knowledge. Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 105 into evidence.
There's no objection.
I'll just hold it briefly. So tell the jury what we see here.
The 3 stills are the 2 on the left and the 1 on the right. And then this is captured. If you see the arrow going from 122 to 121, that shows you the distance between the ring camera and the incident location where you were able to see the suspect stepping up onto the house.
And at what time was that?
That was at 9:15.
All right. Mr. Stokes, I'm going to show you, I'm going to refer you back to 116 Canebrake.
Okay.
To help establish this timeline.
All right.
So 116 is where?
It is closer to South Batesville Road.
Is that it right there?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
And we've already discussed images of ring cameras from 116. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13. Tell this jury what you're seeing.
Okay. All right, so that's the victim's vehicle driving by. That's at 9:07 a.m. And if you remember, we spoke about 9:12. This is where the gap in the video surveillance is. From 9:07 to 9:12, we don't have anything because there was no motion activation. But we know that she was at home at 9:12 and she passed that residence at 9:07.
And how far away is that residence? That's 116 to 122.
Probably 350 feet to 400 feet, roughly.
So she passes by at 9:07?
Yes, sir.
Christina Parcell does?
Yes, sir.
And so what time does this footage of 116 show you?
This is at 10:57 a.m. and that is a red vehicle, which that's Mr. Post's vehicle.
And was that vehicle in the driveway when you arrived on scene?
It was.
All right. So now I'm going to, so you found this piece of evidence of a suspect walking into Christina Parcell's at 9:07.
Yes.
Did y'all continue to canvass even after you located that?
Yes.
And what were you looking for?
At that point, we were able to tell that the suspect from that view at 9:15 from 121, looking for black pants, gray shirt, possibly a black or dark in color backpack. We were able to look for anyone walking, or motorcycle, bicycle, anything like that. So we were able to make contact at 133 Canebrake Drive. where they do not have a ring camera, but they have surveillance footage, much like the one you just watched from the side of their house. And it has multiple different angles.
I'm sorry, I got to take you back 2 seconds.
That's fine.
I forgot. Trying to get all my stuff in. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is that?
This is the still shots from 116 Canebrake Drive, along with a map of Canebrake showing 116 and the relevance to 122.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 104 into evidence.
No objection. No objection, number 104.
So that's just basically stills of the video we just saw.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. We'll take you to 133 Canebrake. And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 15. Now, in establishing this timeline, did you kind of have to go into the data to figure out a little bit?
Yes. So at this location, we actually had a language barrier, and we requested that TSU, which is our technical services unit, come out and assist in pulling the video. So it took a little bit longer to get this than when we were able to get the Ring doorbell. But we were able to view this and locate a suspect on a bicycle from this location right here.
And is that what y'all located right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
And at what time is that bicycle going past 133 Canebrake?
927.
927.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. I'm going to show you some photos. These are stills of State's Exhibit 15. All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24.
All right, that is from the still shot of the video surveillance from 133. At this point, we realized that we're looking for a white male based on the stature of the shoulders.
And how were you able to determine that it was a white male?
If you look where there's a mask right there, yep, there's a side of the neck that is exposed.
And what kind of bike is the suspect riding?
It appears to be a large frame, either a road bike or a hybrid road mountain bike.
And what kind of clothes?
Black pants, dark and colored shirt, and then a dark backpack.
And wearing gloves?
Gloves and a N95 mask.
And were you able to determine kind of what's on his head?
It's either a hat or a beanie.
All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 25.
Another still shot from the same, showing the same.
State's Exhibit 26.
At this point, you can also see at the neck, just behind the mask, you can see shadowing. Looks as if it's a thin beard. At that point, that confirmed that we were looking for a white male.
State's Exhibit 27.
Again, that's the still shot from the video from 133 with the same details of what I just described.
And State's Exhibit 28.
This is from 133, Canebrake, from the if you're facing the house, it will be on the right-hand side. We have been looking at the left-hand side. This is now from the right-hand side view of it. Same individual, same time frame.
State's Exhibit 29.
Video surveillance from 133. This is from the right-hand side.
And of course, did you keep canvassing?
We did.
Were you able to locate any more ring cameras that were important to your investigation?
Yes, sir. We located one more on Saratoga, which is the road that Canebrake Drive runs into, and that's at 207, and that was at 938. Excuse me, 928. 927 for the last house, and this one is 9.
All right. And I jumped ahead again. I'm going to run you back to 133. But I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 106. State's Exhibit 106.
Yes, sir.
Is that 133?
That is 133 Canebrake Drive. Yes, sir.
And what's the timeline?
That's at 9:27 a.m. and the map below shows the location.
State moves 106 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Without objection, no one says.
Okay. And then finally, State's Exhibit 102. State's Exhibit 102?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir. That is from the video surveillance from 133, showing the neckline of the Caucasian male.
State moves 102 into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
All right. Now let's go to 207. Tell us, sir, about 207 Saratoga.
207 Saratoga is down the road from the incident location. Now, the Ring doorbell at this location captured a couple walking, and then directly thereafter, the same subject that was on the bicycle captured at 133 was seen going from left to right, passing by the residence. This is in the same direction in which it just came from, passing 133.
So the last one was at 133.
Yes, sir.
And then down here to the right of State's Exhibit 107 is 207 Saratoga.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 12. I'll let you tell this jury about it.
So like I mentioned earlier, Saratoga and the intersection of Canebrake is to the left of this or the front of this house. The intersection is up to the left, and here comes the gentleman on the bicycle from left to right. That was at 9:28.
That was at 9:28. All right. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 31.
So that's a still shot from the video from 207 Saratoga.
State's Exhibit 32.
Another still shot, same location.
Is that the same individual at 133 Canebrake?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 33.
Same individual, same video surveillance, still shot.
State's Exhibit 34.
Another still shot. Another same.
And State's Exhibit 35.
And that's the last image we have of the individual passing. 207 Saratoga.
So in establishing everything that we've talked about now, did you create sort of a timeline
Yes, sir.
of events of what happened on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm just going to ask you, and I'll help you the best I can.
Right.
You've seen me moving a lot around here and holding up a lot of exhibits, so we need to refer back to when we can.
Right.
But I'd just like to ask you to give this jury a timeline of events of that morning.
All right. So based on the neighborhood canvas, we were able to find from 807 was the first initial to 1104, 1105 is when EMS, fire department personnel are on scene. As we talked about earlier, we have the subject walking into the front door at 9:15. We were able to back up and see the videos of her leaving and then coming back, and seeing from 116 Cambridge. That shows that she returned, and directly thereafter you get to go back to 121. She's back at the house. He steps in at 9:15, and then at 9:27 he passes 133. At 9:28 he passes 207 Saratoga. That's a very short time frame when you break it down from 9:12 that she's there. We know that she had returned at 9:07, and then he's passing 207 Saratoga 9:28.
And did you speak with Donna Gorman as well?
I did.
And so what time, do you remember what time she saw, about approximately what time she saw a bicycle who?
She mentioned in between 8 and 8:15 the same morning that she had saw a gentleman on a bicycle going from South Batesville toward 122 Cambridge.
And I got one last exhibit, State's Exhibit 103. What is that?
That is 207 Saratoga, where the gentleman on the bicycle is going from left to right.
State moves 103 to evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Without objection, number 103 comes in.
So finally, were y'all sharing all this information as this investigation was ongoing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you shared it with Detective Sparkman?
Yes, sir. As soon as I obtained it, that was sent to my county computer and then transferred directly over to his county computer via the Q drive. So he has immediate access to it.
I'll just ask you to answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Examination.
Just real briefly, so what was the very first photograph or video that you have of a bicycle?
The first bicycle that we had was from 133 at 9:27 a.m.
927. So you don't have any video or any photographs of a bicycle prior to 9:15 when you say you saw somebody?
No, we didn't see the bicycle at 9:15.
I'm sorry, but see, or before 9:15?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did you canvass the neighborhood? Well, during your canvass of the neighborhood, did you look for time frames before 9:15 also?
Yes, sir. We backed it up, and before 8 a.m. there was nothing of relevance at that.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
You may step.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Yeah, can we approach?
Again, I just want to remind you that you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of the trial. You should not do any research or anything, or talk with anyone involved, or research anyone involved in the case. You're not to look at any social media. And I feel like I thoroughly advised you all of this. I have no question that you are abiding by my instructions and also your oath as jurors. Again, I want to just tell you how much and how grateful I am on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County for your service. I'm going to see y'all back at 9:30 in the morning, okay? Y'all have a good evening. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll see y'all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
That's good, Your Honor.
In the morning.
Okay, so they are done for the day. So we're going to do a recap here. Excuse me. And then we're going to go bounce over to Monica Sementili. We're going to catch her morning session after this. We're going to start that at 5:30. All right, so after lunch, we heard from Darby Jackson. Again, they went through, they got 9 witnesses. They got 14 witnesses in today. Man, they were flying. All right, so Darby Jackson, did they take any breaks? I don't even think they took any breaks. Right? They went from lunch all the way through. They didn't take a break? Holy smokes. All right. I'm like so confused at how quickly they went through. I don't think they took a break. Let me just go through this again. Okay, oh, they did take a break. Okay, they took a break after Harvey Shropshire. Okay, they did take a break. Harvey Shropshire. All right, after Harvey Shropshire, they took a break. All right. All right, so then Donna Gorman came on. Okay, I got to write that down. All right, Donna Gorman, who is the neighbor. She didn't know Christina, but she saw her as she lived 3 doors down. She was drinking coffee, looking out the window. She said she's familiar with the daughter, so she's kind of like the neighborhood watch, if you will. Not a bad person to have around if you're on the good side of her. If you're on the bad side, she's going to see everything you do. She saw them going to school that morning. She saw someone on a bike, a guy on a bike dressed in all black with a mask on. All right, let me pull this up because this is irritating me to a point, because you see how that's gray, right? And I know there's, okay, you just tell me, all right? Okay, that's clearly gray, correct? I mean, that is clearly gray. All right? Now I'm going to pull up him on the bike, and we saw plenty of him on the bike. Now you tell me, and I know, Brad, I understand, like you were saying, you know, different angles, different lighting. I get that, and that's cool. But, I mean, that's a huge difference in tone. I mean, that's not even close to being, right? I mean, that's not even close to being different in tone. I don't know. That just is really, I thought, I don't know. That's unless he had the hoodie on and he had a sweatshirt, then he had a hoodie over that, maybe. I guess maybe that's what they're saying. So Donna said she saw this tall, skinny guy wearing a backpack. He was white with reddish, sandy color hair. She saw his face a little bit, so he was not wearing a mask. He was putting gloves on. He got back on the bike. She didn't see him come in or go out. So she saw him put a mask on and pulled up his hoodie. All right. She recognizes the person and she points out the defendant. So she saw him close enough. He's across the street, 50, 100 feet away, but she was able to point him out. The cross was, she saw this person around 8:15. He stopped in front of her window. You have the pulse. You have your pulse on the neighborhood. She laughed. Did you see Brad post a lot? And she said, not a lot. Then Riley Stokes got up. He's the last one for today. Master Deputy. He responded roughly around 11:30. He determined who was there and the timeline. He talked to the neighbors. He canvassed the neighborhood, and so this is where we get the time frame. So the house across the street, 121, the ring camera was the first to be identified. He talked to Donna Gorman. He talked to the house at 116. Now remember, this is at 122. The address is 122. They talked to a woman at 116. She didn't have a gutter. I'm sorry, she didn't have a ring camera. She had the gutter. Okay, so at 9:15, a car passed, and you could see what appears to be a male stepping into the house from across the street. So the timeline is 8:07, Christina leaves. Right, 8:07, Christina leaves. And then 9:12, Christina comes back, and at 9:15, you see this person stepping into the front door. So from 8:07, and then you also see the red the red Mercedes going by at 10:57. So from 8:07, Christina leaves. She goes to her interview, which we know that she was there. She left. I think she was there from 8:30 until 8:47. She was only there for 17 minutes, or even less. When did she get there? Hold on. Let's get this right. Joycelyn. She was number 4. 8:30 to 8:47. All right, so she went to her interview at 8:30. So she left at 8:07. She gets to the interview at 8:30. She leaves at 8:47. She gets back at 9:12. And then whoever this person is stepping in at 9:15. So how did he know she was there, right? Was he just taking a random guess that she was going to be there? All right, what do you guys think? All right, Trial TV Live says, you'd see the light color when he was on the bike. I think so too. Ken Rosenberg, lots of people ask about Ring doorbells, and this kind of shows why those in particular aren't useful. Good if they come up to your door, and not that great if they're more than like 15 feet away. Yeah. Brad says, given the backpack and that M can be messy, I'm guessing there were some clothes in there. Could have been a change of clothes, but don't forget. Okay, so the photo of him in black, that's him getting there. And leaving too. All right, Dwayne, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Nanar says, when I look at both shoulders, don't seem all that broad, so I'm more confused than any bit of leaning guilty. He's a tall, skinny person, whoever this is. They say it's a tall, skinny person. So Brett says, whether it's him or not, I think it's the same person. I would agree with that. He might have taken off a jacket before going in so he could leave with a clean jacket, not knowing what's in the backpack. Yeah. Agreed. Trial Junkies United could have worn a windbreaker over his hoodie. Yep, all of that. Missy Russell, would he have changed his sweatshirt? Hoodie and Cat 8 Canary, hoodie and backpack, put it on to cover the blood. on the gray shirt. All right, I can get with that. I can get with that. Irish Amy, was the bike meant to be before or after the deed? Maybe he put it on after or had it on before. They show him riding away with the black. I thought they showed him coming and going with the black. Maybe he took it off, did the deed, and then I guess that kind of makes sense. Irish Amy says, now I'm questioning. I wasn't looking at the backpack, but now you mention it. Yeah, I mean, he definitely had a backpack. So he's leaning on his bike. Both of his arms, both of his hands. Because at first I thought his arm was like this, right? But that thing that's sticking off of his back, I think that's the backpack. So both of his arms are, how can I do this? Both of his hands are leaning, he's forward, then he's got a backpack coming out the back there. Right, because I thought he may be riding with, sometimes you do that, you ride with the hand on your hip, but I think both the hands are on the his steering wheel. He's got the backpack, right? Julie B. M.E., I'm hours behind. I feel like a juror because I have no information on this. Yes. Nan R., I don't know. The person at the door doesn't look tall. Well, they showed that in the video. They did show them stepping up. So that person doesn't look tall, but they did show them stepping up. So, yeah. I mean, just at some point, they're going to have to say, how tall is Zachary Hughes? Is he 6'3"? Is he 6'4", 6'5"? Well, let's look it up. How tall is this dude? When they booked him, they got his height. How tall is... if they're making such a big fuss about this guy is tall... No, not the baseball player. There's a baseball player and a football player. No, I don't care about that. Zachary Hughes, South Carolina. Nah, not really showing me what I want to see. All right, we'll have to get his mugshot. See how tall he is. Of course, his mugshot, they don't have the heights anymore. I wish they would show the heights. All right, somehow we got to find out. I would think the prosecution would say, or the defense, oh, he's only 5'2". I mean, come on. Let's see. Shirley is asking a good question. Yes, I was going to get there. Thank you for pointing that out. Is it possible there were two people? Well, right now we just have some guy riding a bike and the other guy going up to the doorway. So where do we have the bike being deposited? Because you think that Christina would see a bike in her front yard, right? You pull in, you see some strange bike, right? Trial Junkies United. Objection! This isn't the photos they have tell us in his victim's neighborhood. No, they are not. These are very grainy. They have some video of people riding around in a, the, what do you call it, the black bike. Bratz, I'm thinking the backpack looks different from the side and back, but I have to review the various bits of videos and pics. It looks like a black backpack. That I can get with, right? So if he's wearing a black jacket and that's a black door, he would basically be blending in with that door because that backpack would be the same color as the hoodie, shirt, whatever. So you wouldn't even see him. And then is that white in the picture of him at the door, is that his mask? That doesn't make sense. He's got the backpack on back and then he's got the mask on, right? That doesn't make sense either. Do we know the zip code of this location? Yeah, I can only find the baseball player. Yeah, me too so far. Well, we gotta figure it out. We do know what time of day this is. It was 9:15 in the morning. This is all in the morning. Irish Amy, one of the news sites is calling it ritualistic deletion, I guess because of the rose petals. Trout TV Live says the temperature on that day was 75 for a high around noon and went down to 65 degrees at 9. It was not cold. I'll agree with that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was cold. Widespread Panic says, an article I read said her body was posed after the deletion too. Well, they said she was definitely dragged. She was dragged to wherever her resting spot was. She was dragged. So. Child Junkies United, 29650. It is on Zillow. 29650 on Zillow. Shirley Roth says he's not looking at us, LOL, unless he is looking for his lookout. Well, he'd be like Linda Blair, spinning his head around. It's because his backpack is clearly on his back. He'd be like, eh. And it looks like he's square, right? He's not like turned. Ken has a sudden urge to watch American Beauty. Yeah, that's a good movie. So, all right, day 2. And we're going to be picking up on Monica Cementili, day 11. I don't want to fall too far behind with her. So we're going to do the morning session of Monica. Because we never know if Austin's going to testify. Dwayne says, did Squeegee just say rose petals? I swear it wasn't me, or Sharon is setting me up. Yes, yes, yes. This is the rose petal murder trial. Dwayne, be careful. Be careful. Cat ate canary. She had to let him in, then he locked the door. It was locked when Post showed up. All right, here's what I'm thinking. Cat ate canary. She goes in. She doesn't lock the door. He follows her in, does what he does, locks that door, then goes out the back door because Post knew that the back door was rarely locked. Cow Junkies United, 3 steps up to the front door. Yep, got that. Figured it's that. Cat 8 Canary, 9:15, passing camera at 9:27. Yes, 9:27. The 3:33 is the first time they saw the bike. During the cross, they said at 9:27 from the house at 1:33. That's the first time that they saw the bike. And Donna Gorman says she saw somebody at 8 or 8:15. She saw a man on a bike. If he knew her, which he didn't know her, she would have let him in. Cat 8 Canary, I agree. She did not lock the door. Widespread Panic, 4th paragraph from the top. Oh, Fit News. Yeah, Fitz News. Yeah, they've been all over this. I've been checking their site out too. They seem like they're definitely all over this. Nanar, didn't what's his face say that the back door is always open? That's how he got out. Yes, Brad Post said that the back door is rarely locked, and that's how he actually got in. He said the front door. He knocked at the front door. Nobody answered. Presumably it was locked because he checked, and then he went to the back door. Yes, that is how he got in. That is how he got in. Widespread Panic. And kids, this is why you always deadbolt your door behind you when you get home. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break here. We're going to go stream Monica Cementili in a few minutes. So we will be back. He said 9:30. Judge said 9:30 tomorrow. 9:30 start, so that means a 10 o'clock start. All right, so we're going to be starting around, well, we'll probably set it for like 9:45. But they'll be going on at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for attending this South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes, day 1. Thank you to Aaron and all of our mods. Julie and OnlyFan, Therapist You Know, Widespread Panic, Brat, Hellcat, Florida PI Sam, Jules. Thank you guys for all that you do. Appreciate everything that you do on the back end. And Widespread Panic, dropping some good knowledge there. We'll have to go check that out. Please join us for Monica Cementili. We're going to be catching up on day 11. It's going on right now still. We're going to check out the morning session. Trial Junkies United. They needed Ricky Butler from the Burbs cult classic. Tom Hanks and Carrie Fisher. Yes. All right, guys. Join us over at Monica Cementili. We're going to be there in a few minutes. I just need to, grab some water, and we'll see you there in just a few minutes. Thank you for joining us, and join us tomorrow for day 2. We will be picking up this on day 2, but for now, we're going to say goodbye. We're going to portal you over to Monica Cementili, and we'll see you tomorrow. Or hopefully we'll see you later, but we'll see you tomorrow for this really intriguing case. I'm looking forward to seeing more. All right, thanks, guys. See ya. Bye.
Yeah.